Chapter 24, Part 2 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. We entered the house and ascended the stairs in haste. Not a creature did we meet except a wicked-looking cat. The top of her head was black, her forehead and face white, and the black and white were shaped so as to look like hair parted over a white forehead, which gave her green eyes a frightfully human look as she crouched in the corner of a window-sill in the light of a gas lamp outside. But before we reached the top of the first stair, we heard the sounds of dancing, as well as of music. In a moment after, with our load of gnawing fear and helpless eagerness, we stood in the midst of a merry assembly of men, women, and children, who filled Miss Clare's room to overflowing. It was Saturday night, and they were gathered according to custom for the weekly music. They made way for us, and Miss Clare left the piano and came to meet us with a smile on her beautiful face. But when she saw our faces, hers fell. "What is the matter, Mrs. Percival?" she asked in alarm. I sunk on the chair from which she had risen. "We've lost Ethel," said my husband quietly. "What do you mean? You don't—" No, she's gone. She's stolen. We don't know where she is," he answered with a faltering voice. "We've just been to the police." Miss Clare turned white, but instead of making any remark, she called out to some of her friends, whose good manners were making them leave the room. "Don't go, please, we want you." Then turning to me, she asked, "May I do as I think best?" "Yes, certainly," answered my husband. "My friend, Mrs. Percival," she said, addressing the whole assembly, "has lost her little girl." A murmur of dismay and sympathy arose. "What can we do to find her?" she went on. They fell to talking among themselves. The next instant 2 men came up to us, making their way from the neighborhood of the door. The one was a keen-faced elderly man with iron-gray whiskers and clean-shaved chin. The other was my first acquaintance in the neighborhood, the young bricklayer. The elder addressed my husband, while the other listened without speaking. "Tell us what she's like, sir, and how she was dressed, though that ain't much use. She'll be all different by this time." The words shot a keener pang to my heart than it had yet felt. My darling stripped of her nice clothes, and covered with dirty, perhaps infected garments. But it was no time to give way to feeling. My husband repeated to the men the description he had given the police, loud enough for the whole room to hear, and the women in particular, Miss Clare told me afterwards, caught it up with remarkable accuracy. They would not have done so, she said, but that their feelings were touched. "Tell them also, please, Mr. Percival, about the child Mrs. Percival's father and mother found and brought up. That may have something to do with this." My husband told them all the story, adding that the mother of the child might have found out who we were, and taken ours as a pledge for the recovery of her own. Here one of the women spoke. "That dark woman you took in one night 2 years ago, miss, she say something. I was astin' of her in the morning what her trouble was, for that trouble she had on her mind was plain to see, and she come over something halfway like about losin' of a child, but whether it was dead or strayed or stolen or what, I couldn't tell. And no more, I believe she wanted me to." Here another woman spoke. "I'm most sure I saw her, the same woman, 2 days ago, and no fur off than Glover Street," she said. "You're too good by half, miss," she went on, "to the likes of sich. They ain't none of them respectable." "Perhaps you'll see some good come out of it before long," said Miss Clare in reply. The words sounded like a rebuke, for all this time I had hardly sent a thought upwards for help. The image of my child had so filled my heart that there was no room left for the thought of duty or even of God. Miss Clare went on, still addressing the company, and her words had a tone of authority. "I will tell you what you must do," she said. "You must every one of you run and tell everybody you know, and tell every one to tell everybody else. You mustn't stop to talk it over with each other, or let those you tell it to stop to talk to you about it, for it is of the greatest consequence. No time should be lost in making it as quickly and as widely known as possible. Go, please." In a few moments the room was empty of all but ourselves. The rush on the stairs was tremendous for a single minute, and then all was still. Even the children had rushed out to tell what other children they could find. "What must we do next?" said my husband. Miss Clare thought for a moment. I would go and tell Mr. Blackstone, she said. It is a long way from here, but whoever has taken the child would not be likely to linger in the neighborhood. It is best to try everything. Right, said my husband. Come, Winnie. Wouldn't it be better to leave Mrs. Percival with me, said Miss Clare. It is dreadfully fatiguing to go driving over the stones. It was very kind of her, but if she had been a mother she would not have thought of parting me from my husband. Neither would she have fancied that I could remain inactive so long as it was possible even to imagine I was doing something. But when I told her how I felt, she saw at once that it would be better for me to go. We set off instantly and drove to Mr. Blackstone's. What a long way it was! Down Oxford Street and Holborn we rattled and jolted, and then through many narrow ways in which I had never been, emerging at length in a broad road with many poor and a few fine old houses in it, and again plunging into still more shabby regions of small houses, which, alas, were new and yet wretched. At length, near an open space, where yet not a blade of grass could grow for the trampling of many feet, and for the smoke from tall chimneys, close by a gasometer of awful size, we found the parsonage, and Mr. Blackstone in his study. The moment he heard our story, he went to the door and called his servant. Run, Jabez, he said, and tell the sexton to ring the church bell. I will come to him directly I hear it. I may just mention that Jabez and his wife, who formed the whole of Mr. Blackstone's household, did not belong to his congregation, but were members of a small community in the neighborhood, calling themselves Peculiar Baptists. About 10 minutes passed, during which little was said. Mr. Blackstone never seemed to have any mode of expressing his feelings except action, and where that was impossible they took hardly any recognizable shape. When the first boom of the big bell filled the little study in which we sat, I gave a cry and jumped up from my chair. It sounded in my ears like the knell of my lost baby, for at the moment I was thinking of her as once when a baby she lay for dead in my arms. Mr. Blackstone got up and left the room, and my husband rose and would have followed him, but saying he would be back in a few minutes, he shut the door and left us. It was half an hour, a dreadful half hour, before he returned, for to sit doing nothing, not even being carried somewhere to do something, was frightful. I've told them all about it, he said. I couldn't do better than follow Miss Clare's example. But my impression is that if the woman you suspect be the culprit, she would make her way out to the open as quickly as possible. Such people are most at home on the commons. They are of a less gregarious nature than the wild animals of the town. What shall you do next? That is just what I want to know, answered my husband. He never asked advice except when he did not know what to do, and never except from one whose advice he meant to follow. Well, returned Mr. Blackstone, I should put an advertisement into every one of the morning papers. But the offices will all be closed, said Percival. Yes, the publishing, but not the printing offices. How am I to find out where they are? I know one or two of them, and the people there will tell us the rest. Then you mean to go with us? Of course I do. That is, if you will have me. You don't think I would leave you to go alone. Have you had any supper? No. Would you like something, my dear? Said Percival, turning to me. I couldn't swallow a mouthful, I said. Nor I either, said Percival. Then I'll just take a hunch of bread with me, said Mr. Blackstone, for I'm hungry. I've had nothing since 1 o'clock. We neither asked him not to go, nor offered to wait till he had his supper. Before we reached Printing House Square, he had eaten half a loaf. Are you sure, said my husband as we were starting, that they will take an advertisement at the printing office? I think they will. The circumstances are pressing. They will see that we are honest people and will make a push to help us. But for anything I know, it may be quite in regla. We must pay, though, said Percival, putting his hand in his pocket and taking out his purse. There, just as I feared, no money, 2, 3 shillings and 6pence. Mr. Blackstone stopped the cab. I've not got as much, he said, but it's of no consequence. I'll run and write a check. But where can you change it? The little shops about here won't be able. There's the Blue Post. Let me take it, then. You won't be seen going into a public house, said Percival. Pooh-pooh, said Mr. Blackstone. Do you think my character won't stand that much? Besides, they won't change it for you. But when I think of it, I used the last check in my book in the beginning of the week. Never mind, they will lend me £5. We drove to the Blue Post. He got out and returned in 1 minute with 5 sovereigns. What will people say to your borrowing £5 at a public house, said Percival. If they say what is right, it won't hurt me. But if they say what is wrong? That they can do any time, and that won't hurt me either. But what will the landlord himself think? I have no doubt he feels grateful to me for being so friendly. You can't oblige a man more than by asking a light favor of him." "Do you think it well in your position to be obliged to a man in his?" asked Percival. "I do. I am glad of the chance. It will bring me into friendly relations with him." "Do you wish, then, to be in friendly relations with him?" "Indubitably. In what other relations do you suppose a clergyman ought to be with one of his parishioners?" "You didn't invite him into your parish, I presume?" "No, and he didn't invite me. The thing was settled in higher quarters. There we are, anyhow, and I have done quite a stroke of business in borrowing that money of him." Mr. Blackstone laughed, and the laugh sounded frightfully harsh in my ears. "A man," my husband went on, who was surprised that a clergyman should be so liberal, "a man who sells drink, in whose house so many of your parishioners will to-morrow night get too drunk to be in church the next morning." "I wish having been drunk were what would keep them from being in church. Drunk or sober, it would be all the same. Few of them care to go. They are turning out better, however, than when first I came. For as the publican, who knows what chance of doing him a good turn it may put in my way." "You don't expect to persuade him to shut up shop?" "No, he must persuade himself to that." "What good, then, can you expect to do him?" "Who knows? I say. You can't tell what good may or may not come out of it, any more than you can tell which of your efforts or which of your helpers may this night be the means of restoring your child." "What do you expect the man to say about it?" "I shall provide him with something to say. I don't want him to attribute it to some foolish charity. He might. In the New Testament, publicans are acknowledged to have hearts." "Yes, but the word has a very different meaning in the New Testament. The feeling religious people bear towards them, however, comes very near to that with which society regarded the publicans of old. They are far more hurtful to society than those tax gatherers." "They may be. I dare say they are. Perhaps they are worse than the sinners with whom their namesakes of the New Testament are always coupled." I will not follow the conversation further. I will only give the close of it. Percival told me afterwards that he had gone on talking in the hope of diverting my thoughts a little. "What, then, do you mean to tell him?" asked Percival. "The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth," said Mr. Blackstone. "I shall go in to-morrow morning, just at the time when there will probably be far too many people at the bar, a little after noon. I shall return him his 5 sovereigns, ask for a glass of ale, and tell him the whole story, how my friend, the celebrated painter, came with his wife, and the rest of it, adding, I trust, that the child is all right, and at the moment probably going out for a walk with her mother, who won't let her out of her sight for a moment." He laughed again, and again I thought him heartless, but I understand him better now. I wondered, too, that Percival could go on talking, and yet I found that their talk did make the time go a little quicker. At length we reached the printing office of the Times, near Blackfriars Bridge, I think. After some delay, we saw an overseer who, curt enough at first, became friendly when he heard our case. If he had not had children of his own, we might perhaps have fared worse. He took down the description and address, and promised that the advertisement would appear in the morning's paper in the best place he could now find for it. Before we left, we received minute directions as to the whereabouts of the next nearest office. We spent the greater part of the night in driving from one printing office to another. Mr. Blackstone declared he would not leave us until we had found her. "You have to preach twice to-morrow," said Percival. It was then 3 o'clock. "I shall preach all the better," he returned. "Yes, I feel as if I should give them one good sermon to-morrow." "The man talks as if the child were found already," I thought with indignation. "It's a pity he hasn't a child of his own. He would be more sympathetic." At the same time, if I had been honest, I should have confessed to myself that his confidence and hope helped to keep me up. At last, having been to the printing office of every daily paper in London, we were on our dreary way home. Oh, how dreary it was, and the more dreary that the cool, sweet light of a spring dawn was growing in every street, no smoke having yet begun to pour from the multitudinous chimneys to sully its purity. From misery and want of sleep, my soul and body both felt like a gray, foggy night. Every now and then the thought of my child came with a fresh pang. Not that she was one moment absent from me, but that a new thought about her would dart a new sting into the ever-burning throb of the wound. If you had asked me the one blessed thing in the world, I should have said sleep, with my husband and children beside me. But I dreaded sleep now, both for its visions and for the frightful wakening. Now and then I would start violently, thinking I heard my Ethel cry, but from the cab window no child was ever to be seen down all the lonely street. Then I would sink into a succession of efforts to picture to myself her little face, white with terror and misery, and smeared with the dirt of the pitiful hands that rubbed the streaming eyes. They might have beaten her. She might have cried herself to sleep in some wretched hovel, or worse, in some fever-stricken and crowded lodging-house with horrible sights about her and horrible voices in our ears. Or she might at that moment be dragged wearily along a country road, farther and farther from her mother. I could have shrieked and tore my hair. What if I should never see her again? She might be murdered, and I never know it. Oh, my darling, my darling. At the thought, a groan escaped me. A hand was laid on my arm that I knew was my husband's. But a voice was in my ear, and that was Mr. Blackstone's. Do you think God loves the child less than you do? Or do you think he is less able to take care of her than you are? When the disciples thought themselves sinking, Jesus rebuked them for being afraid. Be still, and you will see the hand of God in this. Good you cannot foresee will come out of it. I could not answer him, but I felt both rebuked and grateful. All at once I thought of Roger. What would he say when he found that his pet was gone, and we had never told him? Roger, I said to my husband, we've never told him. Let us go now, he returned. We were at the moment close to North Crescent. After a few thundering raps at the door, the landlady came down. Percival rushed up, and in a few minutes returned with Roger. They got into the cab. A great talk followed, but I heard hardly anything, or rather I heeded nothing. I only recollect that Roger was very indignant with his brother for having been out all night without him to help. I never thought of you, Roger, said Percival. So much the worse, said Roger. No, said Mr. Blackstone. 1,000 things make us forget. I dare say your brother all but forgot God in the first misery of his loss. To have thought of you and not to have told you would have been another thing. A few minutes after, we stopped at our desolate house, and the cabman was dismissed with one of the sovereigns from the Blue Posts. I wondered afterwards what manner of man or woman had changed it there. A dim light was burning in the drawing-room. Percival took his pass-key and opened the door. I hurried in and went straight to my own room, for I longed to be alone, that I might weep, nor weep only. I fell on my knees by the bedside, buried my face, and sobbed, and tried to pray. But I could not collect my thoughts, and overwhelmed by a fresh access of despair, I started again to my feet. Could I believe my eyes? What was that in the bed? Trembling as with an ague. In terror lest the vision should by vanishing prove itself a vision, I stooped towards it. I heard a breathing. It was the fair hair and the rosy face of my darling, fast asleep, without one trace of suffering on her angelic loveliness. I remember no more for a while. They tell me I gave a great cry and fell on the floor. When I came to myself, I was lying on the bed. My husband was bending over me, and Roger and Mr. Blackstone were both in the room. I could not speak, but my husband understood my questioning gaze. Yes, yes, my love, he said quietly. She's all right, safe and sound, thank God. And I did, thank God. Mr. Blackstone came to the bedside with a look and a smile that seemed to my conscience to say, I told you so. I held out my hand to him, but could only weep. Then I remembered how we had vexed Roger and called him. Dear Roger, I said, forgive me, and go and tell Miss Clare. I had some reason to think this was the best amends I could make him. I will go at once, he said. She will be anxious. And I will go to my sermon, said Mr. Blackstone, with the same quiet smile. They shook hands with me and went away, and my husband and I rejoiced over our firstborn. End of Part 2, My First Tear.
Chapter 28 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 28. Its sequel. My darling was recovered neither through Miss Clare's injunctions nor Mr. Blackstone's bell ringing. A woman was walking steadily westward, carrying the child asleep in her arms, when a policeman stopped her at Turnham Green. She betrayed no fear, only annoyance, and offered no resistance, only begged he would not wake the child, or take her from her. He brought them in a cab to the police station, whence the child was sent home. As soon as she arrived, Sarah gave her a warm bath and put her to bed, but she scarcely opened her eyes. Jemima had run about the streets till midnight, and then fallen asleep on the doorstep, where the policeman found her when he brought the child. For a week she went about like one dazed, and the blunders she made were marvellous. She ordered a brace of cod from the poulterer, and a pound of anchovies at the crockery shop. One day at dinner we could not think how the chops were so pulpy, and we got so many bits of bone in our mouth. She had powerfully beaten them, as if they had been steaks. She sent up melted butter for bread sauce, and stuffed a hare with sausages. After breakfast, Percival walked to the police station to thank the inspector, pay what expenses had been incurred, and see the woman. I was not well enough to go with him. My Marion is a white-faced thing, and her eyes looked much too big for her small face. I suggested that he should take Miss Clare. As it was early, he was fortunate enough to find her at home, and she accompanied him willingly, and at once recognized the woman as the one she had befriended. He told the magistrate he did not wish to punish her, but that there were certain circumstances which made him desirous of detaining her until a gentleman, who he believed could identify her, should arrive. The magistrate therefore remanded her. The next day but one my father came. When he saw her, he had little doubt she was the same that had carried off Theo, but he could not be absolutely certain, because he had seen her only by moonlight. He told the magistrate the whole story, saying that if she should prove the mother of the child, he was most anxious to try what he could do for her. The magistrate expressed grave doubts whether he would find it possible to befriend her to any effectual degree. My father said he would try, if he could but be certain she was the mother. If she stole the child merely to compel the restitution of her own, he said, I cannot regard her conduct with any abhorrence. But if she is not the mother of the child, I must leave her to the severity of the law. I once discharged a woman, said the magistrate, who had committed the same offence, for I was satisfied she had done so purely from the desire to possess the child. But might not a thief say he was influenced merely by the desire to add another sovereign to his hoard? The greed of the one is a natural affection, that of the other a vice. But the injury to the loser is far greater in the one case than in the other. To set that off, however, the child is more easily discovered. Besides, the false appetite grows with the indulgence, whereas one child would still be the natural one. Then you would have allowed her to go on stealing child after child until she succeeded in keeping one, said my father, laughing. I dismissed her with the warning that, if she ever did so again, this would be brought up against her, and she would have the severest punishment the law could inflict. It may be right to pass a first offence, and wrong to pass a second. I tried to make her measure the injury done to the mother by her own sorrow at losing the child, and I think not without effect. At all events, it was some years ago, and I have not heard of her again. Now came in the benefit of the kindness Miss Clare had shown the woman. I doubt if anyone else could have got the truth from her. Even she found it difficult, for to tell her that if she was Theo's mother she should not be punished, might be only to tempt her to lie. All Miss Clare could do was to assure her of the kindness of every one concerned, and to urge her to disclose her reasons for doing such a grievous wrong as steal another woman's child. "They stole my child," she blurted out at last, when the cruelty of the action was pressed upon her. "Oh, no," said Miss Clare. "You left her to die in the cold." "No, no," she cried. "I wanted somebody to hear her and take her in. I wasn't far off, and I was going to take her again, when I saw a light and heard them searching for her." "Oh dear, oh dear. Then how can you say they stole her? You would have had no child at all, but for them. She was merely dead when they found her, and in return you go and steal their grandchild." "They took her from me afterwards. They wouldn't let me have my own flesh and blood. I wanted to let them know what it was to have their child taken from them. How could they tell she was your child, when you stole her away like a thief? It might, for anything they knew, be some other woman stealing her, as you stole theirs the other day. What would have become of you if it had been so?" To this reasoning she made no answer. "I want my child. I want my child," she moaned. Then, breaking out, "I shall kill myself if I don't get my child," she cried. "Oh, lady, you don't know what it is to have a child and not have her. I shall kill myself if they don't give her back to me. They can't say I did their child any harm. I was as good to her as if she had been my own. They know that quite well, and don't want to punish you. Would you like to see your child?" She clasped her hands above her head, fell on her knees at Miss Clare's feet, and looked up in her face without uttering a word. "I will speak to Mr. Walton," said Miss Clare, and left her. The next morning she was discharged at the request of my husband, who brought her home with him. Sympathy with the mother passion in her bosom had melted away all my resentment. She was a fine young woman of about 25, though her weather-brown complexion made her look at first much older. With the help of the servants, I persuaded her to have a bath, during which they removed her clothes and substituted others. She objected to putting them on, seemed half frightened at them, as if they might involve some shape of bondage, and begged to have her own again. At last Jemima, who, although so sparingly provided with brains, is not without genius, prevailed upon her, insisting that her little girl would turn away from her if she wasn't well dressed, for she had been used to see ladies about her. With a deep sigh she yielded, begging, however, to have her old garments restored to her. She had brought with her a small bundle, tied up in a cotton handkerchief, and from it she now took a scarf of red silk and twisted it up with her black hair in a fashion I had never seen before. In this headdress she had almost a brilliant look, while her carriage had a certain dignity hard of association with poverty, not inconsistent, however, with what I have since learned about the gypsies. My husband admired her even more than I did, and made a very good sketch of her. Her eyes were large and dark, unquestionably fine, and if there was not much of the light of thought in them, they had a certain wildness which in a measure made up for the want. She had rather a Spanish than an Eastern look, I thought, with an air of defiance that prevented me from feeling at ease with her. But in the presence of Miss Clare she seemed humbler, and answered her questions more readily than ours. If Ethel was in the room, her eyes would be constantly wandering after her, with a wistful, troubled, eager look. Surely the mother passion must have infinite relations and destinies. As I was unable to leave home, my father persuaded Miss Clare to accompany him and help him to take charge of her. I confess it was a relief to me when she left the house, for though I wanted to be as kind to her as I could, I felt considerable discomfort in her presence. When Miss Clare returned, the next day but one, I found that she had got from her the main points of her history, fully justifying previous conjectures of my father's, founded on what he knew of the character and custom of the gypsies. She belonged to one of the principal gypsy families in this country. The fact that they had no settled habitation, but lived in tents like Abraham and Isaac, had nothing to do with poverty. The silver buttons on her father's coat were, she said, worth nearly £20, and when a friend of any distinction came to tea with them, they spread a tablecloth of fine linen on the grass, and set out upon it the best of china, and a tea service of hall-marked silver. She said her friends, as much as any gentleman in the land, scorned stealing, and affirmed that no real gypsy would risk his neck for his belly, except he was driven by hunger. All her family could read, she said, and carried a big Bible about with them. One summer they were encamped for several months in the neighborhood of Edinburgh, making horn spoons and baskets, and some of them working in tin. There they were visited by a clergyman who talked and read the Bible to them and prayed with them. But all their visitors were not of the same sort with him. One of them was a young fellow of loose character, a clerk in the city, who, attracted by her appearance, prevailed upon her to meet him often. She was not then 18. Any aberration from the paths of modesty is exceedingly rare among the gypsies and regarded with severity, and her father, hearing of this, gave her a terrible punishment with the whip he used in driving his horses. In terror of what would follow when the worst came to be known, she ran away, and, soon forsaken by her so-called lover, wandered about, a common vagrant, until her baby was born, under the stars, on a summer night, in a field of long grass. For some time she wandered up and down, longing to join some tribe of her own people, but dreading unspeakably the disgrace of her motherhood. At length, having found a home for her child, she associated herself with a gang of gypsies of inferior character, amongst whom she had many hardships to endure. Things, however, bettered a little after one of their number was hanged for stabbing a cousin, and her position improved. It was not, however, any intention of carrying off her child to share her present lot, but the urgings of mere mother-hunger for the sight of her, that drove her to the hall. When she had succeeded in enticing her out of sight of the house, however, the longing to possess her grew fierce, and braving all consequences, or rather, I presume, unable to weigh them, she did carry her away. Foiled in this attempt, and seeing that her chance of future success in any similar one were diminished by it, she sought some other plan. Learning that one of the family was married and had removed to London, she succeeded, through gypsy acquaintances who lodged occasionally near Tottenham Court Road, in finding out where we lived, and carried off Ethel with the vague intent, as we had rightly conjectured, of using her as a means for the recovery of her own child. Theodora was now about 7 years of age, almost as wild as ever. Although tolerably obedient, she was not nearly so much so as the other children had been at her age, partly perhaps because my father could not bring himself to use that severity to the child of other people with which he had judged it proper to treat his own. Miss Clare was present, with my father and the rest of the family, when the mother and daughter met. They were all more than curious to see how the child would behave, and whether there would be any sign of an instinct that drew her to her parent. In this, however, they were disappointed. It was a fine, warm forenoon when she came running onto the lawn where they were assembled, the gypsy mother with them. "There she is," said my father to the woman. "Make the best of yourself you can." Miss Clare said the poor creature turned very pale, but her eyes glowed with such a fire. With the cunning of her race, she knew better than bound forward and catch up the child in her arms. She walked away from the rest, and stood watching the little damsel romping merrily with Mr. Wagtail. They thought she recognized the dog, and was afraid of him. She had put on a few silver ornaments, which she had either kept or managed to procure, notwithstanding her poverty, for both the men and women of her race manifest in a strong degree that love for barbaric adornment which, as well as their other peculiarities, points to an Eastern origin. The glittering of these in the sun, and the glow of her red scarf in her dark hair, along with the strangeness of her whole appearance, attracted the child, and she approached to look at her nearer. Then the mother took from her pocket a large gilded ball, which had probably been one of the ornaments on the top of a clock, and rolled it gleaming golden along the grass. Theo and Mr. Wagtail bounded after it with a shriek and a bark. Having examined it for a moment, the child threw it again along the lawn, and this time the mother, lithe as a leopard and fleet as a savage, joined in the chase, caught it first, and again sent it spinning away, farther from the assembled group. Once more all three followed in swift pursuit, but this time the mother took care to allow the child to seize the treasure. After the sport had continued a little while, what seemed a general consultation of mother, child, and dog took place over the bauble, and presently they saw that Theo was eating something. "I trust," said my mother, "she won't hurt the child with any nasty stuff." "She will not do so wittingly," said my father. "You may be sure. Anyhow, we must not interfere." In a few minutes more the mother approached them with a subdued look of triumph, and her eyes overflowing with light, carrying the child in her arms. Theo was playing with some foreign coins which adorned her hair, and with a string of coral and silver beads round her neck. For the rest of the day they were left to do as much as they pleased, only every one kept good watch. But in the joy of recovering her child, the mother seemed herself to have gained a new and childlike spirit. The more than willingness with which she hastened to do what, even in respect of her child, was requested of her, as if she fully acknowledged the right of authority in those who had been her best friends, was charming. Whether this would last when the novelty of the new experience had worn off, whether jealousy would not then come in for its share in the ordering of her conduct, remained to be shown. But in the meantime the good in her was uppermost. She was allowed to spend a whole fortnight in making friends with her daughter, before a word was spoken about the future. The design of my father being through the child to win the mother. Certain people considered him not eager enough to convert the wicked. Whatever apparent indifference he showed in that direction arose from his utter belief in the guiding of God and his dread of outrunning his designs. He would follow the operation of the Spirit. "Your forced hothouse fruits," he would say, "are often finer to look at than those which have waited for God's wind and weather. But what are they worth in respect of all for the sake of which fruit exists?" Until an opportunity, then, was thrown in his way, he would hold back; but when it was clear to him that he had to minister, then he was thoughtful, watchful, instant, unswerving. You might have seen him during this time, as the letters of Connie inform me, often standing for minutes together watching the mother and daughter and pondering in his heart concerning them. Every advantage being thus offered her, not without the stirring of some natural pangs in those who had hitherto mothered the child, the fortnight had not passed before, to all appearance, the unknown mother was with the child the greatest favorite of all, and it was my father's expectation, for he was a profound believer in blood, that the natural and generic instincts of the child would be developed together. In other words, that as she grew in what was common to humanity, she would grow likewise in what belonged to her individual origin. This was not altogether comforting expectation to those of us who neither had so much faith as he, nor saw so hopefully the good that lay in every evil. One twilight he overheard the following talk between them. When they came near where he sat, Theodora, carried by her mother, and pulling at her neck with her arms, was saying, "Tell me, tell me, tell me," in the tone of one who would compel an answer to a question, repeatedly asked in vain. "What do you want me to tell you?" said her mother. "You know well enough. Tell me your name." In reply, she uttered a few words my father did not comprehend, and took to be Singaree. The child shook her petulantly and with violence, crying, "That's nonsense. I don't know what you say, and I don't know what to call you." My father had desired the household, if possible, to give no name to the woman in the child's hearing. "Call me ma'am, if you like." "But you're not a lady, and I won't say ma'am to you," said Theo, rude as a child will sometimes be when least she intends offence. Her mother set her down and gave a deep sigh. Was it only that the child's restlessness and roughness tired her? My father thought otherwise. Tell me, the child persisted, beating her with her little clenched fist. "Take me up again, and tell me, or I will make you." My father thought it time to interfere. He stepped forward. The woman started with a little cry, and caught up the child. "Theo," said my father, "I cannot allow you to be rude, especially to one who loves you more than any one else loves you." The woman set her down again, dropped on her knees, and caught and kissed his hand. The child stared, but she stood in awe of my father, perhaps the more that she had none for any one else, and, when her mother lifted her once more, was carried away in silence. The difficulty was got over by the child being told to call her mother nurse. My father was now sufficiently satisfied with immediate results to carry out the remainder of his contingent plan, of which my mother heartily approved. The gardener and his wife, being elderly people and having no family, therefore not requiring the whole of their cottage, which was within a short distance of the house, could spare a room, which my mother got arranged for the gypsy, and there she was housed, with free access to her child, and the understanding that when Theo liked to sleep with her, she was at liberty to do so. She was always ready to make herself useful, but it was little she could do for some time, and it was with difficulty that she settled to any occupation at all continuous. Before long it became evident that her old habits were working in her and making her restless. She was pining after the liberty of her old wandering life, with sun and wind, space and change all about her. It was spring, and the reviving life of nature was rousing in her the longing for motion and room and variety engendered by the roving centuries which had passed since her first ancestors were driven from their homes in far Hindostan. But my father had foreseen the probability, and had already thought over what could be done for her if the wandering passion should revive too powerfully. He reasoned that there was nothing bad in such an impulse, one doubtless which would have been felt in all its force by Abraham himself, had he quitted his tents and gone to dwell in a city. however much its indulgence might place her at a disadvantage in the midst of a settled social order. He saw, too, that any attempt to coerce it would probably result in entire frustration, that the passion for old forms of freedom would gather tenfold vigor in consequence. It would be far better to favor its indulgence, in the hope that the love of her child would, like an elastic but infrangible cord, gradually tame her down to a more settled life. He proposed, therefore, that she should, as a matter of duty, go and visit her parents, and let them know of her welfare. She looked alarmed. "Your father will show you no unkindness, I am certain, after the lapse of so many years," he added. "Think it over, and tell me tomorrow how you feel about it. You shall go by train to Edinburgh, and once there will soon be able to find them. Of course you couldn't take the child with you, but she will be safe with us till you come back." The result was that she went, and having found her people and spent a fortnight with them, returned in less than a month. The rest of the year she remained quietly at home, stilling her desires by frequent and long rambles with her child, in which Mr. Wagtail always accompanied them. My father thought it better to run the risk of her escaping than force the thought of it upon her by appearing not to trust her. But it came out that she had a suspicion that the dog was there to prevent, or at least expose, any such imprudence. The following spring she went on a second visit to her friends, but was back within a week, and the next year did not go at all. Meanwhile, my father did what he could to teach her, presenting every truth as something it was necessary she should teach her child. With this duty, he said, he always baited the hook with which he fished for her, or to take a figure from the old hawking days, her eyes is the lure with which I would reclaim the haggard hawk. What will be the final result? Who dares prophesy? At my old house she still resides, grateful and in some measure useful, idolizing, but not altogether spoiling her child, who understands the relation between them and now calls her mother. Dora teaches Theo, and the mother comes in for what share she inclines to appropriate. She does not take much to reading, but is fond of listening, and is a regular and devout attendant at public worship. Above all, they have sufficing proof that her conscience is awake, and that she gives some heed to what it says. Mr. Blackburn was right when he told me that good I was able to foresee would result from the loss which then drowned me in despair. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. Troubles. In the beginning of the following year, the lady who filled Miss Clare's place was married, and Miss Clare resumed the teaching of Judy's children. She was now so handsomely paid for her lessons that she had reduced the number of her engagements very much, and had more time to give to the plans in which she labored with Lady Bernard. The latter would willingly have settled such an annuity upon her as would have enabled her to devote all her time to this object. But Miss Clare felt that the earning of her bread was one of the natural ties that bound her in the bundle of social life, and that in what she did of a spiritual kind she must be untrammelled by money relations. If she could not do both, provide for herself and assist others, it would be a different thing, she said, for then it would be clear that Providence intended her to receive the hire of the laborer for the necessity laid upon her. But what influenced her chiefly was the dread of having anything she did for her friends attributed to professional motives, instead of the recognition of eternal relations. Besides, as she said, it would both lessen the means at Lady Bernard's disposal and cause herself to feel bound to spend all her energies in that one direction, in which case she would be deprived of the recreative influences of change and more polished society. In her labor she would yet feel her freedom, and would not serve even Lady Bernard for money, except she saw clearly that such was the will of the one master. In thus refusing her offer, she but rose in her friend's estimation. In the spring, great trouble fell upon the Morleys. One of the children was taken with scarlet fever, and then another and another was seized in such rapid succession, until 5 of them were laying ill together, that there was no time to think of removing them. Cousin Judy would accept no assistance in nursing them, beyond that of her own maids, until her strength gave way, and she took the infection herself in the form of diphtheria, when she was compelled to take to her bed in such agony at the thought of handing her children over to hired nurses, that there was great ground for fearing her strength would yield. She lay moaning, with her eyes shut, when a hand was laid on hers, and Miss Clare's voice was in her ear. She had come to give her usual lesson to one of the girls who had as yet escaped the infection, for, when she took every precaution, she never turned aside from her work for any dread of consequences, and when she heard that Mrs. Morley had been taken ill, she walked straight to her room. "Go away," said Judy. "Do you want to die too?" "Dear Mrs. Morley," said Miss Clare, "I will just run home and make a few arrangements, and then come back and nurse you." "Never mind me," said Judy. "The children, the children! What should I do? I am quite able to look after you all, if you will allow me to bring a young woman to help me." "You are an angel," said poor Judy, "but there is no occasion to bring any one with you. My servants are quite competent." "I must have everything in my own hands," said Miss Clare, "and therefore must have some one who will do exactly as I tell her. This girl has been with me now for some time, and I can depend upon her. Servants always look down upon governesses." "Do whatever you like, you blessed creature," said Judy. "If any one of my servants behaves improperly to you, or neglects your orders, she shall go as soon as I am up again. I would rather give them as little opportunity as I can of running the risk. If I may bring this friend of my own, I shall soon have the house under hospital regulations. But I have been talking too much. I might almost have returned by this time. It is a bad beginning if I have to hurt you already by saying more than was necessary." She had hardly left the room before Judy had fallen asleep, so much was she relieved by the offer of her services, ere she awoke. Marion was in a cab on her way back to Bolivar Square, with her friend and 2 carpet bags. Within an hour she had entrenched herself in a spare bedroom, had lighted a fire, got encumbering finery out of the way, arranged all the medicines on a chest of drawers, and set the clock on the mantelpiece going, made the round of the patients, who were all in adjoining rooms, and the round of the house, to see that the disinfectants were fresh and active, added to their number, and then gone to await the arrival of the medical attendant in Mrs. Morley's room. "Dr. Brand might have been a little more gracious," said Judy, but I thought it better not to interrupt him by explaining that you were not the professional nurse he took you for." "Indeed, there was no occasion," answered Miss Clare. "I should have told him so myself, had it not been that I did a nurse's regular work in St. George's Hospital for 2 months, and have been there for a week or so several times since, so that I believe I have earned the right to be spoken to as such. Anyhow, I understand every word he said." Meeting Mr. Morley in the hall, the doctor advised him not to go near his wife, diphtheria being so infectious, but comforted him with the assurance that the nurse appeared an intelligent young person who would attend to all his directions, adding, "I could have wished she had been older, but there is a great deal of illness about, and experienced nurses are scarce." Miss Clare was a week in the house before Mr. Morley saw her, or knew she was there. One evening she ran down to the dining room, where he sat over his lonely glass of Madeira to get some brandy, and went straight to the sideboard. As she turned to leave the room, he recognized her and said, in some astonishment, "You need not trouble yourself, Miss Clare. The nurse can get what she wants from Hawkins. Indeed, I don't see—" "Excuse me, Mr. Morley. If you wish to speak to me, I will return in a few minutes. But I have a good deal to attend to just at this moment." She left the room, and as he had said nothing in reply, did not return. 2 days after, about the same hour, whether suspecting the fact or for some other reason, he requested the butler to send the nurse to him. "The nurse from the nursery, sir? Or the young person as teaches the young ladies the piano?" asked Hawkins. "I mean the sick nurse," said the master. In a few minutes Miss Clare entered the dining room and approached Mr. Morley. "How do you do, Miss Clare?" he said stiffly, for to any one in his employment he was gracious only now and then. "Allow me to say that I doubt the propriety of your being here so much. You cannot fail to carry the infection. I think your lessons had better be postponed until all your pupils are able to benefit by them. I have just sent for the nurse, and, if you please—" "Yes, Hawkins told me you wanted me," said Miss Clare. "I did not want you. He must have been mistaken. I am the nurse, Mr. Morley." "Then I must say it is not with my approval," he returned, rising from his chair in anger. "I was given to understand that a properly qualified person was in charge of my wife and family. This is no ordinary case, where a little coddling is all that is wanted." "I am perfectly qualified, Mr. Morley." He walked up and down the room several times. "I must speak to Mrs. Morley about this," he said. "I entreat you will not disturb her. She is not so well this afternoon." "How is this, Miss Clare? Pray explain to me how it is that you come to be taking part in the affairs of the family so very different from that for which which was arranged between Mrs. Morley and yourself." "It is but an illustration of the law of supply and demand," answered Marion. "A nurse was wanted. Mrs. Morley had strong objections to a hired nurse, and I was very glad to be able to set her mind at rest." "It was very obliging in you, no doubt," he returned, forcing the admission. But, let us leave it for the present, if you please, for while I am a nurse I must mind my business. Dr. Brand expresses himself quite satisfied with me, so far as we have gone, and it is better for the children, not to mention Mrs. Morley, to have someone about them that they are used to." She left the room without waiting further parley. Dr. Brand, however, not only set Mr. Morley's mind at rest as to her efficiency, but when a terrible time of anxiety was at length over, during which one after another, and especially Judy herself, had been in great danger, assured him that, but for the vigilance and intelligence of Miss Clare, joined to a certain soothing influence which she exercised over every one of her patients. He did not believe he could have brought Mrs. Morley through. Then, indeed, he changed his tone to her in a measure, still addressing her as from a height of superiority. They had recovered so far that they were to set out the next morning for Hastings, when he thus addressed her, having sent for her once more to the dining-room. "I hope you will accompany them, Miss Clare," he said. "By this time you must be in no small need of a change yourself." "The best change for me will be Lime Court," she answered, laughing. "Now, pray don't drive your goodness to the verge of absurdity," he said, pleasantly. "Indeed, I am anxious about my friends there," she returned. "I fear they have not been getting on quite so well without me. A Bible woman and a Roman Catholic have been quarrelling dreadfully, I hear." Mr. Morley compressed his lips. It was annoying to be so much indebted to one who, from whatever motives, called such people her friends. "Oblige me, then," he said, loftily, taking an envelope from the mantelpiece and handing it to her, "by opening that at your leisure." "I will open it now, if you please," she returned. It contained a bank-note for £100. Mr. Morley, though a hard man, was not by any means stingy. She replaced it in the envelope and laid it again on the chimney-piece. "You owe me nothing, Mr. Morley," she said. "Owe you nothing? I owe you more than I can ever repay." "Then don't try it, please. You are very generous, but indeed I could not accept it." "You must oblige me. You might take it from me," he added, almost pathetically, as if the bond was so close that money was nothing between them. "You are the last, one of the last, I could take money from, Mr. Morley." "Why?" "Because you think so much of it, and yet would look down on me the more if I accepted it." He bit his lip, rubbed his forehead with his hand, threw back his head, and turned away from her. "I should be very sorry to offend you," she said, "and, believe me, this is hardly anything I value less than money. I have enough, and could have plenty more if I liked. I would rather have your friendship than all the money you possess. But that cannot be, so long as—" She stopped. She was on the point of going too far, she thought. "So long as what?" he returned sternly. "So long as you are a worshipper of Mammon," she answered, and left the room. She burst out crying when she came to this point. She had narrated the whole with the air of one making a confession. "I'm afraid it was very wrong," she said, "and if so, then it was very rude as well. But something seemed to force it out of me. Just think. There was a generous heart, clogged up with self-importance and wealth. To me, as he stood there on the hearth-rug, he was a most pitiful object, with an impervious wall betwixt him and the kingdom of heaven. He seemed like a man in a terrible dream, for which I must awake him by calling aloud in his ear. Except that, alas, the dream was not terrible to him, only to me. If he had been one of my poor friends, guilty of some plain fault, I should have told him so without compunction, and why not, being what he was? There he stood, a man of estimable qualities, of beneficence, if not bounty, no miser, nor consciously unjust, yet a man whose heart the moth and rust were eating into a sponge, who went to church every Sunday and had many friends, not one of whom, not even his own wife, would tell him that he was a Mammon worshipper and losing his life. It may have been useless, it may have been wrong, but I felt driven to it by a bare human pity for the misery I saw before me. "It looks to me as if you had the message given you to give him," I said. "But, though I don't know it, What if I was annoyed with him for offering me that wretched £100, in doing which he was acting up to the light that was in him? I could not help thinking of the light which is darkness, but I did not say so. Strange tableau in this would-be grand 19th century. A young and poor woman, prophet-like, rebuking a wealthy London merchant on his own hearthrug as a worshipper of Mammon. I think she was right, not because he was wrong, but because, as I firmly believe, she did it for no personal motives whatever. Although in her modesty she doubted herself, I believe it was from pure regard for the man and for the truth, urging her to an irresistible utterance. If so, should we not say that she spoke by the Spirit? Only I shudder to think what utterance might, with an equal outward show, be attributed to the same Spirit. Well, to his own master every one standeth or falleth, whether an old prophet who, with a lie in his right hand, entraps an honorable guest, or a young prophet who, with the repentance in his heart, walks calmly into the jaws of the waiting lion. Footnote: see the sermons of Reverend Henry Whitehead, Vicar of St. John's, Limehouse, as remarkable for the profundity of their insight as for the noble severity of their literary modelling. G.M.D. And no one can tell what effects the words may have had upon him. I do not believe he ever mentioned the circumstances to his wife. At all events, there was no change in her manner to Miss Clare. Indeed, I could not help fancying that a little halo of quiet reverence now encircled the love in every look she cast upon her. She firmly believed that Marion had saved her life and that of more than one of her children. Nothing, she said, could equal the quietness and tenderness and tirelessness of her nursing. She was never flurried, never impatient, and never frightened. Even when the tears would be flowing down her face, the light never left her eyes, nor the music her voice. And when they were all getting better, and she had the nursery piano brought out of the landing in the middle of the sick rooms, and there played and sung to them, it was, she said, like the voice of an angel, come fresh to the earth, with the same old news of peace and goodwill. When the children, this I had from a friend she brought with her, were tossing in the fever, and talking of strange and frightful things they saw, one word from her would quiet them, and her gentle, firm command was always sufficient to make the most fastidious and rebellious take his medicine. She came out of it very pale and a good deal worn, but the day they set off for Hastings she returned to Lime Court. The next day she resumed her lessons, and soon recovered her usual appearance. A change of work, she always said, was a best restorative. But before a month was over, I succeeded in persuading her to accept my mother's invitation to spend a week at the Hall, and from this visit she returned quite invigorated. Connie, whom she went to see, for by this time she was married to Mr. Turner, was especially delighted with her delight in the simplicities of nature. Born and bred in the closest town environment, she had yet a sensitiveness to all that made the country so dear to us who were born in it, which Connie said surpassed ours, and gave her special satisfaction as proving that my oft-recurring dread lest such feelings might be the result of childish associations was groundless, and that they were essential to the human nature, and so felt by God himself. Driving along in the pony carriage, for Connie is not able to walk much, although she is well enough to enjoy life thoroughly, Marion would remark upon 10 things in a morning that my sister had never observed. The various effects of light and shade, and the variety of feelings they caused, especially interested her. She would spy out a lurking sunbeam, as another would find a hidden flower. It seemed as if not a glitter in its nest of gloom could escape her. She would leave the carriage and make a long round through the fields or woods, and, when they met at the appointed spot, would have her hands full not of flowers only, but of leaves and grasses and weedy things, showing the deepest interest in such lowly forms as few would notice except from a scientific knowledge, of which she had none. It was the thing itself, its look and its home, that drew her attention. I cannot help thinking that this insight was profoundly one with her interest in the corresponding regions of human life and circumstances. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 27 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan MacDonald. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 27. Miss Clare amongst her friends. I must give an instance of the way in which Marion, I am tired of calling her Miss Clare, and about this time I began to drop it, exercised her influence over her friends. I trust the episode, in a story so fragmentary as mine, made up of pieces only of a quiet and ordinary life, will not seem unsuitable. How I wish I could give it to you as she told it to me. So graphic was her narrative, and so true to the forms of speech amongst the London poor. I must do what I can, well assured it must come far short of the original representation. One evening, as she was walking up to her attic, she heard a noise in one of the rooms, followed by a sound of weeping. It was occupied by a journeyman house painter and his wife, who had been married several years, but whose only child had died about 6 months before, since which loss things had not been going on so well between them. Some natures cannot bear sorrow. It makes them irritable, and instead of drawing them closer to their own, tends to isolate them. When she entered, she found the woman crying, and the man in a lurid sulk. "What is the matter?" she asked, no doubt in her usual cheerful tone. "I little thought it would come to this when I married him," sobbed the woman, while the man remained motionless and speechless on his chair, with his legs stretched out at full length before him. "Would you mind telling me about it? There may be some mistake, you know." "There ain't no mistake in that," said the woman, removing the apron she had been holding to her eyes, and turning a cheek towards Marion, upon which the marks of an open-handed blow were visible enough. "I didn't marry him to be knocked about like that." "She calls that knocking about, do she?" growled the husband. "What does she go for to throw her cotton gown to my teeth for, as if it was my blame she weren't in silks and satins?" After a good deal of questioning on her part, and confused and recriminative statement on theirs, Marion made out the following as the facts of the case. For the first time since they were married, the wife had had an invitation to spend the evening with some female friends. The party had taken place the night before, and although she had returned in ill humour, it had not broken out until just as Marion entered the house. The cause was this. None of the guests were in a station much superior to her own, yet she found herself the only one who had not a silk dress. Hers was a print, and shabby. Now, when she was married, she had a silk dress, of which she said her husband had been proud enough when they were walking together. But when she saw the last of it, she saw the last of its sort, for never another had he given her to her back, and she didn't marry him to come down in the world, that she didn't. "Of course not," said Marion. "You married him because you loved him, and thought him the finest fellow you knew." "And so he was then, Granny, but just look at him now." The man moved uneasily, but without bending his outstretched legs. The fact was that since the death of the child he had so far taken to drink that he was not unfrequently the worse for it, which had been a rare occurrence before. "It ain't my fault," he said. "When work ain't a-goin', if I don't dress her like a duchess, I'm as proud to see my wife rigged out as e'er a man on 'em, and that she know. And when she cast the contrary up to me, I'm blowed if I could keep my hands off on her. She ain't the woman I took her for, miss. She have a temper." "I don't doubt it," said Marion. "Temper is a troublesome thing with all of us, and makes us do things we're sorry for afterwards. You're sorry for striking her, ain't you now?" There was no response. Around the sullen heart silence closed again. Doubtless he would have given much to obliterate the fact, but he would not confess that he had been wrong. We are so stupid that confession seems to us to fix the wrong upon us, instead of throwing it, as it does, into the depths of the eternal sea. "I may have my temper," said the woman, a little mollified at finding, as she thought, that Miss Clare took her part. "But here am I, slaving from morning to night to make both ends meet, and going out every job I can get a washing or a charring, and never having a bit of fun from year's end to year's end, and him off to his club, as he calls it, and it's a club he likes to blow out my brains with some night when he comes home in a drunken fit. For it's worse and worse he'll get, miss, like the rest on 'em, till no woman could be proud, as once I was, to call him hers. And when I do go out to tea for once in a way, to be jeered at by them as is no better nor no worse than myself, acause I ain't got a husband as cares enough for me to dress me decent. That do stick on my gizzard. I do dearly love to have neighbours think my husband care a bit about me, let it be and he don't, one hair. And when he send me out like that—" Here she broke down afresh. "Why didn't you stop at home then? I didn't tell you to go," he said fiercely, calling her a coarse name. "Richard," said Marion, "such words are not fit for me to hear, still less for your own wife." "Oh, never mind me, I'm used to sich," said the woman spitefully. "It's a lie," roared the man. "I never named such a word to you afore. It do make me mad to hear you. I drink the clothes off your back, do I? If I bed the money, you might go in velvet and lace for all I cared." "She would care little to go in gold and diamonds if you didn't care to see her in them," said Marion. At this, the woman burst into fresh tears, and the man put on a face of contempt, the worst sign, Marion said, she had yet seen in him, not accepting the blow, for to despise is worse than to strike. I can't help stopping my story here to put in a reflection that forces itself upon me. Many a man would regard with disgust the idea of striking his wife, who will yet cherish against her an aversion which is infinitely worse. The working man who strikes his wife, but is sorry for it, and tries to make amends by being more tender after it, a result which many a woman will consider cheap at the price of a blow endured, is an immeasurably superior husband to the gentleman who shows his wife the most absolute politeness, but uses that very politeness as a breastwork to fortify himself in his disregard and contempt. Marion saw that while the tides ran thus high, nothing could be done, certainly at least in the way of argument. Whether the man had been drinking she could not tell, but suspected that must have a share in the evil of his mood. She went up to him, laid her hand on his shoulder, and said, "You're out of sorts, Richard. Come and have a cup of tea, and I will sing to you." "I don't want no tea." "You're fond of the piano, though, and you like to hear me sing, don't you?" "Well, I do," he muttered, as if the admission were forced from him. "Come with me, then." He dragged himself up from his chair, and was about to follow her. "You ain't going to take him from me, Granny, after he's been and struck me," interposed his wife, in a tone half pathetic, half injured. "Come after us in a few minutes," said Marion, in a low voice, and led the way from the room. Quiet as a lamb, Richard followed her upstairs. She made him sit in the easy-chair, and began with a low, plaintive song, which she followed with other songs, and music of a similar character. He neither heard nor saw his wife enter, and both sat for about 20 minutes without a word spoken. Then Marion made a pause, and the wife rose and approached her husband. He was fast asleep. "Don't wake him," said Marion. "Let him have his sleep out. You go down and get the place tidy and a nice bit of supper for him, if you can." "Oh, yes, he brought me home his week's wages this very night." "The whole?" "Yes, Granny." "Then weren't you too hard upon him? Just think, he had been trying to behave himself, and had got the better of the public house for once, and come home fancying you'd be so pleased to see him, and you—" "He'd been drinking," interrupted Eliza. "Only he said as how it was but a pot of beer he'd won in a wager from a mate of his." "Well, if, after that beginning, he yet brought you home his money, he ought to have had another kind of reception. To think of the wife of a poor man making such a fuss about a silk dress. Why, Eliza, I never had a silk dress in my life, and I don't think I ever shall." "Laws, Granny, who'd have thought that now?" "You see, I have other uses for my money than buying things for show." "That you do, Granny. But you see," she added, somewhat inconsequently, "we ain't got no child, and Dicky take it ill of me, and don't care to save his money, so he never takes me out nowheres, and I do be so tired of stopping indoors, every day and all day long, that it turns me sour, I do believe. I didn't used to be cross-grained, miss, but laws, I feels now as if I'd let him knock me about ever so, if only he wouldn't say as how it was nothing to him if I was dressed ever so fine." "You run and get his supper." Eliza went, and Marion, sitting down again to her instrument, improvised for an hour. Next to her New Testament, this was her greatest comfort. She sung and prayed both in one then, and nobody but God heard anything but the piano. Nor did it impede the flow of her best thoughts, that in a chair beside her slumbered a weary man, the waves of whose evil passions she had stilled, and the sting of whose disappointments she had soothed, with the sweet airs and concords of her own spirit. Who could say what tender influences might not be stealing over him, borne on the fair sounds? For even the formless and the void was roused into life and joy by the wind that roamed over the face of its deep. No humanity jarred with hers. In the presence of the most degraded, she felt God there. A face, even if besotted, was a face, only in virtue of being in the image of God. That a man was a man at all must be because he was God's, and this man was far indeed from being of the worst. With him beside her, she could pray with most of the good of having the door of her closet shut, and some of the good of the gathering together as well. Thus was love, as ever, the assimilator of the foreign, the harmonizer of the unlike, the builder of the temple in the desert, and of the chamber in the marketplace. As she sat and discoursed with herself, she perceived that the woman was as certainly suffering from ennui as any fine lady in Mayfair. "Have you ever been to the National Gallery, Richard?" she asked, without turning her head, the moment she heard him move. "No, Granny," he answered with a yawn. "Don't a'most know what sort of a place it be now. Waxwork, ain't it?" "No, it's a great place, full of pictures, many of them hundreds of years old. They're taken care of by the government, just for people to go and look at. Wouldn't you like to go and see them some day?" "Dunno as I should much." "If I were to go with you now and explain some of them to you, I want you to take your wife and me out for a holiday. You can't think, you who go out to your work every day, how tiresome it is to be in the house from morning to night, especially at this time of the year when the sun's shining and the very sparrows trying to sing." "She may go out when she please, Granny. I ain't no tyrant." "But she doesn't care to go without you. You wouldn't have her like one of those slatternly women you see standing at the corners, with their fists in their sides and their elbows sticking out, ready to talk to anybody that comes in the way." "My wife was never none of sich, Granny. I knows her as well as e'er a one, though she do have a temper of her own." At this moment, Eliza appeared in the doorway, saying, "Will you come to your supper, Dick? I have got a slice of ham and a hot tater for ye. Come along." "Well, I don't know as I mind, just to please you, Liza. I believe I have been asleep in Granny's chair there, her a-playing and a-singing. I make no doubt like a weary nightingale, bless her, and me a-snoring all to myself like a runaway locomotive. Won't you come and have a slice of the ham and a tater, Granny? The more you ate, the less we'd grudge it. I'm sure of that, chimed in Eliza. Do now, Granny, please do. I will, with pleasure, said Marion, and they went down together. Eliza had got the table set out nicely, with a foaming jug of porter beside the ham and potatoes. Before they had finished, Marion had persuaded Richard to take his wife and her to the National Gallery, the next day but one, which, fortunately for her purpose, was Whit Monday, a day whereon Richard, who was from the north, always took a holiday. At the National Gallery, the house painter, in virtue of his craft, claimed the exercise of criticism, and his remarks were amusing enough. He had more than once painted a signboard for a country inn, which fact formed a bridge between the covering of square yards with colour and the painting of pictures, and he naturally used the vantage ground thus gained to enhance his importance with his wife and Miss Clare. He was rather a clever fellow too, though as little educated in any other direction than that of his calling as might well be. All the woman seemed to care about in the pictures was this or that something which reminded her, often remotely enough I dare say, of her former life in the country. Towards the close of their visit, they approached a picture, one of Khaghbboommm's, I think, which at once riveted her attention. Look, Dick, she cried. There's just such a cart as my father used to drive to the town in. Farmer White always sent him when the mistress wanted anything and he didn't care to go himself. And, oh, Dick, there's the very moral of the cottage we lived in. Ain't it a love now? Nice enough, Dick replied. But it warn't there I seed you, Liza. It were at the big house where you was housemaid, you know. That'll be it, I suppose. Away there, like, over the trees. They turned and looked at each other, and Marion turned away. When she looked again, they were once more gazing at the picture, but close together, and hand in hand, like two children. As they went home in the omnibus, the two averred they had never spent a happier holiday in their lives, and from that day to this, no sign of their quarrelling has come to Marion's knowledge. They are not only her regular attendants on Saturday evenings, but on Sunday evenings as well, when she holds a sort of conversation sermon with her friends. End of chapter 27. Recording by Susan MacDonald.
Chapter 31 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. Mr. Morley. As soon as my cousin Judy returned from Hastings, I called to see her, and found them all restored, except Amy, a child of between 8 and 9. There was nothing very definite the matter with her, but she was white and thin, and looked wistful. The blue of her eyes had grown pale, and her fair locks had nearly lost the curl which had so well suited her rosy cheeks. She had been her father's pride for her looks, and her mother's for her sayings, at once odd and simple. Judy that morning reminded me how, one night when she was about 3 years old, sometimes after she had gone to bed, she had called her nurse and insisted on her mother's coming. Judy went, prepared to find her feverish, for there had been jam making that day, and she feared she had been having more than the portion which on such occasion fell to her share. When she reached the nursery, Amy begged to be taken up that she might say her prayers over again. Her mother objected, but the child, insisting in that pretty, petulant way which so pleased her father, she yielded, thinking she must have omitted some clause in her prayers, and be therefore troubled in her conscience. Amy accordingly kneeled by the bedside in her nightgown, and, having gone over all her petitions from beginning to end, paused a moment before the final word and inserted the following special and peculiar request: "And please, God, give me some more jam tomorrow day, forever and ever. Amen." I remember my father being quite troubled when he heard that the child had been rebuked for offering what was probably her very first genuine prayer. The rebuke, however, had little effect on the equanimity of the petitioner, for she was fast asleep a moment after it. "There is one thing that puzzles and annoys me," said Judy. "I can't think what it means. My husband tells me that Miss Clare was so rude to him the day before we left for Hastings that he would rather not be aware of it any time she is in the house. Those were his very words. 'I will not interfere with your doing as you think proper,' he said, 'seeing you consider yourself under such obligation to her, and I should be sorry to deprive her of the advantage of giving lessons in the house like this, but I wish you to be careful that the girls do not copy her manners. She has not by any means escaped the influence of the company she keeps.' I was utterly astonished, you may well think, but I could get no further explanation from him. He only said that when I wished to have her company of an evening, I must let him know, because he would then dine at his club. Not knowing the grounds of his offence, there was little other argument I could use than the reiteration of my certainty that he must have misunderstood her. 'Not in the least,' he said. 'I have no doubt she is to you everything amiable, but she has taken some unaccountable aversion to me, and loses no opportunity of showing it. And I don't think I deserve it. I told him I was so sure he did not deserve it that I must believe there was some mistake. But he only shook his head and raised his newspaper. 'You must help me, little cause.' 'How am I to help you, Judy dear?' I returned. 'I can't interfere between husband and wife, you know. If I dare such a thing, he would quarrel with me too, and rightly.' 'No, no,' she returned, laughing. 'I don't want your intercession. I only want you to find out from Miss Clare whether she knows how she has so mortally offended my husband. I believe she knows nothing about it. She has a rather abrupt manner sometimes, you know. But then my husband is not so silly as to have taken such deep offence at that. Help me, now, there's a dear.' I promised I would, and hence came the story I have already given. But Marion was so distressed at the result of her words, and so anxious that Judy should not be hurt, that she begged me, if I could manage it without a breach of verity, to avoid disclosing the matter, especially seeing Mr. Morley himself judged it too heinous to impart to his wife. How to manage it I could not think, but at length we arranged it between us. I told Judy that Marion confessed to having said something which had offended Mr. Morley, that she was very sorry, and hoped she need not say that such had not been her intention, but that, as Mr. Morley evidently preferred what had passed between them to remain unmentioned, to disclose it would be merely to swell the mischief. It would be better for them all, she requested me to say, that she should give up her lessons for the present, and therefore she hoped Mrs. Morley would excuse her. When I gave the message, Judy cried and said nothing. When the children heard that Marion was not coming for a while, Amy cried, the other girls looked very grave, and the boys protested. I have already mentioned that the fault I most dislike in those children was their incapacity for being petted. Something of it still remains, but of late I have remarked a considerable improvement in this respect. They have not only grown in kindness, but in the gift of receiving kindness. I cannot but attribute this, in chief measure, to their illness and the loving nursing of Marion. They do not yet go to their mother for petting, and from myself will only endure it. But they are eager after such crumbs as Marion, by no means lavish of it, will vouchsafe them. Judy insisted I should let Mr. Morley hear Marion's message. But the message is not to Mr. Morley, I said. Marion would never have thought of sending one to him. But if I ask you to repeat it in his hearing, you will not refuse? To this I consented, but I feared she was disappointed in the result. Her husband only smiled sarcastically, drew in his chin, and showed himself a little more cheerful than usual. One morning, about 2 months after, as I was sitting in the drawing-room with my baby on the floor beside me, I was surprised to see Judy's brougham pull up at the little gate, for it was early. When she got out, I perceived at once that something was amiss, and ran to open the door. Her eyes were red, and her cheeks ashy. The moment we reached the drawing-room, she sunk on the couch and burst into tears. "Judy," I cried, "what is the matter? Is Amy worse?" "No, no, cozzy dear, but we are ruined. We haven't a penny in the world. The children will be beggars." And there were the gay little horses champing their bits at the door, and the coachman sitting in all his glory, erect and impassive. I did my best to quiet her, urging no questions. With difficulty I got her to swallow a glass of wine, after which, with many interruptions and fresh outbursts of misery, she managed to let me understand that her husband had been speculating and had failed. I could hardly believe myself awake. Mr. Morley was the last man I should have thought capable either of speculating or of failing in it if he did. Knowing nothing about business, I shall not attempt to explain the particulars. Coincident failures amongst his correspondents had contributed to his fall. Judy said he had not been like himself for months, but it was only the night before that he had told her that they must give up their house in Bolivar Square and take a small one in the suburbs. For anything he could see, he said, he must look out for a situation. "Still, you may be happier than ever, Judy. I can tell that happiness does not depend on riches," I said, though I could not help crying with her. "It is a different thing, though, after you've been used to them," she answered. "But the question is of bread for my children, not of putting down my carriage." She rose hurriedly. "Where are you going? Is there anything I can do for you?" I asked. "Nothing," she answered. "I left my husband at Mr. Baddeley's. He is as rich as Croesus, and could write him a check that would float him." "He's too rich to be generous, I'm afraid," I said. "What do you mean by that?" she asked. "If he be so generous, how does it come that he is so rich?" "Why, his father made the money." "Then he most likely takes after his father. Percival says he does not believe a huge fortune was ever made of nothing, without such pinching of oneself and such scraping of others, or else such speculation as is essentially dishonorable." "He stands high," murmured Judy hopelessly. "Whether what is dishonorable be also disreputable depends on how many there are of his own sort in the society in which he moves. Now, coz, you know nothing to his discredit, and he's our last hope." "I will say no more," I answered. "I hope I may be quite wrong, only I should expect nothing of him." When she reached Mr. Baddeley's, her husband was gone, having driven to his counting-house, and been shown into his private room. She found him there with his head between his hands. The great man had declined doing anything for him, and had even rebuked him for his imprudence, without wasting a thought on the fact that every penny he himself possessed was the result of the boldest speculation on the part of his father. A very few days only would elapse before the falling due of certain bills must at once disclose the state of his affairs. As soon as she had left me, Percival not being at home, I put on my bonnet and went to find Marion. I must tell her everything that caused me either joy or sorrow, and besides, she had all the right that love could give to know of Judy's distress. I knew all her engagements, and therefore where to find her, and sent in my card, with the penciled intimation that I would wait the close of her lesson. In a few minutes she came out and got into the cab. At once I told her my sad news. "Could you take me to Cambridge Square to my next engagement?" she said. I was considerably surprised at the cool way in which she received the communication, but of course I gave the necessary directions. "Is there anything to be done?" she asked, after a pause. "I know of nothing," I answered. Again she sat silent for a few minutes. "One can't move without knowing all the circumstances and particulars," she said at length, "and how to get at them. He wouldn't make a confidant of me," she said, smiling sadly. "Ah, you little think what vast sums are concerned in such a failure as his," I remarked, astounded that one with her knowledge of the world should talk as she did. "It will be best," she said, after still another pause, "to go to Mr. Blackstone. He has a wonderful acquaintance with business for a clergyman, and knows many of the city people." "What could any clergyman do in such a case?" I returned. For Mr. Blackstone, Mr. Morley would not accept even consolation at his hands. "The time for that is not come yet," said Marion. "We must try to help him some other way first. We will, if we can make friends with him by means of the very mammon that has all but ruined him." She spoke of the great merchant just as she might of Richard, or any of the bricklayers or mechanics, whose spiritual condition she pondered that she might aid it. "But what could Mr. Blackstone do?" I insisted. "All I should want of him would be to find out for me what Mr. Morley's liabilities are, and how much would serve to tide him over the bar of his present difficulties. I suspect he has few friends who would risk anything for him. I understand he is no favourite in the city, and, if friendship do not come in, he must be stranded. You believe him an honourable man, do you not?" she asked abruptly. "It never entered my head to doubt it," I replied. The moment we reached Cambridge Square, she jumped out, ran up the stairs, and knocked at the door. I waited, wondering if she was going to leave me thus without a farewell. When the door was opened, she merely gave a message to the man, and the same instant was again in the cab by my side. "Now I am free," she said, and told the man to drive to Mile End. "I fear I can't go with you so far, Marion," I said. "I must go home. I have so much to see to, and you can do quite as well without me. I don't know what you intend, but please don't let anything come out. I can trust you, but—" "If you can trust me, I can trust Mr. Blackstone. He is the most cautious man in the world. Shall I get out and take another cab?" "No, you can drop me at Tottenham Court Road, and I will go home by omnibus. But you must let me pay the cab." "No, no. I am richer than you. I have no children. What fun is it to spend money for Mr. Morley and lay him under an obligation he will never know?" she said, laughing. The result of her endeavours was, that Mr. Blackstone, by a circuitous succession of introductions, reached Mr. Morley's confidential clerk, whom he was able so far to satisfy concerning his object in desiring the information, that he made him a full disclosure of the conditions of affairs, and stated what sum would be sufficient to carry them over their difficulties, though he added the greatest care and every possible reduction of expenditure for some years would be indispensable to their complete restoration. Mr. Blackstone carried his discoveries to Miss Clare, and she to Lady Bernard. "My dear Marion," said Lady Bernard, "this is a serious matter you suggest. The man may be honest, and yet it may be of no use trying to help him. I don't want to bolster him up for a few months in order to see my money go after his. That's not what I've got to do with it. No doubt I could lose as much as you mentioned, without being crippled by it, for I hope it's no disgrace in me to be rich, as it's none in you to be poor. But I hate waste, and I will not be guilty of it. If Mr. Morley will convince me, and any friend or man of business to whom I may refer the matter, that there is good probability of his recovering himself by means of it, then, and not till then, I shall feel justified in risking the amount. For, as you say, it would prevent much misery to many besides that good-hearted creature, Mrs. Morley, and her children. It is worth doing if it can be done, not worth trying if it can't. Shall I write for you, and ask him to come and see you? No, my dear. If I do a kindness, I must do it humbly. It is a great liberty to take with a man to offer him a kindness. I must go to him. I could not use the same freedom with a man in misfortune as with one in prosperity. I would have such a one feel that his money or his poverty made no difference to me, and Mr. Morley wants that lesson, if any man does. Besides, after all, I may not be able to do it for him, and he would have good reason to be hurt if I had made him dance attendance on me. The same evening, Lady Bernard's shabby one-horse brougham stopped at Mr. Morley's door. She asked to see Mrs. Morley, and through her had an interview with her husband. Without circumlocution, she told him that if he would lay his affairs before her and a certain accountant she named, to use their judgment regarding them in the hope of finding it possible to serve him, they would wait upon him for that purpose at any time and place he pleased. Mr. Morley expressed his obligation, not very warmly, she said, repudiating, however, the slightest objection to her ladyship's knowing now what all the world must know the next day but one. Early the following morning, Lady Bernard and the accountant met Mr. Morley at his place in the city, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon £15,000 were handed in to his account at his banker's. The carriage was put down, the butler, one of the footmen, and the lady's maid were dismissed, and the household arrangements fitted to a different scale. One consequence of this chastisement, as of the preceding, was that the whole family drew yet more closely and lovingly together. And I must say for Judy that after a few weeks of what she called poverty, her spirits seemed in no degree the worse for the trial. At Marion's earnest entreaty, no one told either Mr. or Mrs. Morley of the share she had had in saving his credit and social position. For some time she suffered from doubt as to whether she had had any right to interpose in the matter, and might not have injured Mr. Morley by depriving him of the discipline of poverty. But she reasoned with herself that had it been necessary for him, her efforts would have been frustrated, and reminded herself, although his commercial credit had escaped, it must be a considerable trial to him to live in reduced style. But that it was not all the trial needful for him was soon apparent, for his favourite Amy began to pine more rapidly, and Judy saw that, except some change speedily took place, they could not have her with them long. The father, however, refused to admit the idea that she was in danger. I suppose he felt as if, were he once to allow the possibility of losing her, from that moment there would be no stay between her and the grave. It would be a giving of her over to death. But whatever Dr. Brand suggested was eagerly followed. When the chill of autumn drew near, her mother took her to Ventnor, but little change followed, and before the new year she was gone. It was the first death, beyond that of the infant, they had had in their family, and took place at a time when the pressure of business obligations rendered it impossible for her father to be out of London. He could only go to lay her in the earth and bring back his wife. Judy had never seen him weep before. Certainly I never saw such a change in a man. He was literally bowed with grief, as if he bore a material burden on his back. The best feelings of his nature, unimpeded by any jar to his self-importance or his prejudices, had been able to spend themselves on the lovely little creature, and I do not believe any other suffering than the loss of such a child could have brought into play that in him which was purely human. He was at home one morning, ill for the first time in his life, when Marion called on Judy. While she waited in the drawing-room, he entered. He turned the moment he saw her, but had not taken 2 steps toward the door. When he turned again and approached her, she went to meet him. He held out his hand. "She was very fond of you, Miss Clare," he said. "She was talking about you the very last time I saw her. Let bygones be bygones between us. I was very rough and rude to you, Mr. Morley, and I am very sorry," said Marion. "But you spoke the truth," he rejoined. "I thought I was above being spoken to like a sinner, but I don't know now why not." He sat down on a couch and leaned his head on his hand. Marion took a chair near him, but could not speak. "It is very hard," he murmured at length. "Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth," said Marion. "That may be true in some cases, but I have no right to believe it applies to me. He loved the child, I would fain believe, for I dare not think of her either as having ceased to be, or as alone in the world to which she has gone. You do think, Miss Clare, do you not, that we shall know our friends in another world?" "I believe," answered Marion, "that God sent you that child for the express purpose of enticing you back to himself. And, if I believe anything at all, I believe that the gifts of God are without repentance." Whether or not he understood her, she could not tell, for at this point Judy came in. Seeing them together, she would have withdrawn again, but her husband called her, with more tenderness in his voice than Marion could have imagined belonging to it. "Come, my dear. Miss Clare and I were talking about our little angel, and I didn't think ever to speak of her again, but I fear I am growing foolish. All the strength is out of me, and I feel so tired, so weary of everything." She sat down beside him and took his hand. Marion crept away to the children. An hour after, Judy found her in the nursery, with the youngest on her knee, and the rest all about her. She was telling them that we were sent into this world to learn to be good, and then go back to God from whom we came, like little Amy. "When I go out to Mowo," said one little fellow, about 4 years old, "I'll look up into the sky very hard, way up, and then I shall see Amy, and God saying to her, 'Hushabye, poor Amy, you bet now, Amy, shan't I, Marion?'" She had taught them to call her Marion. "No, my pet, you might look and look, all day long, and every day, and never see God or Amy." "Then they ain't there!" he exclaimed indignantly. "God is there, anyhow," she answered, "only you can't see him that way." "I don't care about seeing God," said the next elder. "It's Amy I want to see. Do tell me, Marion, how we are to see Amy." It's too bad if we're never going to see her again, and I don't think it's fair. I will tell you the only way I know. When Jesus was in the world, he told us that all who had clean hearts should see God. That's how Jesus himself saw God. It's Amy, I tell you, Marion. It's not God I want to see, insisted the one who had last spoken. Well, my dear, but how can you see Amy if you can't even see God? If Amy be in God's arms, the first thing in order to find her is to find God. To be good is the only way to get near to anybody. When you're naughty, Willie, you can't get near your mama, can you? Yes, I can. I can get close up to her. Is that near enough? Would you be quite content with that? Even when she turns away her face and won't look at you? The little cavalier was silent. Did you ever see God, Marion? Asked one of the girls. She thought for a moment before giving an answer. No, she said. I've seen things just after he had done them, and I think I've heard him speak to me, but I never seen him yet. Then you're not good, Marion, said the free thinker of the group. No, that's just it. But I hope to be good some day, and then I shall see him. How do you grow good, Marion? Asked the girl. God is always trying to make me good, she answered, and I try not to interfere with him. But sometimes you forget, don't you? Yes, I do. And what do you do then? Then I'm sorry and unhappy, and begin to try again. And God don't mind much, does he? He minds very much until I mind. But after that he forgets it all, takes all my naughtiness and throws it behind his back, and won't look at it. That's very good of God, said the reasoner, but with such a self-satisfied air in his approval that Marion thought it time to stop. She came straight to me and told me, with a face perfectly radiant, of the alteration in Mr. Morley's behaviour to her, and, what was of much more consequence, the evident change that had begun to be wrought in him. I am not prepared to say that he has, as yet, shown a very shining light, but that some change has passed is evident in the whole man of him. I think the eternal wind must now be able to get in through some chink or other which the loss of his child has left behind. And if the change were not going on, surely he would ere now have returned to his wallowing in the mire of mammon. For his former fortune is, I understand, all but restored to him. I fancy his growth in goodness might be known and measured by his progress in appreciating Marion. He still regards her as extreme in her notions, but it is curious to see how, as they gradually sink into his understanding, he comes to adopt them as, and even to mistake them for, his own. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 32, Part 1. A strange text. For some time after the events last related, things went on pretty smoothly with us for several years. Indeed, although I must confess that what I said in my haste when Mr. S. wanted me to write this book, namely that nothing had ever happened to me worth telling, was by no means correct, and that I have found out my mistake in the process of writing it. Yet, on the other hand, it must be granted that my story could never have reached the mere bulk required if I had not largely drawn upon the history of my friends to supplement my own, and it needs no prophetic gift to foresee that it will be the same to the end of the book. The lives of these friends, however, have had so much to do with all that is most precious to me in our own life, that, if I were to leave out only all that did not immediately touch upon the latter, the book, whatever it might appear to others, could not possibly then appear to myself anything like a real representation of my actual life and experiences. The drawing may be correct, but the color. What with my children and the increase of social duty resulting from the growth of acquaintance, occasioned in part by my success in persuading Percival to mingle a little more with his fellow painters, my heart and mind and hands were all pretty fully occupied. But I still managed to see Marion 2 or 3 times a week, and to spend about so many hours with her, sometimes alone, sometimes with her friends as well. Her society did much to keep my heart open, and to prevent it from becoming selfishly absorbed in its cares for husband and children. For love which is only concentrating its force, that is, which is not at the same time widening its circle, is itself doomed, and for its objects ruinous, be those objects ever so sacred. God himself could never be content that his children should love him only, nor has he allowed the few to succeed who have tried after it. Perhaps their divinest success has been their most mortifying failure. Indeed, for exclusive love sharp suffering is often sent as a needful cure, needful to break the stony crust which, in the name of love for one's own, gathers about the divinely glowing core, a crust which, promising to cherish by keeping in the heat, would yet gradually thicken until all was crust. For truly, in things of the heart and spirit, as the warmth ceases to spread, the molten mass within ceases to glow, until at length, but for the divine care and discipline, there would be no love left for even spouse or child, only for self, which is eternal death. For some time I had seen a considerable change in Roger. It reached even to his dress. Hitherto, when he got up for dinner, he was what I was astonished to hear my eldest boy the other day call a howling swell. But at other times he did not even escape remark, not for the oddity merely, but the slovenliness of his attire. He had worn, for more years than I dare guess, a brown coat of some rich-looking stuff, whose long pile was stuck together in many places with spots and dabs of paint, so that he looked like our long-haired Bedlington terrier Fido, towards the end of the week in the muddy weather. This was now discarded, so far at least, as to be hung up in his brother's study, to be at hand when he did anything for him there, and replaced by a more civilized garment of tweed, of which he actually showed himself a little careful, while, if his necktie was red, it was of a very deep and rich red, and he had seldom worn one at all before, and his brigand-looking felt hat was exchanged for one of half the altitude, which he did not crush on his head with quite as many indentations as its surface could hold. He also began to go to church with us sometimes, but there was a greater and more significant change than any of these. We found that he was sticking more steadily to work. I can hardly say his work, for he was a jack of all trades, as I have already indicated. He had a small income left him by an old maiden aunt with whom he had been a favourite, which had hitherto seemed to do him nothing but harm, enabling him to alternate fits of comparative diligence with fits of positive idleness. I have said also, I believe, that, although he could do nothing thoroughly, application alone was wanted to enable him to distinguish himself in more than one thing. His forte was engraving on wood, and my husband said that if he could do so well with so little practice as he had had, he must be capable of becoming an admirable engraver. To our delight, then, we discovered all at once that he had been working steadily for 3 months for the Messieurs D, whose place was not far from our house. He had said nothing about it to his brother, probably from having good reason to fear that he would regard it only as a spurt. Having now, however, executed a block which greatly pleased himself, he brought a proof impression to show Percival, who, more pleased with it than even Roger himself, gave him a hearty congratulation, and told him it would be a shame if he did not bring his execution in that art to perfection, from which, judging by the present specimen, he said it could not be far off. The words brought into Roger's face an expression of modest gratification, which it rejoiced me to behold. He accepted Percival's approbation more like a son than a brother, with a humid glow in his eyes, and hardly a word on his lips. It seemed to me that the child in his heart had begun to throw off the swaddling clothes which foolish manhood had wrapped around it, and the germ of his being was about to assert itself. I have seldom indeed seen Percival look so pleased. "Do me a dozen as good as that," he said, "and I'll have the proofs framed in silver gilt." It has been done, but the proofs had to wait longer for the frame than Percival for the proofs. But he need have held out no such bribe of brotherly love, for there was another love already at work in himself more than sufficing to the affair. But I checked myself. Who shall say what love is sufficing for this or for that? Who, with the most enduring and most passionate love in his heart can hold, will venture to say that he could have done without the love of a brother? Who will say that he could have done without the love of the dog whose bones have lain mouldering in his garden for 20 years? Is it enough to say that there was a more engrossing, a more marvellous love at work? Roger always, however, took a half-holiday on Saturdays, and now generally came to us. On one of these occasions I said to him, "Wouldn't you like to come and hear Marion play to her friends this evening, Roger?" "Nothing would give me greater pleasure," he answered, and we went. It was delightful. In my opinion, Marion is a real artist. I do not claim for her the higher art of origination, though I could claim for her a much higher faculty than the artistic itself. I suspect, for instance, that Moses was a greater man than the writer of the book of Job, notwithstanding that the poet moves me so much more than the divine politician. Marion combined in a wonderful way the critical faculties with the artistic, which two, however much of the one may be found without the other, are mutually essential to the perfection of each. While she uttered from herself, she heard with her audience. While she played and sung with her own fingers and mouth, she at the same time listened with their ears, knowing what they must feel, as well as what she meant to utter. And hence it was, I think, that she came into such vital contact with them, even through her piano. As we returned home, Roger said, after some remark of mine of a cognate sort, "Does she never try to teach them anything, Ethel?" "She is constantly teaching them, whether she tries or not," I answered. "If you can make any one believe that there is something somewhere to be trusted, is not that the best lesson you can give him? That can be taught only by being such that people cannot but trust you." "I didn't need to be told that," he answered. "What I wanted to know is whether or not she ever teaches them by word of mouth. An ordinary and inferior mode, if you will." "If you had ever heard her, you would not call hers an ordinary or inferior mode," I returned. "Her teaching is the outcome of her life, the blossom of her being, and therefore has the whole force of her living truth to back it. "Have I offended you, Ethel?" he asked. Then I saw that in my eagerness to glorify my friend I had made myself unpleasant to Roger, a fault of which I had been dimly conscious before now. Marion would never have fallen into that error. She always made her friends feel that she was with them, side by side with them, and turning her face in the same direction, before she attempted to lead them farther. I assured him that he had not offended me, but that I had been foolishly backing him from the front, as I once heard an Irishman say, some of whose bulls were very good milch cows. "She teaches them every Sunday evening," I added. "Have you ever heard her?" "More than once, and I never heard anything like it." "Could you take me with you some time?" he asked, in an assumed tone of ordinary interest, out of which, however, he could not keep a slight tremble. "I don't know. I don't quite see why I shouldn't, and yet—" "Men do go," urged Roger, as if it were a mere half-indifferent suggestion. "Oh, yes, you would have plenty to keep you in countenance," I returned. "Men enough, and worth teaching, too, some of them at least." "Then I don't see why she should object to me for another." "I don't know that she would. You are not exactly of the sort, you know, that—" "I don't see the difference. I see no essential difference, at least. The main thing is, that I am in want of teaching, as much as any of them. And, if she stands on circumstances, I am a working man as much as any of them, perhaps more than most of them. Few of them work after midnight, I should think, as I do, not infrequently. Still, all admitted, I should hardly like—" "I didn't mean you were to take me without asking her," he said. "I should never have dreamed of that. And if I were to ask her, I am certain she would refuse. But," I added, thinking over the matter a little, "I will take you without asking her. Come with me to-morrow night. I don't think she will have the heart to send you away." "I will," he answered, with more gladness in his voice than he intended, I think, to manifest itself. We arranged that he should call for me at a certain hour. I told Percival, and he pretended to grumble that I was taking Roger instead of him. "It was Roger, and not you, that made the request," I returned. "I can't say I see why you should go because Roger asked. A woman's logic is not equal to that." "I didn't mean he wasn't to go. But why shouldn't I be done good to as well as he?" "If you really want to go," I said, "I don't see why you shouldn't. It's ever so much better than going to any church I know of, except one. But we must be prudent. I can't take more than one the first time. We must get the thin edge of the wedge in first." "And you count Roger the thin edge?" "Yes." "I'll tell him so." "Do. The thin edge, mind, without which the thicker the rest is the more useless. Tell him that if you like. But, seriously, I quite expect to take you there, too, the Sunday after." Roger and I went, intending to be a little late. We found when we readied the house that, as we had wished, the class was already begun. In going up the stairs, we saw very few of the grown inhabitants, but in several of the rooms, of which the doors stood open, elder girls taking care of the younger children. In one, a boy nursing the baby with as much interest as any girl could have shown. We lingered on the way, wishing to give Marion time to get so thoroughly into her work that she could take no notice of our intrusion. When we reached the last stair, we could at length hear her voice, of which the first words we could distinguish as we still ascended were, "I will now read to you the chapter of which I spoke." The door being open, we could hear well enough, although she was sitting where we could not see her. We would not show ourselves until the reading was ended. So much, at least, we might overhear without offence. Before she could read many words, Roger and I began to cast strange looks on each other. For this was the chapter she read. And Joseph, wheresoever he went in the city, took the Lord Jesus with him, where he was sent to work, to make gates or milk pails or sieves or boxes. The Lord Jesus was with him wheresoever he went. And as often as Joseph had anything in his work to make longer or shorter or wider or narrower, the Lord Jesus would stretch his hand towards it, and presently it became as Joseph would have it, so that he had no need to finish anything with his own hands, for he was not very skillful at his carpenter's trade. On a certain time the king of Jerusalem sent for him, and said, I would have thee make me a throne of the same dimensions with that place in which I commonly sit. Joseph obeyed, and forthwith began the work, and continued 2 years in the king's palace before he finished. And when he came to fix it in its place, he found it wanted 2 spans on each side of the appointed measure, which, when the king saw, he was very angry with Joseph. And Joseph, afraid of the king's anger, went to bed without his supper, taking not anything to eat. Then the Lord Jesus asked him what he was afraid of. Joseph replied, Because I have lost my labor in the work which I have been about these 2 years. Jesus said to him, Fear not, neither be cast down. Do thou lay hold on one side of the throne, and I will the other, and we will bring it to its just dimensions. And when Joseph had done as the Lord Jesus said, and each of them had with strength drawn his side, the throne obeyed, and was brought to the proper dimension of the place, which miracle when they who stood by saw, they were astonished, and praised God. The throne was made of the same wood which was in being in Solomon's time, namely, wood adorned with various shapes and figures. Her voice ceased, and a pause followed. We must go in now, I whispered. She'll be going to say something now. Just wait till she's started, said Roger. Now, what do you think of it? Asked Marion in a meditative tone. We crept within the scope of her vision and stood. A voice which I knew was at the moment replying to her question. I don't think it much of a chapter, that, Granny. The speaker was a keen-faced, elderly man with iron-grey whiskers, who had come forward to talk to Percival on that miserable evening when we were out searching for little Ethel. He sat near where we stood by the door, between 2 respectable-looking women who had been listening to the chapter as devoutly as if it had been of the true gospel. Sure, Granny, that ain't out of the Bible, said another voice from somewhere further off. We'll talk about that presently, answered Marion. I want to hear what Mr. Jarvis has to say to it. He's a carpenter himself, you see. A joiner, that is, you know. All the faces in the room were now turned towards Jarvis. Tell me why you don't think much of it, Mr. Jarvis, said Marion. "'Tain't a bit likely," he answered. "What isn't likely?" "Why, not one single thing in the whole kit of it. And first and foremost, 'tain't a bit likely the old man 'ud had been such a duffer. Why not? There must have been stupid people then as well as now." "Not his father," said Jarvis decidedly. "He wasn't but his stepfather, like, you know, Mr. Jarvis," remarked the woman beside him in a low voice. "Well, he'd never had been hers, then. She would have had a word to say to him. I have seen a good and wise woman, too, with a dull husband," said Marion. "You know you don't believe a word of it yourself, Granny," said still another voice. "Besides," she went on without heeding the interruption, "in those times, I suspect, such things were mostly managed by the parents, and the woman herself had little to do with them." A murmur of subdued indignation arose. chiefly of female voices. "Well, they wouldn't then," said Jarvis. "He might have been rich," suggested Marion. "I'll go bail he never made the money then," said Jarvis. "An old idjit. I don't believe sech a feller 'ud had been let marry a woman like her. I don't." "You mean you don't think God would have let him?" "Well, that's what I do mean, granny. The thing couldn't have been nohow." "I agree with you quite. And now I want to hear more of what in the story you don't consider likely." "Well, it ain't likely sech a woman 'ud had stood so high in the trade that the king of Jerusalem would had sent for him of all the tradesmen in the town to make his new throne for him. No more it ain't likely, and let him be as big a duffer as ever was, to be a joiner at all, and that he had been 2 years at work on their throne, and a carving of it in figures too, and never found out it was 4 spans too narrer for the place it had to stand in. Do ye happen to know now, granny, how much is a span?" "I don't know. Do you know, Mrs. Percival?" The sudden reference took me very much by surprise, but I had not forgotten, happily, the answer I received to the same question, when, anxious to realize the monstrous height of Goliath. "I remember my father telling me," I replied, "that it was as much as you could stretch between your thumb and little finger." "There!" cried Jarvis triumphantly, parting the extreme members of his right hand against the back of the woman in front of him. "That would be 7 or 8 inches. 4 times that. 2 foot and a half at least. Think of that!" "I admit the force of both your objections," said Marion. "And now, to turn to a more important part of the story. What do you think of the way in which, according to it, he got his father out of his evil plight?" I saw plainly enough that she was quietly advancing towards some point in her view, guiding the talk thitherward, steadily, without haste or effort. Before Jarvis had time to make any reply, the blind man, mentioned in a former chapter, struck in, with the tone of one who had been watching his opportunity. "I make more of that pint than the t'other," he said. "A man as is a duffer may well make a mull of things, but a man as knows what he's up to can't. I don't make much of them miracles, you know, granny. That is, I won't say as I knows, but what I'm sure of is this here one thing. That man or boy as could work a miracle, you know, granny, wouldn't work no miracle as there wasn't no good working of." "It was to help his father," suggested Marion. Here Jarvis broke in almost with scorn. "To help him to pass for a clever fellow, when he was as great a duffer as ever broke bread." "I'm quite of your opinion, Mr. Jarvis," said the blind man. "It 'ud had been more like him to tell his father what a duffer he was, and send him home to learn his trade." "He couldn't do that, you know," said Marion gently. "He couldn't use such words to his father if he were ever so stupid." "His stepfather, granny," suggested the woman who had corrected Jarvis on the same point. She spoke very modestly, but was clearly bent on holding forth what light she had. "Certainly, Mrs. Renton, but you know he couldn't be rude to any one, leaving his own mother's husband out of the question." "True for you, granny," returned the woman. "I think, though," said Jarvis, "for as hard as he had found it, it would have been more like him to set to work and teach his father, than to scamp up his mulls." "Certainly," acquiesced Marion. "To hide any man's fault, and leave him not only stupid, but, in all probability, obstinate and self-satisfied, would not be like him. Suppose our Lord had had such a father, what do you think he would have done?" "He'd have done all he could to make a man of him," answered Jarvis. "Wouldn't he have set about making him comfortable then? in spite of his blunders?" said Marion. A significant silence followed this question. "Well, no, not first thing, I don't think," returned Jarvis at length. "He'd had got him some good first and gone in to make him comfortable arter. Then I suppose you would rather be of some good and uncomfortable than of no good and comfortable," said Marion. "I hope so, Granny," answered Jarvis. "And I would say, yes, that I would," came from several voices in the little crowd, showing what an influence Marion must have already had upon them. Then she said, and I saw by the light which rose in her eyes that she was now coming to the point, "Then surely it must be worth our while to bear discomfort in order to grow of some good. Mr. Jarvis has truly said that if Jesus had had such a father, he would have made him of some good before he made him comfortable. That is just the way your Father in heaven is acting with you. Not many of you would say you are of much good yet, but you would like to be better. And yet, put it to yourselves, do you not grumble at everything that comes to you that you don't like, and call it bad luck, and worse? Yes, even when you know it comes of your own fault, and nobody else's. You think if you had only this or that to make you comfortable, you would be content, and you call it very hard that so and so should be getting on well, and saving money, and you down on your luck, as you say. Some of you even grumble that your neighbor's children should be healthy, while yours are pining. You would allow that you are not of much good yet, but you forget that to make you comfortable as you are would be the same as to pull out Joseph's misfitted thrones and doors and make his misshapen buckets over again for him. That you think so absurd that you can't believe the story a bit, but you would be helped out of all your troubles, even those you bring on yourself, not thinking what the certain consequences would be, namely, that you would grow of less and less value until you were of no good, either to God or man. If you think about it, you will see that I am right. When, for instance, are you most willing to do right? When you are most ready to hear about good things, when you are most inclined to pray to God, when you have plenty of money in your pockets, or when you are in want, when you have had a good dinner, or when you have not enough to get one, when you are in jolly health, or when the life seems ebbing out of you in misery and pain. No matter that you may have brought it on yourselves. It is no less God's way of bringing you back to him, for he decrees that suffering shall follow sin. It is just then you most need it, and if it drives you to God, that is its end, and there will be an end of it. The prodigal was himself to blame for want that made him a beggar at the swine's trough. Yet that want was the greatest blessing God could give to him, for it drove him home to his Father. But some of you will say you are no prodigals, nor is it your fault that you find yourselves in such difficulties that life seems hard to you. It will be very wrong in me to set myself up as your judge, and to tell you that it was your fault. If it is, God will let you know it. But if it is not your fault, it does not follow that you need the less to be driven back to God. It is not only in punishment of our sins that we are made to suffer. God's runaway children must be brought back to their home and their blessedness, back to their Father in heaven. It is not always a sign that God is displeased with us when he makes us suffer. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If you endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. But instead of talking more about it, I must take it to myself and learn not to grumble when my plans fail. That's what you never goes and does, Granny, growled a voice from somewhere. I learned afterward it was that of a young tailor, who was constantly quarrelling with his mother. I think I have given up my grumbling at my circumstances, she rejoined, but then I have nothing to grumble at in them. I haven't known hunger or cold for a great many years now, but I do feel disconnected at times when I see some of you not getting better so fast as I should like. I ought to have patience, remembering how patient God is with my conceit and stupidity, and not expect too much of you. Still, it can't be wrong to wish that you try a good deal more to do what He wants of you. Why should His children not be His friends? If you would but give yourselves up to Him, you would find His yoke so easy, His burden so light. But you do it half only, and some of you not at all. Now, however, that we have got a lesson from a false gospel, we may as well get one from the true. As she spoke, she turned to her New Testament, which lay beside her, but Jarvis interrupted her. "Where did you get that stuff you was reading to us of, Granny?" he asked. "The chapter I read to you," she answered, "is part of a pretended gospel called the first gospel of the infancy of Jesus Christ. I can't tell you who wrote it or how it came to be written. All I can say is that, very early in the history of the church, there were people who indulged themselves in inventing things about Jesus and seemed to have had no idea of the importance of keeping to facts, or, in other words, of speaking and writing only the truth. All they seemed to have cared about was the gratifying of their own feelings of love and veneration, and so they made up tales about him, in his honor, as they supposed, no doubt, just as if he had been a false god of Greeks or Romans. It is long before some people learn to speak the truth, even after they know it is wicked to lie. Perhaps, however, they did not expect their stories to be received as facts, intending them only as a sort of recognized fiction about him. Amazing presumption at the best. End of chapter 32, part 1. Chapter 33 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 33. Part 2. A strange text. "Did anybody then ever believe the likes of that, Granny?" asked Jarvis. "Yes, what I read to you seems to have been believed within 100 years after the death of the apostles. There are several such writings, with a great deal of nonsense in them, which were generally accepted by Christian people for many hundreds of years. I can't imagine how anybody could go inventing such things," said the blind man. "It is hard for us to imagine. They could not have seen how their inventions would, in later times, be judged anything but honoring to him in whose honor they wrote them. Nothing, be it ever so well invented, can be so good as the bare truth. Perhaps, however, no one in particular invented some of them, but the stories grew, just as a report often does amongst yourselves. Although everybody fancies he or she is only telling just what was told to him or her, yet, by degrees, the pinpoint of a fact is covered over with lies upon lies, almost everybody adding something until the report has grown to be a mighty falsehood. Why, you had such a story yourselves, not so very long ago, about one of your best friends. One comfort is, such a story is sure not to be consistent with itself. It is sure to show its own falsehood to anyone who is good enough to doubt it, and who will look into it and examine it well. You don't, for instance, want any other proof than the things themselves to show you that what I've just read to you can't be true. But then it puzzles me to think how anybody could believe them, said the blind man. Many of the early Christians were so childishly simple that they would believe almost anything that was told them. In a time when such nonsense could be written, it is no great wonder there should be many who could believe it. Then, what is their faith worth? Said the blind man. If they believe false and true all the same? Worth no end to them, answered Marion, with eagerness. For all the false things they might believe about him could not destroy the true ones, or prevent them from believing in Jesus himself, and bettering their ways for his sake. And as they grew better and better, by doing what he told them, they would gradually come to disbelieve this and that foolish or bad thing. But wouldn't that make them stop believing in him altogether? On the contrary, it would make them hold firmer to all what they saw to be true about him. There are many people, I presume, in other countries who believe those stories still, but all the Christians I know have cast aside every one of those writings and kept only to those we call the Gospels. To throw away what is not true, because it is not true, will always help the heart to be truer, will make it the more anxious to cleave to what it sees must be true. Jesus remonstrated with the Jews that they would not of themselves judge what was right, and the man who lets God teach him is made abler to judge what is right 1,000-fold. Then don't you think it likely this much is true, Granny, said Jarvis, probably interested in the question, in part at least, from the fact that he was himself a carpenter, that he worked with his father and helped him in his trade. I do, indeed, answered Marion. I believe that is one germ of truth in the whole story. It is possible even that some incident of that part of his life may have been handed down a little way, at length losing all their shape, however, and turning into the kind of thing I read to you. Not to mention that they called him the carpenter. It is likely he who came down for the express purpose of being a true man would see his father toiling to feed him and his mother and his brothers and sisters, and go idling about instead of putting to his hand to help him. Would that have been like him? Certainly not, said Mr. Jarvis, but a doubtful murmur came from the blind man, which speedily took shape in the following remark. I can't help thinking, Granny, of one time you read it to us not long ago, when he laid down in the boat and went fast asleep, taking no more heed of them a-slaving themselves to death at their oars, than if they'd been all comfortable like hisself. That wasn't much like taking of his share, was it now? John Evans, returned Marion with severity, it is quite right to put any number of questions and express any number of doubts you honestly feel. But you have no right to make remarks you would not make if you were anxious to be as fair to another as you would have another be to you. Have you considered that he had been working hard all day long, and was, in fact, worn out? You don't think what hard work it is, and how exhausting to speak for hours to great multitudes, and in the open air too, where your voice has no help to make it heard. And that is not all, for he had most likely been healing many as well, and I believe every time the power went out of him to cure, he suffered in the relief he gave. It left him weakened, with so much the less of strength to support his labors, so that even in his very body he took our iniquities and bare our infirmities. Would you, then, blame a weary man whose perfect faith in God rendered it impossible for him to fear anything, that he laid down to rest in God's name, and left his friends to do their part for the redemption of the world in rowing him to the other side of the lake? a thing they were doing every other day of their lives. You ought to consider before you make such remarks, Mr. Evans, and you forget also that the moment they called him, he rose to help them. And find fault with them, interposed Evans, rather viciously, I thought. Yes, for they were to blame for their own trouble and ought to send it away. What? To blame for the storm? How could they send that away? Was it the storm that troubled them then? It was their own fear of it. The storm could not have troubled them if they had had faith in their Father in heaven. They had good cause to be afraid of it anyhow. He judged that they had not, for he was not afraid himself. You judged that they had, because you would have been afraid. He could help himself, you see, and they couldn't trust either him or his Father, notwithstanding all that he had done to manifest himself and his Father to them. Therefore he saw that the storm about them was not the thing that most required rebuke. I never pretended to be much of a sort, growled Evans. Quite the contrary. And why? Because like an honest man you wouldn't pretend to what you hadn't got. But if you carried your honesty far enough, you would have taken pains to understand our Lord first. Like his other judges, you condemn him beforehand. You will not call that honesty? I don't see what right you've got to badger me like this before a congregation of people, said the blind man, rising in indignation. If I ain't got my eyesight, I have got my feelings. And you don't think he has no feelings, Mr. Evans. You have spoken evil of him. I have spoken but the truth of you. Come, come, Granny, said the blind man, quailing a little. Don't talk squash. I'm a living man afore the eyes of this here company, and he ain't nowheres. Bless you, he don't mind. He minds so much, returned Marion, in a subdued voice, which seemed to tremble with coming tears, that he will never rest until you think fairly of him. And he is here now, for he said, I am with you always to the end of the world, and he has heard every word you have been saying against him. He isn't angry like me, but your words may well make him feel sad, for your sake, John Evans, that you should be so unfair. She leaned her forehead on her hand and was silent. A subdued murmur arose. The blind man, having stood irresolute for a moment, began to make for the door, saying, I think I'd better go. I ain't wanted here. If you are an honest man, Mr. Evans, returned Marion, rising, you will sit down and hear the case out. With a waving, fin-like motion of both his hands, Evans sank into his seat and spoke no word. After a moment's silence, she resumed as if there had been no interruption. That he should sleep, then, during the storm, was a very different thing from declining to assist his father in his workshop, just as the rebuking of the sea was a very different thing from hiding up his father's bad work and miracles. Had that father been in danger, he might perhaps have aided him as he did the disciples, but— Why do you say perhaps, Granny? Interrupted a bright-eyed boy who sat on the hub of the empty grate. Wouldn't he help his father as soon as his disciples? Certainly, if it was good for his father, certainly not. If it was not good for him, therefore I say perhaps. But now, she went on, turning to the joiner, Mr. Jarvis, will you tell me whether you think the work of the carpenter's son would have been in any way distinguishable from that of another man? Well, I don't know, Granny. He wouldn't want to be putting of a private mark upon it. He wouldn't want to be showing it off, would he? He used his tools like another man, anyhow. All that we may be certain of, he came to us a man, to live a man's life and do a man's work. But just think a moment. I will put the question again. Do you suppose you would have been able to distinguish his work from that of any other man? A silence followed. Jarvis was thinking. He and the blind man were of the few that can think. At last his face brightened. "Well, Granny," he said, "I think it would be very difficult in anything easy, but very easy in anything difficult." He laughed, for he had not perceived the paradox before uttering it. "Explain yourself, if you please, Mr. Jarvis. I am not sure that I understand you," said Marion. "I mean that in any easy job, which any fair workman could do well enough, it would not be easy to tell his work. But where the job was difficult, it would be so much better done, that it would not be difficult to see the better hand in it. I understand you, then, to indicate that the chief distinction would lie in the quality of the work, that whatever he did, he would do it in such a thorough manner, that over the whole of what he turned out, as you would say, the perfection of the work would be a striking characteristic. Is that it?" "That is what I do mean, Granny, and that is just the conclusion I had come to myself." "I should like to say just one word to it, Granny, so be you won't cut up crusty," said the blind man. "If you are fair, I shan't be crusty, Mr. Evans. At least I hope not," said Marion. "Well, it's this. Mr. Jarvis, he say as how the joiner work done by Jesus Christ would be better done than e'er another man's, tip-top fashion, and there would lie the differ. Now, it do seem to me as I've got no call to come to that ere conclusion. You've been telling on us, Granny, I don't know how long now, as how Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and that he come to do the works of God, down here like, afore our faces, that we might see God at work by way of. Now, I have nothing to say agin that. It may be, or it mayn't be. I can't tell. But if that be the way on it, then I don't see how Mr. Jarvis can be right. The two don't correspond, not by no means. For the works of God, there ain't one of them as I can see downright well managed. Tip-top joiner work, as I may say, leastways. Now stop a bit, Granny, don't trip a man up, and then say as he fell over his own dog. Leastways, I don't say about the moon and the stars and that. I say the sun he do get up the weary moment he's called of a morning, and the moon when she ought to for her night work. I ain't no astronomer strawny, and I ain't heard no complaints about them. But I do say as how down here we had got most uncommon bad weather more'n at times, and the walnuts they turn out every now and then full of mere dirt, and the oranges awful. There ain't been a good crop of hay, they tells me, for many's the year, and it's furrin parts, what which earthquakes and volcanoes and lions and tigers and savages as eats their visitors, and chimney pots blowing about, and ships going down, and fathers and families choked and drownded, and burnt coal pits by the hundred. It do seem to me that if his jinnering had been tip-top, it would have been like the rest on it. There, Granny. Mind, I'd mean no offence, and I don't doubt you have got somethink in your waistcoat pocket as it'll turn it all topsy-turvy in a moment. Anyhow, I won't pretend to nothing, and that's how it looks to me." "I admit," said Marion, "that the objection is a reasonable one. But why do you put it, Mr. Evans, in such a triumphant way, as if you were rejoiced to think it admitted of no answer, and believed the world would be ever so much better off if the storms and the tigers had it all their own way, and there were no God to look after things? Now, you ain't fair to me, Granny, not avin of my eyesight like the rest on ye. I may be a bit fond of a hargument, but I tries to hit fair, and when I hears what ain't logic, I can no more help coming down upon it than I can help breathing the air of heaven. And why shouldn't I? There ain't no law again argument. And moreover, it does seem to me as how you and Mr. Jarvis is wrong. It is argument. If I were too sharp upon you, Mr. Evans, and I may have been, said Marion, I beg your pardon. It's granted, Granny. I don't mean, you know, that I have given in to what you say, not one bit. I didn't expect it of you. I'm a-waiting here for you to knock me down. I don't think a mere victory is worth the breath spent upon it, said Marion, but we should all be glad to get or give more light upon any subject, if it would be by losing every so many arguments. Allow me just to put a question or two to Mr. Jarvis, because he's a joiner himself, and that's a great comfort to me tonight. What would you say, Mr. Jarvis, of a master who planned the timber he used for scaffolding and tied the cross pieces with ropes of silk? I should say he was a fool, Granny, not only for losing of his money and his labour, but for weakening of his scaffolding. Summat like the old throne maker the chapter, I should say. What's the object of a scaffold, Mr. Jarvis? To get at something else by means of, say, build a house. Then, so long as the house was going up all right, the probability is there wouldn't be as much amiss with the scaffold. Certainly, provided it stood still till it was taken down. And now, Mr. Evans, she said next, turning to the blind man, I am going to take the liberty of putting a question or two to you. All right, Granny, fire away. Will you tell me, then, what the object of this world is? Well, most people makes it their object to get money and make theirselves comfortable. But you don't think that is what the world was made for? Oh, as to that, how should I know, Granny? And not knowing, I won't say. If you saw a scaffold, said Marion, turning again to Jarvis, would you be in danger of mistaking it for a permanent erection? Nobody would be such a fool, he answered. The look of it would tell you that. You wouldn't complain, then, if it should be a little out of the square, and if there should be no windows in it. Jarvis only laughed. Mr. Evans, Marion went on, turning again to the blind man, do you think the design of this world was to make men comfortable? If it was, it don't seem to have succeeded, answered Evans. And you complain of that, don't you? Well, yes, rather, said the blind man, adding no doubt, as he recalled the former part of the evening's talk. For argument, you know, Granny. You think, perhaps, that God, having gone so far to make this world a pleasant and comfortable place to live in, might have gone farther and made it quite pleasant and comfortable for everybody? Whoever could make it all could have done that, Granny. Then, as he hasn't done it, the probability is he didn't mean to do it. Of course, that's what I complain of. Then he meant to do something else. It looks like it. The whole affair has an unfinished look, you think. I just do. What if it were not meant to stand, then? What if it were meant only for a temporary assistance in carrying out something finished and lasting, and of unspeakably more importance? Suppose God were building a palace for you, and had set up a scaffold upon which he wanted you to help him. Would it be reasonable in you to complain that you didn't find the scaffold at all a comfortable place to live in? That it was draughty and cold? This world is that scaffold, and if you were busy carrying stones and mortar for the palace, you would be glad of all the cold to cool the glow of your labor. I'm sure I would work hard enough when I get a job, as my eyesight will enable me to do, said Evans, missing the spirit of her figure. Yes, I believe you do, But what will it all the labor of a workman who does not fall in with the design of the builder come to? You may say you don't understand the design. Will you say also that you are under no obligation to put so much faith in the builder, who is said to be your God and Father, as to do the thing he tells you, instead of working away at the palace like men? Will you go on tacking bits of matting and old carpet above the corners of the scaffold to keep the wind off, while the same wind keeps tearing them away and scattering them? You keep trying to live in a scaffold, which not all you could do to all eternity will make a house of. You see what I mean, Mr. Evans? Well, not exactly, replied the blind man. I mean that God wants to build you a house whereof the walls shall be goodness. You want a house whereof the walls shall be comfort, but God knows that such walls cannot be built, that kind of stone crumbles away in the foolish workman's hands. He would make you comfortable, but neither is that his first object, nor can it be gained without the first, which is to make you good. He loves you so much that he would infinitely rather have you good and uncomfortable, for then he could take you to his heart as his own children, than comfortable and not good, for then he could not come near you, or give you anything he counted worth having for himself or worth giving to you. So, said Jarvis, you've just brought us round, Granny, to the same thing as before. I believe so, returned Marion. It comes to this, that when God would build a palace for himself to dwell in with his children, he does not want his scaffold so constructed that they shall be able to make a house of it for themselves, and live like apes instead of angels. But if God can do anything he please, said Evans, he might as well make us good, and there would be an end of it. That is just what he is doing, returned Marion. Perhaps by giving them perfect health and everything they wanted, with absolute good temper, and making them very fond of each other besides, God might have provided himself a people he would have no difficulty in governing, and amongst whom, in consequence, there would have been no crime and no struggle or suffering. But I have known a dog with more goodness than that would come to. We cannot be good without having consented to be made good. God shows us the good and the bad, urges us to be good, wakes good thoughts and desires in us, helps our spirit with his spirit, our thought with his thought, but we must yield, we must turn to him, we must consent, yes, try to be made good. If we could grow good without trying, it would be a poor goodness. We should not be good. After all, at best we should only be not bad. God wants us to choose to be good, and so be partakers of his holiness. He would have us lay hold of him. He who has given his Son to suffer for us will make us suffer too, bitterly, if needful, that we may bethink ourselves and turn to him. He would make us good as good can be, that is, perfectly good, and therefore will rouse us to take the needful hand in the work ourselves, rouse us by discomforts innumerable. You see, then it is not inconsistent with the apparent imperfections of the creation around us, that Jesus should have done the best possible carpenter's work, for those very imperfections are actually through their imperfections the means of carrying out the higher creation of God has in view, and at which he is working all the time. Now let me read you what King David thought upon this question. She read the 107th Psalm. Then they had some singing, in which the children took a delightful part. I have seldom heard children sing pleasantly. In Sunday schools I have always found their voices painfully harsh, but Marion made her children restrain their voices and sing softly, which had, she said, an excellent moral effect on themselves. All squalling and screeching, whether in art or morals, being ruinous to either. Toward the close of the singing, Roger and I slipped out. We had all but tacitly agreed it would be best to make no apology, but just vanish and come again with Percival the following Sunday. The greater part of the way home we walked in silence. "What did you think of that, Roger?" I asked at length. "Quite Socratic as to method," he answered, and said no more. I sent a full report of the evening to my father, who was delighted with it, although of course much was lost in the reporting of the mere words, not to mention the absence of her sweet face and shining eyes, of her quiet, earnest, musical voice. My father kept the letter, and that is how I am able to give the present report. End of chapter 33, part 2. Chapter 34 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 34. About servants. I went to call on Lady Bernard the next day, for there was one subject on which I could better talk with her than with Marion, and that subject was Marion herself. In the course of our conversation, I said that I had had more than usual need of such a lesson as she gave us the night before. I had been, and indeed still was, so vexed with my nurse. "What is the matter?" asked Lady Bernard. "Has she given me warning?" I answered. "She has been with you some time, has she not?" "Ever since we were married." "What reason does she give?" "Oh, she wants to better herself." "Of course," I replied, in such a tone that Lady Bernard rejoined. "And why should she not better herself?" "But she has such a false notion of bettering herself. I am confident what she wants will do anything but better herself, if she gets it." "What is her notion, then? Are you sure you have got at the real one?" "I believe I have now. When I asked her first, she said she was very comfortable, and condescended to inform me that she had nothing against either me or her master, but thought it was time she was having more wages, for a friend of hers, who had left home a year after herself, was having 2 more pounds than she had. It is very natural, and certainly not wrong, that she should wish for more wages. I told her she need not have taken such a roundabout way of asking for an advance, and said I would raise her wages with pleasure. But, instead of receiving the announcement with any sign of satisfaction, she seemed put out by it, and, after some considerable amount of incoherence, blurted out that the place was dull, and she wanted a change. At length, however, I got at her real reason, which was simply ambition. She wanted to rise in the world, to get a place where men servants were kept, a more fashionable place, in fact. "A very mistaken ambition, certainly," said Lady Bernard, "but one which would be counted natural enough in any other line of work. Had she given you ground for imagining higher aims in her?" "She has been so long with us that I thought she must have some regard for us." "She has probably a good deal more than she is aware of. But change is as needful to some minds for their education as an even tenor of life is to others. Perhaps she has got all the good she is capable of receiving from you, and there may be some one ready to take her place for whom you will be able to do more. However inconvenient it may be for you to change, the more young people pass through your house, the better. If it were really for her good, I hope I shouldn't mind. You cannot tell what may be needful to cause the seed you have sown to germinate. It may be necessary for her to pass to another class in the school of life before she can realize what she has learned in yours." I was silent, for I was beginning to feel ashamed, and Lady Bernard went on. "When I hear mistresses lamenting over some favorite servant as marrying certain misery in exchange for a comfortable home, with plenty to eat and drink and wear, I always think of the other side to it, namely, how through the instincts of his own implanting, God is urging her to a path in which, by passing through the fires and waters of suffering, she may be stung to the life of a true humanity. And such suffering is far more ready to work its perfect work on a girl who has passed through a family like yours." "I wouldn't say a word to keep her if she was going to be married," I said. "But you will allow there is good reason to fear she will be no better for such a change as she desires." "You have a good reason to fear, my child," said Lady Bernard, smiling so as to take all the sting out of the reproof, "that you have too little faith in the God who cares for your maid as for you. It is not, indeed, likely that she will have such help as yours where she goes next, but the loss of it may throw her back on herself, and bring out her individuality, which is her conscience. Still, I am far from wondering at your fear for her, knowing well what dangers she may fall into. Shall I tell you what first began to open my eyes to the evils of a large establishment? Wishing to get rid of a part of the weight of my affairs, and at the same time to assist a relative who was in want of employment, I committed to him, along with larger matters, the oversight of my household expenses, and found that he had saved me the whole of his salary. This will be easily understood from a single fact. Soon after his appointment, he called on a tradesman to pay him his bill. The man, taking him for a new butler, offered him the same discount he had been in the habit of giving his supposed predecessor, namely 25 per cent. A discount, I need not say, never intended to reach my knowledge, any more than my purse. The fact was patent. I had been living in a hotel, of which I not only paid the rent but paid the landlord for cheating me. With such a head to an establishment, you may judge what the members may become. I remember an amusing experience my brother-in-law, Roger Percival, once had of your household, I said. "I also remember it perfectly," she returned. "That was how I came to know him. But I know something of his family long before. I remember his grandfather, a great buyer of pictures and marbles. Lady Bernard here gave me the story from her point of view, but Roger's narrative being of necessity the more complete, I tell the tale as he told it to me. At the time of the occurrence he was assisting Mr. F., the well-known sculptor, and had taken a share in both the modelling and the carving of a bust of Lady Bernard's father. When it was finished, and Mr. F. was about to take it home, he asked Roger to accompany him and help him to get it safe into the house and properly placed. Roger and the butler between them carried it to the drawing-room, where there was Lady Bernard and a company of her friends, whom she had invited to meet Mr. F. at lunch and see the bust. There being no pedestal yet ready, Mr. F. made a choice of a certain small table for it to stand upon, and then accompanied her ladyship and her other guests to the dining-room, leaving Roger to uncover the bust, place it in the proper light, and do whatever more might be necessary to its proper effect on the company when they should return. As she left the room, Lady Bernard told Roger to ring for a servant to clear the table for him and render what other assistance he might want. He did so. A lackey answered the bell, and Roger requested him to remove the things from the table. The man left the room and did not return. Roger therefore cleared and moved the table himself, and with great difficulty got the bust upon it. Finding then several stains upon the pure half-transparency of the marble, he rang the bell for a basin of water and a sponge. Another man appeared, looked into the room, and went away. He rang once more, and yet another servant came. This last condescended to hear him, and, informing him that he could get what he wanted in the scullery, vanished in his turn. By this time Roger confesses to have been rather in a rage, but what could he do? Least of all allow Mr. F.'s work and the likeness of her ladyship's father to make its debut with a spot on its nose. Therefore, seeing he could not otherwise procure what was necessary, he set out in quest of the unknown appurtenances of the kitchen. It is unpleasant to find oneself astray, even in a moderately sized house, and Roger did not at all relish wandering about the huge place, with no finger-posts to keep him in the business thoroughfares, not to speak of directing him to the remotest recesses of a houseful, as Chaucer says, of crinkles. At last, however, he found himself at the door of the servants' hall. 2 men were lying on their backs on benches, with their knees above their heads in the air. A third was engaged in emptying a pewter pot, between his draughts tossing facetiae across its mouth to a damsel who was removing the remains of some private luncheon, and a fourth sat in one of the windows reading Bell's Life. Roger took it all in at a glance, while to one of the giants supine, or rather to a perpendicular pair of white stockings, he preferred his request for a basin and a sponge. Once more he was informed that he would find what he wanted in the scullery. There was no time to waste on unavailing demands. Therefore he only begged further to be directed how to find it. The fellow, without raising his head or lowering his knees, jabbered out such instructions as, from the rapidity with which he delivered them, were, if not unintelligible, at all events incomprehensible, and Roger had to set out again on the quest, only not quite so bewildered as before. He found a certain long passage mentioned, however, and happily, before he arrived at the end of it, met a maid who, with the utmost civility, gave him full instructions to find the place. The scullery maid was equally civil, and Roger returned with basin and sponge to the drawing-room, where he speedily removed the 2 troublesome stains from the face of the marble. When the company re-entered, Mr. F. saw at once, from the expression and bearing of Roger, that something had happened to discompose him, and asked him what was amiss. Roger having briefly informed him, Mr. F. at once recounted the facts to Lady Bernard, who immediately requested a full statement from Roger himself, and heard the whole story. She walked straight to the bell, and ordered up every one of her domestics, from the butler to the scullery maid. Without one hasty word, or one bodily sign of the anger she was in, except the flashing of her eyes, she told them she could not have had a suspicion that such insolence was possible in her house, that they had disgraced her in her own eyes, as having gathered such people about her, that she would not add to Mr. Percival's annoyance by asking him to point out the guilty persons, but that they might assure themselves she would henceforth keep both eyes and ears open, and if the slightest thing of this sort happened again, she would most assuredly dismiss every one of them at a moment's notice. She then turned to Roger and said, "Mr. Percival, I beg your pardon for the insults you have received from my servants. I did think," she said, as she finished telling me the story, "to dismiss them all on the spot, but was deterred by the fear of injustice. The next morning, however, 4 or 5 of them gave my housekeeper warning. I gave orders that they should leave the house at once, and from that day I set about reducing my establishment. My principal objects were two. First, that my servants might have more work, and second, that I might be able to know something of every one of them. For one thing, I saw that until I ruled my own house well, I had no right to go trying to do good out of doors. I think I do know a little of the nature and character of every soul under my roof now, and I am more and more confident that nothing of real and lasting benefit can be done for a class except through personal influence upon the individual persons who compose it, such influence, I mean, as at the very least sets for Christianity. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 31 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. About Percival. I should like much, before in my narrative, approaching a certain hard season we had to encounter, to say a few words concerning my husband, if I only knew how. I find women differ much, both in the degree and manner in which their feelings will permit them to talk about their husbands. I have known women set a whole community against their husbands by the way in which they trumpeted their praises, and I have known one woman set everybody against herself by the way in which she published her husband's faults. I find it difficult to believe either sort. To praise one's husband is so like praising one's self, that to me it seems immodest, and subject to the same suspicion as self-laudation, while to blame one's husband, even justly and openly, seems to me to border upon treachery itself. How, then, am I to discharge a sort of half-duty my father has laid upon me by what he has said in the seaboard parish concerning my husband's opinions? My father is one of the few really large-minded men I have yet known, but I am not certain that he has done Percival justice. At the same time, if he has not, Percival himself is partly to blame, inasmuch as he never took pains to show my father what he was, for had he done so, my father of all men would have understood him. On the other hand, this fault, if such it was, could have sprung only from my husband's modesty, and his horror of possibly producing an impression on my father's mind more favorable than correct. It is all right now, however. Still, my difficulty remains as to how I am to write about him. I must encourage myself with the consideration that none but our own friends, with whom, whether they understood us or not, we are safe, will know to whom the veiled narrative points. But some acute reader may say, "You describe your husband's picture. He will be known by that." In this matter I have been cunning, I hope not deceitful, inasmuch as I now reveal my cunning. Instead of describing any real picture of his, I have always substituted one he has only talked about. The picture actually associated with the facts related is not the picture I have described. Although my husband left the impression on my father's mind, lasting for a long time, that he had some definite repugnance to Christianity itself, I had been soon satisfied, perhaps from his being more open with me, that certain unworthy representations of Christianity, coming to him with authority, had cast discredit upon the whole idea of it. In the first year or two of our married life, we had many talks on the subject, and I was astonished to find what things he imagined to be acknowledged essentials of Christianity, which have no place whatever in the New Testament. And I think it was in proportion as he came to see his own misconceptions, that although there was little or no outward difference to be perceived in him, I could more and more clearly distinguish an undercurrent of thought and feeling setting towards the faith which Christianity preaches. He said little or nothing, even when I attempted to draw him out on the matter, for he was almost morbidly careful not to seem to know anything he did not know, or to appear what he was not. The most I could get out of him was, but I had better give a little talk I had with him on one occasion. It was some time before we began to go to Marion's on a Sunday evening, and I had asked him to go with me to a certain little chapel in the neighborhood. "What?" he said merrily. the daughter of a clergyman be seen going to a conventicle? If I did it, I would be seen doing it, I answered. Don't you know that the man is no conciliatory, or even mild dissenter, but a decided enemy to church and state and all that? Pursued Percival. I don't care, I returned. I know nothing about it. What I know is, that he's a poet and a prophet both in one. He stirs up my heart within me, and makes me long to be good. He is no orator, and yet breaks into bursts of eloquence such as none of the studied orators, to whom you profess so great an aversion, could ever reach. You might well be right there. It is against nature for a speaker to be eloquent throughout his discourse, and the false will of course quench the truth. I don't mind going if you wish it. I suppose he believes what he says, at least. Not a doubt of it. He could not speak as he does from less than a thorough belief. Do you mean to say, Winnie, that he is sure of everything? I don't want to urge an unreasonable question, but is he sure that the story of the New Testament is, in the main, actual fact? I should be very sorry to trouble your faith, but my father says, I interrupted, that a truth faith is like the pool of Bethesda. It is when troubled that it shows its healing power. That depends on where the trouble comes from, perhaps, said Percival. Anyhow, I answered, it is only that which cannot be shaken that shall remain. Well, I will tell you what seems to me a very common sense difficulty. How is anyone to be sure of the things recorded? I cannot imagine a man of our time absolutely certain of them. If you tell me I have testimony, I answer that the testimony itself requires testimony. I never even saw the people who bear it, have just as good reason to doubt their existence as that of him concerning whom they bear it, have positively no means of verifying it, and, indeed, have so little confidence in all that is called evidence, knowing how it can be twisted, that I should distrust any conclusion I might seem about to come to on the one side or the other. It does appear to me that, if the thing were of God, he would have taken care that it should be possible for an honest man to place a hearty confidence in its record. He had never talked to me so openly, and I took it as a sign that he had been thinking more of these things than hitherto. I felt it a serious matter to have to answer such words, for how could I have any better assurance of that external kind than Percival himself? That I was in the same intellectual position, however, enabled me the better to understand him. For a short time I was silent, while he regarded me with a look of concern, fearful, I fancied, lest he should have involved me in his own perplexity. Isn't it possible, Percival, I said, that God may not care so much for beginning at that end? I don't quite understand you, Winnie, he returned. A man might believe every fact recorded concerning our Lord, and yet not have the faith in him that God wishes him to have. Yes, certainly. But will you say the converse of that is true? Explain, please. Will you say a man may have the faith God cares for without the faith you say he does not care for? I didn't say that God does not care about our having assurance of the facts. For surely, if everything depends on those facts, much will depend on the degree of our assurance concerning them. I only expressed a doubt whether, in the present age, he cares that we should have that assurance first. Perhaps he means it to be the result of the higher kind of faith which rests in the will. I don't, at the moment, see how the higher faith, as you call it, can precede the lower. It seems to me possible enough. For what is the test of discipleship the Lord lays down? Is it not obedience? If ye love me, keep my commandments. If a man love me, he will keep my commandments. I never knew you. Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. Suppose a man feels in himself that he must have some Saviour or perish. Suppose he feels drawn by conscience, by admiration, by early memories, to the form of Jesus, dimly seen through the mists of ages. Suppose he cannot be sure there ever was such a man, but reads about him, and ponders over the words attributed to him, until he feels they are the right thing, whether he said them or not, and that if he could but be sure there were such a being, he would believe in him with heart and soul. Suppose all that he comes upon the words, if any man is willing to do the will of the Father, he shall know whether I speak of myself or he sent me. Suppose all these things, might not the man then say to himself, I cannot tell whether all this is true, but I know nothing that seems half so good, and I will try to do the will of the Father in the hope of the promised knowledge. Do you think God would, or would not, count that to the man for faith? I had no more to say, and a silence followed. After a pause of some duration, Percival said, "I will go with you, my dear," and that was all his answer. When we came out of the little chapel, the same into which Marion had stepped on that evening so memorable to her, we walked homeward in silence, and reached our own door ere a word was spoken. But, when I went to take off my things, Percival followed me into the room and said, "Whether that man is certain of the facts or not, I cannot tell yet, but I am perfectly satisfied he believes in the manner of which you were speaking, that of obedience, Wynnie. He must believe with his heart and will and life. If so, he can well afford to wait for what God will give him on things that belong to the intellect and judgment." "I would rather think," he returned, "that purity of life must react on the judgment so as to make it likewise clear, and enable it to recognize the true force of the evidence at command." "That is how my father came to believe," I said. "He seems to me to rest his conviction more upon external proof." "That is only because it is easier to talk about. He told me once that he was never able to estimate the force and weight of the external arguments until after he had believed for the very love of the external truth he saw in the story. His heart, he said, had been the guide of his intellect. That is just what I would fain believe. But, oh, Wynnie, the pity of it if that story should not be true after all!" "Ah, my love," I cried, "that very word makes me surer than ever that it cannot but be true. Let us go on putting it to the hardest test. Let us try it until it crumbles in our hands. Try it by the touchstone of action founded on its requirements." "There may be no other way," said Percival after a thoughtful pause, "of becoming capable of recognizing the truth. It may be beyond the grasp of all but the mind that has thus yielded to it. There may be no contact for it with any but such a mind. Such a conviction, then, could neither be forestalled nor communicated. Its very existence must remain doubtful until it asserts itself. I see that." End of About Percival.
Chapter 32 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
Please visit LibriVox.org.
recording by Kathleen. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. My second terror. "Please, ma'am, is Master Fido to carry Master Zorab about by the back o' the neck?" said Jemima, in indignant appeal, one afternoon late in November, bursting into the study where I sat with my husband. Fido was our Bedlington terrier, which, having been reared by Newcastle colliers, and taught to draw a badger, whatever that may mean, I am hazy about it, had a passion for burrowing after anything buried. Swept away by the current of the said passion, he had with his strong forepaws unearthed poor Zorab, which, being a tortoise, had ensconced himself, as he thought, for the winter, in the earth at the foot of a lilac tree. But now, much to his jeopardy, from the cold and the shock of the surprise, more than from the teeth of his friend, was being borne about the garden in triumph, though whether exactly as Jemima described may be questionable. Her indignation at the inroad of the dog upon the personal rights of the tortoise had possibly not lessened her general indifference to accuracy. Alarmed at the danger to the poor animal, of a kind from which his natural defences were powerless to protect him, Percival threw down his palette and brushes, and ran to the door. "Do put on your coat and hat, Percival," I cried, but he was gone. Cold as it was, he had been sitting in the light blouse he had worn at his work all the summer. The stove had got red hot, and the room was like an oven, while outside a dank fog filled the air. I hurried after him with his coat, and found him pursuing Fido about the garden, the brute declining to obey his call, or to drop the tortoise. Percival was equally deaf to my call, and not until he had beaten the dog did he return with the rescued tortoise in his hands. The consequences were serious. First the death of Zorab, and next a terrible illness to my husband. He had caught cold, it settled on his lungs, and passed into bronchitis. It was a terrible time to me, for I had no doubt, for some days, that he was dying. The measures taken seemed thoroughly futile. It is an awful moment when first death looks in at the door. The positive recognition of his presence is so different from any vividest imagination of it. For the moment I believed nothing, felt only the coming blackness of absolute loss. I cared neither for my children, nor for my father or mother. Nothing appeared of any worth more. I had conscience enough left to try to pray, but no prayer would rise from the frozen depths of my spirit. I could only move about in mechanical and hopeless ministration to one whom it seemed of no use to go on loving any more. For what was nature but a soulless machine, the constant clank of whose motion sounded only dust to dust, dust to dust, for evermore? But I was roused from this horror-stricken mood by a look from my husband, who, catching a glimpse of my despair, motioned me to him with a smile as of sunshine upon snow, and whispered in my ear, "I'm afraid you haven't much more faith than myself, after all, Winnie." It stung me into life, not for the sake of my professions, not even for the honor of our Heavenly Father, but by waking in me the awful thought of my beloved passing through the shadow of death, with no one beside him to help or comfort him, in absolute loneliness and uncertainty. The thought was unendurable. For a moment I wished he might die suddenly, and so escape the vacuous despair of a conscious lingering betwixt life and the something or the nothing beyond it. "But I cannot go with you," I cried, and forgetting all my duty as a nurse, I wept in agony. "Perhaps another will, my Winnie, one who knows the way," he whispered, for he could not speak aloud, and closed his eyes. It was as if an arrow of light had slain the python coiled about my heart. If he believed, I could believe also. If he could encounter the vague dark, I could endure the cheerless light. I was myself again, and, with one word of endearment, left the bedside to do what had to be done. At length a faint hope began to glimmer in the depths of my cavernous fear. It was long ere it swelled into confidence, but, although I was then in somewhat feeble health, my strength never gave way. For a whole week I did not once undress, and for weeks I was half awake all the time I slept. The softest whisper would rouse me thoroughly, and it was only when Marion took my place that I could sleep at all. I am afraid I neglected my poor children dreadfully. I seemed for the time to have no responsibility, and even, I am ashamed to say, little care for them. But then I knew that they were well attended to. Friends were very kind, especially Judy, in taking them out, and Marion's daily visits were like those of a mother. Indeed, she was able to mother anything human except a baby, to whom she felt no attraction, any more than to the inferior animals, for which she had little regard beyond a negative one. She would hurt no creature that was not hurtful, but she had scarcely an atom of kindness for a dog or cat, or anything that is petted of woman. It is the only defect I am aware of in her character. My husband slowly recovered, but it was months before he was able to do anything he would call work. But, even in labor, success is not only to the strong. Working a little at the short best time of the day with him, he managed, long before his full recovery, to paint a small picture which better critics than I have thought worthy of Angelico. I will attempt to describe it. Through the lighted windows of a great hall, the spectator catches broken glimpses of a festive company. At the head of the table, pouring out the red wine, he sees one like unto the Son of Man, upon whom the eyes of all are turned. At the other end of the hall, seated high in a gallery, with rapt looks and quaint yet homely Anglican instruments, he sees the orchestra pouring out their souls through their strings and trumpets. The hall is filled with a jewelly glow, as of light suppressed by color, the radiating center of which is the red wine on the table, while mingled wings of all gorgeous splendors, hovering in the dim height, are suffused and harmonized by the molten ruby tint that pervades the whole. Outside, in the drizzly darkness, stands a lonely man. He stoops listening, with one ear laid almost against the door. His half-upturned face catches a ray of the light reflected from a muddy pool in the road. It discloses features wan and wasted with sorrow and sickness, but glorified with the joy of music. He is like one who has been 4 days dead. to whose body the music has recalled the soul. Down by his knee he holds a violin, fashioned like those of the orchestra within, which, as he listens, he is tuning to their pitch. To readers acquainted with a poem of Dr. Donne's Hymn to God, in my sickness, this description of mine will at once suggest the origin of the picture. I had read some verses of it to him in his convalescence, and, having heard them once, he requested them often again. The first stanza runs thus: Since I am coming to that holy room, where with the choir of saints for evermore I shall be made thy music as I come, I tune the instrument here at the door, and what I must do then, think here before. The painting is almost the only one he has yet refused to let me see before it was finished, but when it was, he hung it up in my own little room off the study, and I became thoroughly acquainted with it. I think I love it more than anything else he has done. I got him, without telling him why, to put a touch or two to the listening figure, which made it really like himself. During this period of recovery, I often came upon him reading his Greek New Testament, which he would shove aside when I entered. At length, one morning, I said to him, "Are you ashamed of the New Testament, Percival? One would think it was a bad book from the way you tried to hide it." "No, my love," he said, "it is only that I am jealous of appearing to do that from suffering and weakness only, which I did not do when I was strong and well. But sickness has opened my eyes a good deal, I think, and I am sure of this much, that, whatever truth there is here, I want it all the same, whether I am feeling the want or not." I had no idea what there was in this book. "Would you mind telling me," I said, "what made you take to reading it?" "I will try. When I thought I was dying, a black cloud seemed to fall over everything. It was not so much that I was afraid to die, although I did dread the final conflict, as that I felt so forsaken and lonely. It was of little use saying to myself that I mustn't be a coward, and that it was the part of a man to meet his fate, whatever it might be, with composure, for I saw nothing worth being brave about. The heart had melted out of me. There was nothing to give me joy, nothing for my life to rest up on, no sense of love at the heart of things. Didn't you feel something the same that terrible day?" "I did," I answered. "I hope I never believed in death all the time. And yet for one fearful moment the skeleton seemed to swell and grow till he blotted out the sun and the stars, and was himself all in all, while the life beyond was too shadowy to show behind him. And so death was victorious, until the thought of your loneliness in the dark valley broke the spell, and for your sake I hoped in God again, and I thought with myself, would God set his children down in the dark, and leave them to cry aloud in anguish at the terrors of the night? Would he not make the very darkness light about them? Or, if they must pass through such tortures, would he not at least let them know that he was with them? How, then, can there be a God?" Then arose in my mind all at once the old story, how, in the person of his Son, God himself had passed through the darkness now gathering about me. He had gone down to the grave, and had conquered death by dying. If this was true, this was to be a God indeed. Well might he call on us to endure, who had himself borne the far heavier share. If there were an eternal life who would perfect my life, I could be brave. I could endure what he chose to lay upon me. I could go whither he led.
"And were you able to think all that when you were so ill, my love?" I said.
"Something like it, practically very like it," he answered. "It kept growing in my mind, coming and going, and gathering clearer shape. I thought with myself that if there was a God, he certainly knew that I would give myself to him if I could. That if I knew Jesus to be verily and really his Son, however it might seem strange to believe in him and hard to obey him, I would try to do so." And then a verse about the smoking flax and the bruised reed came into my head, and a great hope arose in me. I do not know if it was what the good people would call faith, but I had no time and no heart to think about words. I wanted God and his Christ. A fresh spring of life seemed to burst up in my heart. All the world grew bright again. I seemed to love you and the children twice as much as before. A calmness came down upon my spirit which seemed to me like nothing but the presence of God. and although I dare say you did not then perceive a change, I am certain that the same moment I began to recover. End of my second terror.
Chapter 33 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. The clouds after the rain. But the clouds returned after the rain. It will be easily understood how the little money we had in hand should have rapidly vanished during Percival's illness. While he was making nothing, the expenses of the family went on as usual, and not that only, but many little delicacies had to be got for him, and the doctor was yet to pay. Even up to the time when he had been taken ill, we had been doing little better than living from hand to mouth. For, as often as we thought income was about to get a few yards ahead in the race with expense, something invariably happened to disappoint us. I am not sorry that I have no special faculty for saving, for I have never known any in whom such was well developed, who would not do things they ought to be ashamed of. The savings of such people seem to me to come quite as much off other people as off themselves, and, especially in regard of small sums, they are in danger of being first mean and then dishonest. Certainly whoever makes saving the end of her life must soon grow mean, and will probably grow dishonest. But I have never succeeded in drawing the line betwixt meanness and dishonesty. What is mean, so far as I can see, slides by indistinguishable gradations into what is plainly dishonest. And what is more, the savings are commonly made at the cost of the defenseless. It is far better to live in constant difficulties than to keep out of them by such vile means as must, besides, poison the whole nature, and make one's judgments, both of God and her neighbors, mean as her own conduct. It is nothing to say that you must be just before you are generous. For what is the very point I am insisting on, namely, that one must be just to others before she is generous to herself. It will never do to make your two ends meet by pulling the other ends from the hands of those who are likewise puzzled to make them meet. But I must now put myself at the bar, and cry peccavi, for I was often wrong on the other side, sometimes getting things for the house before it was quite clear I could afford them, and sometimes buying the best when an inferior thing would have been more suitable, if not to my ideas, yet to my purse. It is, however, far more difficult for one with an uncertain income to learn to save, or even to be prudent, than for one who knows how much exactly every quarter will bring. My husband, while he left the whole management of money matters to me, would yet spend occasionally without consulting me. In fact, he had no notion of money, and what it would or would not do. I never knew a man spend less upon himself, but he would be extravagant for me, and I dared hardly utter a foolish liking lest he should straightway turn it into a cause of shame by attempting to gratify it. He had, besides, a weakness for overpaying people, of which neither Marion nor I could honestly approve, however much we might admire the disposition whence it proceeded. Now that I have confessed, I shall be more easy in my mind, for, in regard of the troubles that followed, I cannot be sure that I was free of blame. One more word in self-excuse, and I have done. However imperative, it is none the less hard to cultivate two opposing virtues at one and the same time. While my husband was ill, not a picture had been disposed of, and even after he was able to work a little, I could not encourage visitors. He was not able for the fatigue, and in fact shrunk, with an irritability I had never perceived a sign of before, from seeing anyone. To my growing dismay, I saw my little stock, which was bodily in my hand, for we had no banking account, rapidly approaching its final evanishment. Some may think that, with parents in the position of mine, a temporary difficulty must have caused me no anxiety. I must therefore mention one or two facts with regard to both my husband and my parents. In the first place, although he had as complete a confidence in him as I had, both in regard to what he said and what he seemed, my husband could not feel towards my father as I felt. He had married me as a poor man, who yet could keep a wife. and I knew it would be a bitter humiliation to him to ask my father for money, on the ground that he had given his daughter. I should have felt nothing of the kind, for I should have known that my father would do him as well as me perfect justice in the matter, and would consider any money spent upon us as used to a divine purpose, for he regarded the necessaries of life as noble, its comforts as honorable, its luxuries as permissible, thus reversing altogether the usual judgment of rich men, who in general like nothing worse than to leave their hoards to those of their relatives who will degrade them to the purchase of mere bread and cheese, blankets and clothes, and coals. But I had no right to go against my husband's feeling. So long as the children had their bread and milk, I would endure with him. I am confident I could have starved as well as he, and should have enjoyed letting him see it. But there were reasons because of which even I, in my fullest freedom, could not have asked help from my father just at this time. I am ashamed to tell the fact, but I must. Before the end of his second year at Oxford, just over, the elder of my two brothers had, without any vice I firmly believe, beyond that of thoughtlessness and folly, got himself so deeply mired in debt, both to tradespeople and money-lenders, that my father had to pay £2,000 for him. Indeed, as I was well assured, although he never told me so, he had to borrow part of the money on a fresh mortgage, in order to clear him. Some lawyer, I believe, told him that he was not bound to pay, but my father said that, although such creditors deserved no protection of the law, he was not bound to give them a lesson in honesty at the expense of weakening the bond between himself and his son, for whose misdeeds he acknowledged a large share of responsibility, while, on the other hand, he was bound to give his son the lesson of the suffering brought on his family by his selfishness, and therefore would pay the money, if not gladly, yet willingly. How the poor boy got through the shame and misery of it, I can hardly imagine, but this I can say for him, that it was purely of himself that he accepted a situation in Ceylon instead of returning to Oxford. Thither he was now on his way, with the intention of saving all he could in order to repay his father, and if at length he succeeds in doing so, he will doubtless make a fairer start the second time, because of the discipline, than if he had gone out with the money in his pocket. It was natural, then, that in such circumstances a daughter should shrink from adding her troubles to those caused by a son. I ought to add that my father had of late been laying out a good deal in building cottages for the labourers on his farms, and that the land was not yet entirely freed from the mortgages my mother had inherited with it. Percival continued so weak that for some time I could not bring myself to say a word to him about money. But to keep them as low as possible did not prevent the household debts from accumulating, and the servants' wages were on the point of coming due. I had been careful to keep the milkman paid, and for the rest of the tradesmen I consoled myself with the certainty that, if the worst came to the worst, there was plenty of furniture in the house to pay every one of them. Still, of all burdens next to sin, that of debt, I think, must be the heaviest. I tried to keep cheerful, but at length, one night, during our supper of bread and cheese, which I could not bear to see my poor pale-faced husband eating, I broke down. "What is the matter, my darling?" asked Percival. I took a half-crown from my pocket and held it out on the palm of my hand. "That's all I've got, Percival," I said. "Oh, that all, is it?" he returned lightly. "Yes, isn't that enough?" I said with some indignation. "Certainly, for to-night," he answered, "seeing the shops are shut. But is that all that's troubling you?" he went on. "It seems to me quite enough," I said again. "And if you had the housekeeping to do, and the bills to pay, you would think a solitary half-crown quite enough to make you miserable." "Never mind, so long as it's a good one," he said. "I'll get you more to-morrow." "How can you do that?" I asked. "Easily," he answered. "You'll see. Don't you trouble your dear heart about it for a moment." I felt relieved, and asked him no more questions. The next morning, when I went into the study to speak to him, he was not there, and I guessed that he had gone to town to get the money, for he had not been out before since his illness, at least without me. But I hoped of all things he was not going to borrow it of a money-lender, of which I had a great and justifiable horror, having heard from himself how a friend of his had in such a case fared. I would have sold 3/4 of the things in the house rather. But as I turned to leave the study, anxious both about himself and his proceedings, I thought something was different, and soon discovered that a certain favorite picture was missing from the wall. It was clear he had gone either to sell it or raise money upon it. By our usual early dinner hour he returned, and put into my hands, with a look of forced cheerfulness, 2 5-pound notes. "Is that all you got for that picture?" I said. "That is all Mr. would advance me upon it," he answered. I thought he had made enough by me to have risked a little more than that. But picture dealers, well, never mind. That is enough to give time for 20 things to happen. And no doubt 20 things did happen, but none of them of the sort he meant. The 10 pounds sank through my purse like water through gravel. I paid a number of small bills at once, for they pressed the more heavily upon me that I knew the money was wanted. And by the end of another fortnight we were as badly off as before, with an additional trouble, which in the circumstances was anything but slight. In conjunction with more than ordinary endowments of stupidity and self-conceit, Jemima was possessed of a furious temper, which showed itself occasionally in outbursts of unendurable rudeness. She had been again and again on the point of leaving me, now she, now I, giving warning. But ere the day arrived, her better nature had always got the upper hand. She had broken down and given in. These outbursts had generally followed a season of better behavior than usual, and were all but certain if I ventured the least commendation, for she could not stand anything better than praise. At the least subsequent rebuke, self would break out in rage, vulgarity, and rudeness. On this occasion, however, I cannot tell whence it was that one of these cyclones arose in our small atmosphere. But it was Jemima, you may well believe, who gave warning, for it was out of my power to pay her wages, and there was no sign of her yielding. My reader may be inclined to ask, in what stead the religion I had learned of my father now stood me. I will endeavor to be honest in my answer. Every now and then I tried to pray to God to deliver us, but I was far indeed from praying always, and still farther from not fainting. A whole day would sometimes pass under a weight of care that amounted often to misery, and not until its close would I bethink me that I had been all the weary hours without God. Even when more hopeful, I would keep looking and looking for the impossibility of something to happen of itself, instead of looking for some good and perfect gift to come down from the Father of lights. And, when I spoke to the fact, the fog would yet lie so deep in my soul that I could not be sorry for my idolatry and want of faith. It was indeed a miserable time. There was, besides, one definite thought that always choked my prayers. I could not say in my conscience that I had been sufficiently careful either in my management or my expenditure. If I thought I could be certain that I had done my best, I should be able to trust in God for all that lies beyond my power. But now he may mean to punish me for my carelessness. Then why should I not endure it calmly and without complaint? Alas, it was not I alone that thus would be punished, but my children and my husband as well. Nor could I avoid coming on my poor father at last, who, of course, would interfere to prevent a sale. And the thought was, from the circumstances I have mentioned, very bitter to me. Sometimes, however, in more faithful moods, I would reason with myself that God would not be hard upon me, even if I had not been so saving as I ought. My father had taken his son's debt on himself, and would not allow him to be disgraced more than could be helped. And if an earthly parent would act thus for his child, would our Father in heaven be less tender with us? Still, for very love's sake, it might be necessary to lay some disgrace upon me, for of late I had been thinking far too little of the best things. The cares more than the duties of life had been filling my mind. If it brought me nearer to God, I must then say it had been good for me to be afflicted. But while my soul was thus oppressed, how could my feelings have any scope? Let come what would, however, I must try and bear it, even disgrace, if it is His will. Better people than I had been thus disgraced, and it might be my turn next. Meantime, it had not come to that, and I must not let the cares of tomorrow burden today. Every day, almost, as it seems, in looking back, a train of thought something like this would pass through my mind. But things went on, and grew no better. With gathering rapidity we went sliding, to all appearance, down the inclined plane of disgrace. Percival at length asked Roger if he had any money by him to lend him a little, and he gave him at once all he had, amounting to 6 pounds, a wonderful amount for Roger to have accumulated, with the help of which we got on to the end of Jemima's month. The next step I had in view was to take my little valuables to the pawnbrokers, amongst them a watch, whose face was encircled with a row of good-sized diamonds. It had belonged to my great-grandmother, and my mother had given it to me when I was married. We had had a piece of boiled neck of mutton for dinner, of which we, that is my husband and I, had partaken sparingly, in order that there might be enough for the servants. Percival had gone out, and I was sitting in the drawing-room, lost in anything but a blessed reverie, with all the children chattering amongst themselves beside me, when Jemima entered, looking subdued. "If you please, ma'am, this is my day," she said. "Have you got a place then, Jemima?" I asked, for I had been so much occupied with my own affairs that I had thought little of the future of the poor girl to whom I could have given but a lukewarm recommendation for anything prized amongst housekeepers. "No, ma'am. Please, ma'am, mayn't I stop?" "No, Jemima, I am very sorry, but I can't afford to keep you. I shall have to do all the work myself when you are gone." I thought to pay her wages out of the proceeds of my jewels, but was willing to delay the step as long as possible. Rather, I believe, from repugnance to enter the pawnshop, than from disinclination to part with the trinkets. But, as soon as I had spoken, Jemima burst into an Irish wail, mingled with sobs and tears, crying between the convulsions of all three, "I thought there was something wrong, missus. You and master look so scared like. Please, missus, don't send me away." "I never wanted to send you away, Jemima. You wanted to go yourself." "No, ma'am, that I didn't. I only wanted you to ask me to stop. Wirra. It's myself is sorry I was so rude. It's not me, it's my temper, missus. I do believe I was born with the devil inside me." I could not help laughing, partly from amusement, partly from relief. "But you see I can't ask you to stop," I said. "I've got no money, not even enough to pay you to-day, so I can't keep you." "I don't want no money, ma'am. Let me stop, and I'll cook for yez, and wash and scrub for yez, to the end o' my days, and I'll eat no more than'll keep the life in me. I must eat something, or the smell o' the meat would turn me sick, ye see, ma'am, and then I shouldn't be no good to yez. Please 'em, I got £15 in the savings bank. I'll give ye all that, if ye'll let me stop, would ye?" When I confess that I burst out crying, my reader will be kind enough to take into consideration that I hadn't had much to eat for some time, that I was therefore weak in body as well as mind, and that this was the first gleam of sunshine I had had for many weeks. "Thank you very much, Jemima," I said, as soon as I could speak. "I won't take your money, for then you would be as poor as I am. But if you would like to stop with us, you shall, and I won't pay you till I am able." The poor girl was profuse in her thanks, and left the room sobbing in her apron. It was a gloomy, drizzly, dreary afternoon. The children were hard to amuse, and I was glad when their bedtime arrived. It was getting late before Percival returned. He looked pale, and I found afterwards that he had walked home. He had got wet, and had to change some of his clothes. When we went in to supper, there was the neck of mutton on the table almost as we had left it. This led me, before asking him any questions, to relate what had passed with Jemima, at which news he laughed merrily, and was evidently a good deal relieved. Then I asked him where he had been. "To the city," he answered. "Have you sold another picture?" I asked, with an inward tribulation, half hope, half fear. For, much as we wanted the money, I could ill bear the thought of his pictures going for the price of mere pot boilers. "No," he replied. "The last is stopping the way. Mr. has been advertising it as a bargain for 150, but he hasn't sold it yet, and can't. He says risk £10 on another. What's to come of it, I don't know," he added. "But meantime it's a comfort that Jemima can wait a bit for her money." As we sat at supper, I thought I saw a look on Percival's face which I had never seen there before. All at once, while I was wondering what it might mean, after a long pause, during which we had both been looking into the fire, he said, "Wynnie, I'm going to paint a better picture than I've ever painted yet. I can and I will." "But how are we to live in the meantime?" I said. His face fell, and I saw with shame what a Job's comforter I was. Instead of sympathizing with his ardor, I had quenched it. What if my foolish remark had ruined a great picture? Anyhow, it had wounded a great heart, which had turned to labor as its plainest duty, and would thereby have been strengthened to endure and to hope. It was too cruel of me. I knelt by his knee, and told him I was both ashamed and sorry I had been so faithless and unkind. He made little of it, said I might well ask the question, and even tried to be merry over it. But I could see well enough that I had let a gust of the foggy night into his soul, and was thoroughly vexed with myself. We went to bed gloomy, but slept well, and awoke more cheerful. End of The Clouds After the Rain.
Chapter 34 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. The Sunshine. As we were dressing, it came into my mind that I had forgotten to give him a black-bordered letter which had arrived the night before. I commonly opened his letters, but I had not opened this one, for it looked like a business letter, and I feared it might be a demand for the rent of the house, which was overdue. Indeed, at this time I dreaded opening any letter, the writing on which I did not recognize. "Here is a letter, Percival," I said. "I am sorry I forgot to give it to you last night." "Who is it from?" he asked, talking through his towel from his dressing-room. "I don't know. I didn't open it. It looks like something disagreeable." "Open it now, then, and see." "I just can't at this moment," I answered, for I had my back hair half twisted in my hands. "There it is on the chimney-piece." He came in, took it, and opened it, while I went on with my toilet. Suddenly his arms were round me, and I felt his cheek on mine. "Read that," he said, putting the letter in my hand. It was from a lawyer in Shrewsbury, informing him that his godmother, with whom he had been a great favourite when a boy, was dead, and had left him £300. It was like a reprieve to one about to be executed. I could only weep and thank God, once more believing in my Father in heaven. But it was a humbling thought, that, if he had not thus helped me, I might have ceased to believe in him. I saw plainly that, let me talk to Percival as I might, my own faith was but a wretched thing. It is all very well to have noble theories about God, but where is the good of them except we actually trust in him as a real, present, living, loving being, who counts us more value than many sparrows, and will not let one of them fall to the ground without him? I thought, Winnie, if there was such a God as you believed in, and with you to pray to him, we shouldn't be long without a hearing, said my husband. There was more faith in his heart all the time, though he could not profess the belief I thought I had, than there ever was in mine. But our troubles weren't nearly over yet. Percival wrote acknowledging the letter, and requesting to know when it would be convenient to let him have the money, as he was in immediate want of it. The reply was, that the trustees were not bound to pay the legacies for a year, but that possibly they might stretch a point in his favour if he applied to them. Percival did so, but received a very curt answer, with little encouragement to expect anything but the extreme of legal delay. He received the money, however, about 4 months after, lightened, to the great disappointment of my ignorance, of £30 legacy duty. In the meantime, although our minds were much relieved, and Percival was working away at his new picture with great energy and courage, the immediate pressure of circumstances was nearly as painful as ever. It was a comfort, however, to know that we might borrow on the security of the legacy, but greatly grudging the loss of the interest which that would involve. I would have persuaded Percival to ask a loan of Lady Bernard. He objected. On what ground, do you think? That it would be disagreeable to Lady Bernard to be repaid the sum she had lent us. He would have finally consented, however, I have little doubt, had the absolute necessity for borrowing arrived. About a week or 10 days after the blessed news, he had a note from Mr. whom he had authorized to part with the picture for 30 guineas. How much this was under its value, it is not easy to say, seeing the money value of pictures is dependent on so many things. But if the fairy godmother's executors had paid her legacy at once, that picture would not have been sold for less than 5 times the amount, and I may mention that the last time it changed hands it fetched £570. Mr. wrote that he had an offer of 5 20 for it, desiring to know whether he might sell it for that sum. Percival at once gave his consent, and the next day received a cheque for 11 pounds odd shillings, the difference being the borrowed amount upon it, its interest, the commission charged on the sale, and the price of a small picture frame. The next day Percival had a visitor at the studio, no less a person than Mr. Baddeley, with his shirt front in full blossom, and his diamond wallowing in light on the 5th finger. I cannot call it his little finger, for his hands were as huge as they were soft and white, hands descended of generations of laborious ones, but which had never themselves done any work beyond paddling in money. He greeted Percival with a jolly condescension, and told him that, having seen and rather liked a picture of his the other day, he had come to inquire whether he had one that would do for a pendant to it, as he should like to have it, provided he did not want a fancy price for it. Percival felt as if he were setting out his children for sale, as he invited him to look about the room, and turned round a few from against the wall. The great man flitted hither and thither, spying at one after another through the cylinder of his curved hand. Percival going on with his painting as if no one were there. "How much do you want for this sketch?" asked Mr. Baddeley, at length, pointing to one of the most highly finished paintings in the room. "I put 300 on it at the Academy exhibition," answered Percival. "My friends thought it too little, but as it has been on my hands a long time now, and pictures don't rise in price in the keeping of the painter, I shouldn't mind taking 2 for it." 2 tens, I suppose you mean," said Mr. Baddeley. "I gave him a look," said Percival, as he described the interview to me, "and I knew as well as if I had seen it what kind of a phenomenon that look must have been. Come now," Mr. Baddeley went on, perhaps misinterpreting the look, for it was such as a man of his property was not in the habit of receiving, "you mustn't think I'm made of money, or that I'm a green hand in the market. I know what your pictures fetch, and I'm a pretty sharp man of business, I believe." "What do you really mean to say and stick to? Ready money, you know." 300, said Percival coolly. "Why, Mr. Percival," cried Mr. Baddeley, drawing himself up, "as my husband said, with the air of one who knew a trick worth 2 of that, I paid Mr. 50 pounds, neither more or less, for a picture of yours yesterday. A picture, allow me to say, worth—" He turned again to the one in question with a critical air, as if about to estimate to a fraction its value as compared with the other. "Worth 3 of that, some people think," said Percival. "The price of this, then, joking aside, is—" 300 pounds, answered Percival. "I know well how quietly." "I understood you wished to sell it," said Mr. Baddeley, beginning, for all his good nature, to look offended, as well as he might. "I do wish to sell it. I happen to be in want of money." "Then I'll be liberal, and offer you the same I paid for the other. I'll send you a cheque this afternoon for 50, with pleasure. You cannot have that picture under 300. "Why," said the rich man, puzzled, "you offered it for 200 not 5 minutes ago." "Yes, and you pretended to think I meant 2 tens. Offended you, I fear. At all events betrayed so much ignorance of painting, that I would rather not have a picture of mine in your house." "You're the first man ever presumed to tell me I was ignorant of painting," said Mr. Baddeley, now thoroughly indignant. "You have heard the truth, then, for the first time," said Percival, and resumed his work. Mr. Baddeley walked out of the study. I am not sure that he was so ignorant. He had been in the way of buying popular pictures for some time, paying thousands for certain of them. I suspect he had eye enough to see that my husband's would probably rise in value, and, with the true huckster spirit, was ambitious of boasting how little he had given compared with what they were really worth. Percival in this case was doubtless rude. He had an insuperable aversion to men of Mr. Baddeley's class, men who could have no position but for their money, and who yet presumed upon it, as if it were gifts and graces, genius and learning, judgment and art, all in one. He was in the habit of saying that the plutocracy, as he called it, ought to be put down, that is, negatively and honestly, by showing them no more respect than you really entertained for them. Besides, although he had no great favours for cousin Judy's husband, he yet bore Mr. Baddeley a grudge for the way in which he had treated one with whom, while things went well with him, he had been ready enough to exchange hospitalities. Before long, through Lady Bernard, he sold a picture at a fair price, and soon after, seeing in a shop window the one Mr. had sold to Mr. Baddeley, marked £10, went in and bought it. Within the year he sold it for 150. By working day and night almost, he finished his new picture in time for the Academy, and, as he had himself predicted, it proved, at least in the opinion of all his artist friends, the best that he had ever painted. It was bought at once for £300, and never since then have we been in want of money. End of The Sunshine.
Chapter 39 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. What Lady Bernard thought of it. My reader may wonder that, in my record of these troubles, I have never mentioned Marion. The fact is, I could not bring myself to tell her of them, partly because she was in some trouble herself, from strangers who had taken rooms in the house and made mischief between her and her grandchildren, and partly because I knew she would insist on going to Lady Bernard, and although I should not have minded it myself, I knew that nothing but seeing the children hungry would have driven my husband to consent to it. One evening, after it was all over, I told Lady Bernard the story. She allowed me to finish it without saying a word. When I had ended, she still sat silent for a few moments, then, laying her hand on my arm, said, "My dear child, you were very wrong, as well as very unkind. Why did you not let me know?" "Because my husband would never have allowed me," I answered. "Then I must have a talk with your husband," she said. "I wish you would," I replied, "for I can't help thinking Percival too severe about such things." The very next day she called, and did have a talk with him in the study, to the following effect. "I have come to quarrel with you, Mr. Percival," said Lady Bernard. "I'm sorry to hear it," he returned. "You're the last person I should like to quarrel with, for it would imply some unpardonable fault in me." "It does imply a fault, and a great one," she rejoined, "though I trust not an unpardonable one. That depends on whether you can repent of it." She spoke with such a serious air that Percival grew uneasy, and began to wonder what he could possibly have done to offend her. I had told him nothing of our conversation, wishing her to have her own way with him. When she saw him troubled, she smiled. "It is not a fault, Mr. Percival, to prevent one from obeying the divine law of bearing another's burden." "But," said Mr. Percival, "I read as well that every man shall bear his own burden." "Ah," returned Lady Bernard, "but I learned from Mr. Conybeare that two different Greek words are there used, which we translate only by the English burden. I cannot tell you what they are. I can only tell you the practical result. We are to bear one another's burdens of pain or grief or misfortunes or doubt. Whatever weighs one down is to be borne by another. But the man who is tempted to exalt himself over his neighbor is taught to remember that he has his own load of disgrace to bear and answer for. It is just a weaker form of the lesson of the mote and the beam. You cannot get out of that door, Mr. Percival. I beg you will read the passage in your Greek Testament and see if you have not misapplied it. You ought to have let me bear your burden." "Well, you see, my dear Lady Bernard," returned Percival, at a loss to reply to such a vigorous assault, "I knew how it would be. You would have come here and bought pictures you didn't want, and I, knowing all the time you did it only to give me the money, should have had to talk to you as if I were taken in by it, and I really could not stand it. There you are altogether wrong, besides depriving me of the opportunity of fulfilling a duty, and of the pleasure and the honor of helping you to bear your burden. You have deprived me of the opportunity of indulging a positive passion for pictures. I am constantly compelled to restrain it lest I should spend too much of the money given me for the common good on my own private tastes. But here was a chance for me. I might have had some of your lovely pictures in my drawing room now, with a good conscience and a happy heart, if you had only been friendly. It was too bad of you, Mr. Percival. I am not pretending in the least when I assert that I am really and thoroughly disappointed." "I haven't a word to say for myself," returned Percival. "You couldn't have said a better," rejoined Lady Bernard. "But I hope you will never have to say it again." "That I shall not. If I ever find myself in any difficulty worth speaking of, I will let you know at once." "Thank you. Then we are friends again. And now I do think I am entitled to a picture. At least, I think it would be pardonable if I yield to the very strong temptation I am under at this moment to buy one. Let me see. What have you in the slave market, as your wife calls it?" She bought The Street Musician, as Percival had named the picture taken from Dr. Duany. I was more miserable than I ought to have been when I found he had parted with it, but it was a great consolation to think it was to Lady Bernard's it had gone. She was the only one, except my mother or Miss Clare, I could have borne to think of as having become its possessor. He had asked her what I thought a very low price for it, and I judged that Lady Bernard thought the same, but, after what had passed between them, would not venture to expostulate. With such a man as my husband, I fancy she thought it best to let well alone. Anyhow, one day soon after this, her servant brought him a little box, containing a fine brilliant. "The good lady's kindness is long-sighted," said my husband, as he placed it on his finger. "I shall be hard up, though, before I part with this, Winnie. I've actually got a finer diamond than Mr. Baddeley. It is a beauty, if ever there was one. My husband, with all his carelessness of dress and adornment, has almost a passion for stones. It is delightful to hear him talk about them. But he has never possessed a single gem before Lady Bernard made him this present. I believe he is a child enough to be happier for it all his life." End of chapter 39.
Chapter 36 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Retrospective. Suddenly I become aware that I am drawing nigh the close of my monthly labors for a long year. Yet the year seems to have passed more rapidly because of this addition to my anxieties. Not that I haven't enjoyed the labor while I have been actually engaged in it, but the prospect of the next month's work would often come in to damp the pleasure of the present, making me fancy, as the close of each chapter drew near, that I should not have material for another left in my head. I heard a friend once remark that it is not the cares of today, but the cares of tomorrow, that weigh a man down. For the day we have the corresponding strength given. For the morrow we are told to trust. It is not ours yet. When I get my money for my work, I mean to give my husband a long holiday. I half think of taking him to Italy, for of course I can do what I like with my own, whether husband or money, and so have a hand in making him a still better painter, incapable of imitation. The sight of any real work is always of great service to him, widening his sense of art, enlarging his idea of what can be done, rousing what part of his being is most in sympathy with it, a part possibly as yet only half awake, in a word, leading him another step towards that simplicity which is at the root of all diversity, being so simple that it needs all diversity to set it forth. How impossible it seemed to me that I should ever write a book! Well or ill done, it is almost finished, for the next month is the 12th. I must look back upon what I have written, to see what loose ends I may have left, and whether any allusion has not been followed up with a needful explanation. For this way of writing by portions, the only way in which I could have been persuaded to attempt the work, however, is unfavorable to artistic unity, an unnecessary remark, seeing that to such unity my work makes no pretensions. It is but a collection of portions detached from an uneventful, ordinary, and perhaps in part, therefore, very blessed life. Hence, perhaps, it was specially fitted for this mode of publication. At all events, I can cast upon it none of the blame of what failure I may have to confess. A biography cannot be constructed with the art of a novel, for this reason, that a novel is constructed on the artist's scale, with swift returning curves. A biography on the divine scale, whose circles are so large that they shoot beyond this world, sometimes even before we are able to detect in them the curve by which they will at length round themselves back towards completion. Hence, every life must look more or less fragmentary, and more or less out of drawing perhaps, not to mention the questionable effects in color and tone, where the model himself will insist on taking palette and brushes, and laying childish, if not passionate, conceited, ambitious, or even spiteful hands to the work. I do not find that I have greatly blundered, or omitted much that I ought to have mentioned. One odd thing is, that, in the opening conversation in which they urge me to attempt, I have not mentioned Marion. I do not mean that she was present, but that surely someone must have suggested her and her history as affording endless material for my record. A thing apparently but not really strange is, that I have never said a word about the Mrs. Cromwell mentioned in the same conversation. The fact is, that I have but just arrived at the part of my story where she first comes in. She died about 3 months ago, and I can therefore with the more freedom narrate in the next chapter what I have known of her. I find also that I have, in the 4th chapter, by some odd cerebro-mechanical freak, substituted the name of my Aunt Martha for that of my Aunt Millicent, another sister of my father, whom he had not, I believe, had occasion to mention in either of his preceding books. My Aunt Martha is Mrs. Weir, and has no children. My Aunt Millicent is Mrs. Parsons, married to a hard-working attorney, and has 12 children, now mostly grown up. I find also, in the 13th chapter, an unexplained allusion. There my husband says, "Just ask my brother his experience in regard of the word to which you object." The word was stomach, at the use of which I had in my ill temper taken umbrage. However disagreeable a word in itself, surely a husband might, if need be, use it without offense. It will be proof enough that my objection arose from pure ill temper when I state that I have since asked Roger to what Percival referred. His reply was, that, having been requested by a certain person who had a school for young ladies, probably she called it a college, to give her pupils a few lectures on physiology, he could not go far in the course without finding it necessary to make a not unfrequent use of the word, explaining the functions of the organ to which the name belonged, as resembling those of a mill. After the lecture was over, the school mistress took him aside and said she really could not allow her young ladies to be familiar with such words. Roger averred that the word was absolutely necessary to the subject upon which she had desired his lectures, and that he not know how any instruction in physiology could be given without the free use of it. No doubt, she returned, you must recognize the existence of the organ in question, but, as the name of it is offensive to ears polite, could you not substitute another? You have just said that its operations resemble those of a mill. Could you not, as often as you require to speak of it, refer to it in the future as the mill? Roger, with great difficulty repressing his laughter, consented, but in his next lecture made far more frequent reference to the mill than was necessary, using the word every time, I know exactly how, with a certain absurd solemnity that must have been irresistible. The girls went into fits of laughter at the first utterance of it, and seemed, he said, during the whole lecture, intent only on the new term, at every recurrence of which their laughter burst out afresh. Doubtless their schoolmistress had herself prepared them to fall into Roger's trap. The same night he received a note from her, enclosing his fee for the lectures given, and informing him that the rest of the courses would not be required. Roger sent back the money, saying that to accept part payment would be to renounce his claim for the whole, and that, besides, he had already received an amount of amusement quite sufficient to reward him for his labor. I told him I thought he had been rather cruel, but he said such a woman wanted a lesson. He said also that to see the sort of women who sometimes had the responsibility of training girls must make the angels weep. None but a heartless mortal like himself could laugh where conventionality and insincerity were taught in every hint as to posture and speech. It was bad enough, he said, to shape yourself into your own ideal, but to have to fashion yourself after the ideal of one whose sole object in teaching was to make money was something wretched indeed. I find, besides, that several intentions I had when I started have fallen out of the scheme. Somehow the subjects would not well come in, or I felt that I was in danger of injuring the persons in the attempt to set forth their opinions. End of Retrospective.
Chapter 41 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 41, Part 1. Mrs. Cromwell Comes. The moment the legacy was paid, our liabilities being already nearly discharged, my husband took us all to Hastings. I had never before been to any other sea-coast town where the land was worthy of the sea, except Kilkhaven. Assuredly, there is no place within easy reach of London to be once mentioned with Hastings. Of course we kept clear of the more fashionable and commonplace St. Leonard's End, where yet the sea is the same, a sea such that not even off Cornwall have I seen so many varieties of ocean aspect. The immediate shore, with its earthy cliffs, is vastly inferior to the magnificent rock about Tintagel, but there is no outlook on the sea that I know more satisfying than that formed from the heights of Hastings, especially the East Hill, from the west side of which also you may, when weary of the ocean, look straight down on the ancient port, with its old houses and fine multiformed red roofs, through the gauze of blue smoke which at eve of the summer day fills the narrow valley, softening the rough going on of life into harmony with the gentleness of sea and shore, field and sky. No doubt the suburbs are as unsightly as mere boxes of brick and lime can be. With an ugliness means becomes pretentious, an altogether modern ugliness, but even this cannot touch the essential beauty of the place. On the brow of this East Hill, Just where it begins to sink towards Ecclesbourne Glen stands a small, old, rickety house in the midst of the sweet grass of the downs. This house my husband was fortunate in finding to let, and took for 3 months. I am not, however, going to give any history of how we spent them, my sole reason for mentioning Hastings at all being that I made the acquaintance of Mrs. Cromwell. It was on this wise. One bright day, about noon, almost all the days of those months were gorgeous with sunlight, a rather fashionable maid ran up our little garden, begging for some water for her mistress. Sending her on with the water, I followed myself with a glass of sherry. The door in our garden hedge opened immediately on a green hollow in the hill, sloping towards the glen. As I stepped from the little gate onto the grass, I saw, to my surprise, that a white fog was blowing in from the sea. The heights of the opposite side of the glen, partially obscured thereby, looked more majestic than was their wont, and were mottled with patches of duller and brighter colour as the drifts of the fog were heaped or parted here and there. Far down, at the foot of the cliffs, the waves of the rising tide, driven shoreward with the added force of a southwest breeze, caught and threw back what sunlight reached them, and thinned with their shine the fog between. It was all so strange and fine, and had come on so suddenly, for when I had looked out a few minutes before, sea and sky were purely resplendent, that I stood a moment or two and gazed, almost forgetting why I was there. When I bethought myself and looked about me, I saw in the sheltered shadow before me a lady seated in a curiously shaped chair, so constructed, in fact, as to form upon occasion a kind of litter. It was plain she was an invalid, from her paleness and the tension of the skin on her face, revealing the outline of the bones beneath. Her features were finely formed, but rather small, and her forehead low, a Greek-like face with large pale blue eyes that reminded me of little Amy Morley's. She smiled very sweetly when she saw me and shook her head at the wine. "I only wanted a little water," she said. "This fog seems to stifle me." "It has come on very suddenly," I said. "Perhaps it is the cold of it that affects your breathing. You don't seem very strong, and any sudden change of temperature—" "I am not one of the most vigorous of mortals," she answered, with a sad smile. "But the day seemed of such indubitable character that, after my husband had brought me here in the carriage, he sent it home, and left me with my maid, while he went for a long walk across the downs. When he sees the change in the weather, though, he will turn directly." "It won't do to wait him here," I said. "We must get you in at once. Would it be wrong to press you to take a little of this wine, just to counteract a chill?" "I daren't touch anything but water," she replied. "It would make me feverish at once." "Run and tell the cook," I said to the maid, "that I want her here. You and she could carry your mistress in, could you not? I will help you." "There's no occasion for that, ma'am. She's as light as a feather," was the whispered answer. "I am quite ashamed of giving you so much trouble," said the lady, either hearing or guessing at our words. "My husband will be very grateful to you." "It's only an act of common humanity," I said. But, as I spoke, I fancied her fair brow clouded a little, as if she was not accustomed to common humanity, and the words sounded harsh in her ear. The cloud, however, passed so quickly that I doubted, until I knew her better, whether it had really been there. The two maids were now ready, and Jemima, instructed by the other, they lifted her with the utmost ease and bore her gently toward the house. The garden gate was just wide enough to let the chair through, and in a minute more she was upon the sofa. Then a fit of coughing came on which shook her dreadfully. When it had passed, she lay quiet, with closed eyes, and a smile hovering above her sweet, thin-lipped mouth. By and by she opened them and looked at me with a pitiful expression. "I fear you are far from well," I said. "I'm dying," she returned quietly. "I hope not," was all I could answer. "Why should you hope not?" she returned. "I am in no strait betwixt two. I desire to depart. For me to die will be all gain." "But your friends," I ventured to suggest, feeling my way and not quite relishing either the form or tone of her utterance. "I have none but my husband." "Then your husband," I persisted. "Ah," she said mournfully, "he will miss me, no doubt, for a while. But it must be a weight off him, for I have been a sufferer so long." At this moment I heard a heavy, hasty step in the passage. The next, the room door opened, and in came, in hot haste, wiping his red face, a burly man, clumsy and active, with an umbrella in his hand, followed by a great lumbering Newfoundland dog. "Down, Polyphemus," he said to the dog, which crept under a chair, while he, taking no notice of my presence, hurried up to his wife. "My love, my little dove," he said eagerly, "did you think I had forsaken you to the cruel elements?" "No, Alcibiades," she answered with a sweet little drawl. "But you do not observe that I am not the only lady in the room." Then, turning to me, "This is my husband, Mr. Cromwell," she said. "I cannot tell him your name." "I am Mrs. Percival," I returned, almost mechanically, for the gentleman's two names had run together and were sounding in my head. "Alcibiades Cromwell! How could such a conjunction have taken place without the intervention of Charles Dickens?" "I beg your pardon, ma'am," said Mr. Cromwell, bowing. "Permit my anxiety about my poor wife to cover my rudeness. I had climbed to the other side of the glen before I saw the fog, and it is no such easy matter to get up and down these hills of yours. I am greatly obliged to you for your hospitality. You have doubtless saved her life, for she is a frail flower, shrinking from the least breath of cold." The lady closed her eyes again, and the gentleman took her hand and felt her pulse. He seemed about twice her age, she not 30, he well past 50, the top of his head bald, and his gray hair sticking out fiercely over his good-natured red cheeks. He laid her hand gently down, put his hat on the table and his umbrella in a corner, wiped his face again, drew a chair near the sofa, and took his place by her side. I thought it better to leave them. When I re-entered after a while, I saw from the windows, which looked seaward, that the wind had risen, and was driving thin drifts no longer, but great thick white masses of sea fog landwards. It was the storm wind of that coast, the southwest, which dashes the pebbles over the parade, and the heavy spray against the houses. Mr. Alcibiades Cromwell was sitting as I had left him, silent by the side of his wife, whose blue-veined eyelids had apparently never been lifted from her large eyes. "Is there anything I could offer Mrs. Cromwell?" I said. "Could she not eat something?" "It is very little she can take," he answered, "but you are very kind. If you could let her have a little beef tea. She generally has a spoonful or two about this time of the day." "I'm sorry we have none," I said, "and it would be far too long for her to wait. I have a nice chicken, though, ready for cooking. If she could take a little chicken broth, that would be ready in a very little while." "Thank you 1,000 times, ma'am," he said heartily. "Nothing could be better. She might even be induced to eat a mouthful of the chicken. But I am afraid your extreme kindness prevents me from being so thoroughly ashamed, as I ought to be putting you to so much trouble for perfect strangers." "It is but a pleasure to be of service to any one in want of it," I said. Mrs. Cromwell opened her eyes and smiled gratefully. I left the room to give orders about the chicken, indeed, to superintend the preparation of it myself, for Jemima could not be altogether trusted in such a delicate affair as cooking for an invalid. When I returned, having set the simple operation going, Mr. Cromwell had a little hymn book of mine he had found on the table open in his hand, and his wife was saying to him, "That is lovely. Thank you, husband. How can it be I never saw it before? I am quite astonished. She little knows what multitudes of hymns there are," I thought with myself, my father having made a collection whence I had some idea of the extent of that department of religious literature. "This is a hymn book we are not acquainted with," said Mr. Cromwell, addressing me. "It is not much known," I answered. "It was compiled by a friend of my father's for his own schools. And this," he went on, "is a very beautiful hymn. You may trust my wife's judgment, Mrs. Percival. She lives upon hymns." He read the first line to show which he meant. I had long thought and still think it the most beautiful hymn I know. It was taken from the German, only much improved in the taking, and given to my father to do what he pleased with it, and my father had given it to another friend for his collection. Before that, however, while still in the manuscript, it had fallen into the hands of a certain clergyman, by whom it had been published without leave asked or apology made, a rudeness of which neither my father nor the author would have complained, for it was a pleasure to think it might thus reach many to whom it would be helpful. But they both felt aggrieved and indignant that he had taken the dishonest liberty of altering certain lines of it to suit his own opinions. As I am anxious to give it all the publicity I can, from pure delight in it, and love to all who are capable of the same delight, I shall here communicate it, in the full confidence of thus establishing a claim on the gratitude of my readers. O Lord, how happy is the time when in thy love I rest, when from my weariness I climb even to thy tender breast. The night of sorrow endeth there. Thou art brighter than the sun, and in thy pardon and thy care the heaven of heaven is won. Let the world call herself my foe, or let the world allure. I care not for the world. I go to this dear friend and sure, and when life's fiercest storms are sent upon life's wildest sea, my little bark is confident, because it holds by thee. When the law threatens endless death upon the awful hill, straightway from her consuming breath, my soul go higher still, goeth to Jesus, wounded, slain, and maketh him her home, when she will not go out again, and where death cannot come. I do not fear the wilderness, where thou hast been before. Nay, rather I will daily press after thee, near thee more. Thou art my food, on thee I lean, thou makest my heart sing, and to thy heavenly pastures green all thy dear flock dost bring. And if the gate that opens there be dark to other men, it is not dark to those who share the heart of Jesus then. That is not losing much of life, which is not losing thee, who art as present in the strife as in the victory. Therefore how happy is the time when in thy love I rest, when with my weariness I climb even to thy tender breast. The night of sorrow endeth there. Thou art brighter than the sun, and in thy pardon and thy care the heaven of heaven is won. In telling them a few of the facts connected with the hymn, I presume I had manifested my admiration of it with some degree of fervour. "Ah," said Mrs. Cromwell, opening her eyes very wide, and letting the rising tears fill them. "Ah, Mrs. Percival, you must be one of us." "You must tell me first who you are," I said. She held out her hand. I gave her mine. She drew me towards her, and whispered almost in my ear, though why or whence the affection of secrecy I can only imagine, the name of a certain small and exclusive sect. I will not indicate it, lest I should suppose to attribute to it either the peculiar faults or virtues of my new acquaintance. No, I answered, speaking with a calmness of self-compulsion, for I confess I felt repelled. I am not one of you, except in as far as we all belong to the Church of Christ. I have thought since how much better it would have been to say, yes, for we all belong to the Church of Christ. She gave a little sigh of disappointment, closed her eyes for a moment, opened them again with a smile, and said with a pleading tone, "But you do believe in personal religion?" "I don't see," I returned, "how religion can be anything but personal." Again she closed her eyes in a way that made me think how convenient bad health must be, conferring not only the privilege of passing into retirement at any desirable moment, but of doing so in such a ready and easy manner as the mere dropping of the eyelids. I rose to leave the room once more. Mr. Cromwell, who had made way for me to sit beside his wife, stood looking out of the window, against which came the sweeping of the great volumes of mist. I glanced out also. Not only was the sea invisible, but even the brow of the cliffs. When he turned towards me, as I passed him, I saw that his face had lost much of its rubicund hue, and looked troubled and anxious. "There is nothing for it," I said to myself, "but keep them all night," and so gave directions to have a bedroom prepared for them. I did not much like it, I confess, for I was not much interested in either of them, while of the sect to which she belonged I knew enough already to be aware that it was the narrowest and most sectarian in Christendom. It was a pity she had sought to claim me by a would-be closer bond than that of the body of Christ. Still, I knew I should be myself a sectary if I therefore excluded her from my best sympathies. At the same time I did feel some curiosity concerning the oddly yoked couple, and wondered whether the lady was really so ill as she would appear. I doubted whether she might not be using her illness both as an excuse for self-indulgence and as a means of keeping her husband's interest in her on the stretch. I did not like the wearing of her religion on her sleeve, nor the mellifluous drawl in which she spoke. When the chicken broth was ready, she partook daintily, but before she ended had made a very good meal, including a wing and a bit of the breast, after which she fell asleep. "There seems a little chance of the weather clearing," said Mr. Cromwell in a whisper, as I approached the window where he once more stood. "You must make up your mind to remain here for the night," I said. "My dear madam, I couldn't think of it," he returned. "I thought from unwillingness to incommode a strange household. An invalid like her, sweet lamb," he went on, "requires so many little comforts and peculiar contrivances to entice the repose she so greatly needs, that, in short, I must get her home." "Where do you live?" I asked, not sorry to find his intentions of going so fixed. "We have a house in Warrior Square," he answered. "We live in London, but have been here all the past winter. I doubt if she improves, though I doubt. He said the last words in a yet lower and more mournful whisper, then, with a shake of his head, turned and gazed again through the window. A peculiar little cough from the sofa made us both look round. Mrs. Cromwell was awake and searching for her handkerchief. Her husband understood her movements and hurried to her assistance. When she took the handkerchief from her mouth, there was a red spot upon it. Mr. Cromwell's face turned the colour of lead, but his wife looked up at him and smiled, a sweet, consciously pathetic smile. "He has sent for me," she said. "The messenger has come." Her husband made no answer. His eyes seemed starting from his head. "Who is your medical man?" I asked him. "He told me, and I sent off my housemaid to fetch him." It was a long hour before he arrived, during which, as often as I peeped in, I saw him sitting silent and holding her hand, until the last time, when I found him reading a hymn to her. She was apparently once more asleep. Nothing could be more favorable to her recovery than such quietness of both body and mind. End of chapter 41, part 1 of Mrs. Cromwell Comes. Chapter 42, part 2 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 42, Part 2. Mrs. Cromwell Comes. When the doctor came and had listened to Mr. Cromwell's statement, he proceeded to examine her chest with much care. That over, he averred in her hearing that he found nothing serious, but told her husband apart that there was considerable mischief, and assured me afterward that her lungs were all but gone, and that she could not live beyond a month or two. She had better be removed to her own house, he said, as speedily as possible. "But it would be cruelty to send her out a day like this," I returned. Yes, I did not mean that," he said. "But tomorrow, perhaps, you'll see what the weather is like. Is Mrs. Cromwell an old friend?" "I never saw her until to-day," I replied. "Ah," he remarked, and said no more. We got her to bed as soon as possible. I may just mention that I never saw anything to equal the point devise of her underclothing. There was not a stitch of cotton about her, using the word stitch in its metaphorical sense. But, indeed, I doubt whether her garments were not all made with linen thread. Even her horsehair petticoat was quilted with rose-colored silk inside. "Surely she has no children," I said to myself, and was right, as my mother readers will not be surprised to learn. It was a week before she got up again, and a month before she was carried down the hill, during which time her husband sat up with her or slept on a sofa in a room beside her every night. During the day I took a share in the nursing, which was by no means oppressive, for she did not suffer much and required little. Her chief demand was for hymns. The only annoyance connected with which worth mentioning was, that she often wished me to admire with her such as I could only half like, and occasionally such as were thoroughly distasteful to me. Her husband had brought her own collection from Warrior Square, volumes of hymns and manuscripts copied by her own hand, many of them strange to me. None of those I read altogether devoid of literary merit, and some of them lovely both in feeling and form, but all, even the best, which to me were unobjectionable, belonged to one class, a class breathing a certain tone difficult to describe, one, however, which I find characteristic of all the Roman Catholic hymns I have read. I will not indicate any of her selections, neither, lest I should be supposed to object to this or that one answering to the general description, and yet worthy of all respect, or even sympathy. Will I go further with a specification of their sort than to say that what pleased me in them was their full utterance of the personal devotion to the Saviour, and that what displeased me was a sort of sentimental regard of self in the matter. an implied special and thus partially exclusive predilection or preference of the Saviour for the individual supposed to be making use of them. A certain fundamental want of humility, therefore, although the forms of speech in which they were cast might be laboriously humble, they also not infrequently manifested a great leaning to the forms of earthly show as representatives of the glories of that kingdom which the Lord says is within us. Likewise, the manner in which Mrs. Cromwell talked reminded me much of the way in which a nun would represent her individual relation to Christ. I can best show what I mean by giving a conversation I had with her one day when she was recovering, which she did with wonderful rapidity up to a certain point. I confess I shrink a little from the reproducing it, because of the sacred name which, as it seemed to me, was far too often upon her lips and too easily uttered. But then she was made so different from me. The fine weather had returned in all its summer glory, and she was lying on a couch in her own room near the window, whence she could gaze on the expanse of the sea below, this morning streaked with the most delicate gradations of distance, swept beyond swept, line and band and ribbon of softly, often but slightly varied hue, leading the eyes on and on into the infinite. There may have been some atmospheric illusion ending off the show, for the last reaches mingled so with the air that you saw no horizon line, only a great breadth of border, no spot which you could appropriate with certainty either to sea or sky, while here and there was a vessel, to all appearance, pursuing its path in the sky and not upon the sea. It was, as some of my readers will not be required to be told, a still, grey forenoon, with a film of cloud over all the heavens, and many horizontal strata of deeper but varying density near the horizon. Mrs. Cromwell had lain for some time with her large eyes fixed on the farthest confusion of sea and sky. "I have been sending out my soul," she said at length, "to travel across all those distances, step by step, onto the gates of pearl. Who knows but that they may be the path I must travel to meet the bridegroom?" "The way is wide," I said. "What if you should miss him?" I spoke almost involuntarily. The style of her talk was very distasteful to me, and I had just been thinking of what I had once heard my father say, that at no time were people in more danger of being theatrical than when upon their deathbeds. "No," she returned, with a smile of gentle superiority. "No, that cannot be. Is he not waiting for me? Has he not chosen me and called me for his own? Is not my Jesus mine? I shall not miss him. He waits to give me my new name, and clothe me in the garments of righteousness." As she spoke, she clasped her thin hands and looked upwards with a radiant expression. Far it was from me to hint, even in my own soul, that the Saviour was not hers, tenfold more hers than she was able to think. I could not at the same time but doubt whether her heart and soul and mine were as close to him as her words would indicate she thought they were. She could not be wrong in trusting him, but could she be right in her notion of the measure to which her union with him had been perfected? I could not help thinking that a little fear, soon to pass into reverence, might be to her a salutary thing. The fear, I thought, would heighten and deepen the love, and purify it from that self which haunted her whole consciousness, and of which she had not yet sickened, as one day she certainly must. "My lamp is burning," she said. "I feel it burning. I love my Lord. It would be false to say otherwise." "Are you sure you have oil enough in your vessel as well as in your lamp?" I said. "Ah, you are one of the doubting. she returned kindly. Don't you know that sweet hymn about feeding our lamps from the olive trees of Jessamine? The idea is taken from the lamp the prophet Zechariah saw in his vision, into which 2 olive branches, through 2 golden pipes, emptied the golden oil out of themselves. If we are thus one with the olive tree, the oil cannot fail us. It is not as if we had to fill our lamps from a curse of our own. This is the curse that cannot fail. True, true, I said, but ought we not to examine our own selves whether we are in the faith? Let those examine that doubt, she replied, and I could not but yield in my heart that she had had the best of the argument. For I knew that the confidence in Christ which prevents us from thinking of ourselves, and makes us eager to obey his word, leaving all the care of our feelings to him, it is a true and healthy faith. Hence I could not answer her, although I doubted whether her peace came from such confidence. Doubted for several reasons. One, that so far from not thinking of herself, she seemed full of herself. Another, that she seemed to find no difficulty with herself in any way, and surely she was too young for all struggle to be over. I perceived no reference to the will of God in regard of anything she had only to do, only in regard of what she had to suffer, and especially in regard of that smallest of matters, when she was to go. Here I checked myself, for what could she do in such a state of health? But then she never spoke as if she had any anxiety about the welfare of other people. That, however, might be from her absolute contentment in the will of God. But why did she always look to the Saviour through a mist of hymns, and never go straight back to the genuine old good news, or to be the mighty thoughts and exhortations with which the first preachers of that news followed them up and unfolded the grandeur of their goodness? After all, was I not judging her? On the other hand, ought I not to care for her state? Should I not be inhuman, that is, unchristian, if I did not? In the end I saw clearly enough that, except it was revealed to me what I ought to say, I had no right to say anything, and that to be uneasy about her was to distrust him whose it was to teach her, and who would perfect that which he had certainly begun in her. For her heart, however poor and faulty and flimsy its faith might be, was yet certainly drawn towards the object of faith. I, therefore, said nothing more in the direction of opening her eyes to what I considered her condition. That view of it might, after all, be a phantasm of my own projection. What was plainly my duty was to serve her as one of those the least of whom the Saviour set forth as representing himself. I would do it to her as unto him. My children were out the greater part every day, and Dora was with me, so that I had more leisure than I had had for a long time. I therefore set myself to wait upon her as a kind of lady's maid in things spiritual. Her own maid, understanding her ways, was sufficient for things temporal. I resolved to try to help her after her own fashion, and not after mine. For however strange the nourishment she preferred might seem, it must at least be the kind she could best assimilate. My care should be to give her her gruel as good as I might, and her beef tea strong, with chicken broth instead of barley water and delusive jelly. But much opportunity of ministration was not afforded me, for her husband, whose business in life she seemed to regard as the care of her, for which, in truth, she was gently and lovingly grateful, and who not merely accepted her view of the matter, but I was pretty sure had had a large share in originating it, was even more constant in his attentions than she found altogether agreeable. to judge by the way in which she would insist on his going out for a second walk, when it was clear that, besides his desire to be with her, he was not inclined to walk any more. I could set myself, however, as I have indicated, to find fitting pabulum for her, and that of her chosen sort. This was possible for me in virtue of my father's collection of hymns, and the aid he could give me. I therefore sent him a detailed description of what seemed to me her condition, and what I thought I might do for her. It was a week before he gave me an answer, but it arrived a thorough one, in the shape of a box of books, each bristling with paper marks, many of them inscribed with some fact concerning or criticism upon the hymn indicated. He wrote that he quite agreed with my notion of the right mode of serving her, for any other would be as if a besieging army were to batter a postern by means of boats, instead of walking over a lowered drawbridge and under a raised portcullis. Having taken a survey of the hymns my father thus pointed out to me, and arranged them according to their degree of approximation to the weakest of those in Mrs. Cromwell's collection, I judged that in all of them there was something she must appreciate, although the main drift of several would be entirely beyond her apprehension. Even these, however, it would be well to try upon her. Accordingly, the next time she asked me to read from her collection, I made the request that she would listen to some which I believe she did not know, but would, I thought, like. She consented with eagerness, was astonished to find she knew none of them, expressed much approbation of some, and showed herself delighted with others. That she might have had some literary faculty seemed evident from the genuine pleasure she took in simple, quaint, sometimes even odd hymns of her own peculiar kind. But the very best of another sort she could not appreciate. For instance, the following, by John Mason, in my father's opinion one of the best hymn writers, had no attraction for her. Thou wast, O God, and thou wast blessed before the world begun. Of thine eternity possesseth before time's glass did run. Thou needest none of thy praise to sing, as if thy joy could fade. Couldst thou have needed anything, thou couldst have done nothing made. Great and good God, it pleaseth thee thy Godhead to declare, and what thy goodness did decree, thy greatness did prepare. Thou spakest, and heaven and earth appeared, and answered to thy call, as if their Maker's voice they heard, which is the creatures all. Thou spakest the word, most mighty Lord, thy word went forth with speed. Thy will, O Lord, it was thy word it was thy deed. Thou broughtest forth Adam from the ground, and Eve out of his side. Thy blessings made the earth abound, with those two multiplied. Those three great leaves, heaven, sea, and land, thy name in figures show. Brutes feel the bounty of thy hand, but I my Maker know. Should not I here thy servant be, whose creatures serve me here? My Lord, whom should I fear but thee? Who am thy creatures' fear? To whom, Lord, should I sing but thee? The Maker of my tongue, lo, other lords would seize on me, but I to thee belong, as waters haste unto their sea, and earth unto its earth. So let my soul return to thee, from whom it had its birth. But I'm fallen in the night, and cannot come to thee. Yet speak the word, let there be light, it shall enlighten me. And let thy word, most mighty Lord, thy fallen creature raise, or make me o'er again, and I shall sing my Maker's praise. This and others, I say, she could not relish, but my endeavors were crowned with success insofar that she accepted better specimens of the sort she liked than any she had, and I think they must have had good influence upon her. She seems to have no fear of death, contemplating the change she believed at hand, not with equanimity merely, but with expectation. She even wrote hymns about it, sweet, pretty, and weak, always with herself and the love of her Saviour for her in the foreground. She had not learned that the love which lays hold of that which is human in the individual, that is, which is common to the whole race, must be an infinitely deeper, tenderer, and more precious thing to the individual than any affection manifesting itself in the preference of one over the other. For the sake of revealing her modes of thought, I will give one more specimen of my conversations with her ere I pass on. It took place the evening before her departure for her own house. Her husband had gone to make some final preparations, of which there had been many, for one who expected to be unclothed that she might be clothed upon. She certainly made a tolerable to-do about the garment she was so soon to lay aside, especially seeing she often spoke of it as an ill-fitting garment, never with peevishness or complaint, only, it seemed to me, with far more interest than it was worth. She had even, as afterward appeared, given her husband, good, honest, dog-like man, full instructions as to the ceremonial of its interment. Perhaps I should have been considerably less bewildered with her conduct had I suspected that she was not half so near death as she chose to think, and that she had as yet suffered little. That evening, the sun just beginning to glimmer through the warm flush that lingered from the sunset, we sat together in the drawing-room looking out on the sea. My patient appearing, from the light in her eyes, about to go off into one of her ecstatic moods, I hastened to forestall it, if I might, with whatever came uppermost, for I felt my inability to sympathize with her in these more of a pain than my reader will, perhaps, really imagine. "It seems like turning you out to let you go to-morrow, Mrs. Cromwell," I said. "But you see, our 3 months are up 2 days after, and I cannot help it." "You have been very kind," she said, half abstractedly, "and you are really much better. Who would have thought 3 weeks ago to see you so well to-day?" "Ah, you congratulate me, do you?" she rejoined, turning her big eyes full upon me. "Congratulate me that I am doomed to be still a captive in the prison of this vile body? Is it kind? Is it well? At least you must remember, if you are doomed, who doomed you?" "Oh, that I had the wings of a dove!" she cried, avoiding my remark, of which I doubt if she saw the drift. "Think, dear Mrs. Percival, the society of saints and angels, all brightness and harmony and peace. It is not worth forsaking this world to inherit a kingdom like that. Wouldn't you like to go? Don't you wish to fly away and be at rest?" She spoke as if expostulating and reasoning with one she would persuade to some kind of holy emigration. "Not until I am sent for," I answered. "I am sent for," she returned. "The wave may be cold, and the tide may be strong, but hark on the shores the angels' glad song. Do you know that sweet hymn, Mrs. Percival? There I shall be able to love him aright, to serve him aright. Here all my labour is so poor, here all my love so faint, but when I reach the heavenly door, I cease the weary plaint." I couldn't help wishing she would cease it a little sooner. "But suppose," I ventured to say, "it will be the will of God that you should live many years yet." "That cannot be. And why should you wish it for me? It is not better to depart and be with him? What pleasure could it be to a weak, worn creature like me to go on living in this isle of banishment. But suppose you were to recover your health, would it not be delightful to do something for his sake? If you would think of how much there is to be done in the world, perhaps you would wish less to die and leave it. Don't tempt me, she returned reproachfully. And then she quoted a passage, the application of which to her own case appeared to me so irreverent that I confess I felt like Abraham with the idolater, so far at least as to wish her out of the house, for I could bear with her, I thought, no longer. She did leave it the next day, and I breathed more freely than since she had entered it. My husband came down to fetch me the following day, and a walk with him along the cliffs in the gathering twilight, during which I recounted the affectations of my late visitor, completely wiped the cobwebs from my mental window, and enabled me to come to the conclusion that Mrs. Cromwell was but a spoiled child, who would, somehow or other, be brought to her senses before all was over. I was ashamed of my impatience with her, and I believe if I could have learned her history, of which she had told me nothing, it would have explained the rare phenomenon of one apparently able to look death in the face with so little of the really spiritual to support her, for she seemed to me to know Christ only after the flesh. But had she indeed ever looked death in the face? End of chapter 42, part 2 of Mrs. Cromwell Comes. Chapter 43 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. Mrs. Cromwell Goes. I heard nothing more of her for about a year. A note or two passed between us, and then all communication ceased. This, I'm happy to think, was not immediately my fault. Not that it mattered much, for we were not then fitted for much communion. We had too little in common to commune. Did you not both believe in one Lord? I fancy a reader objecting. How then can you say you had too little in common to be able to commune? I said the same to myself and tried to question in many ways. The fact remained that we could not commune, that is, with any heartiness, and, although I may have done her wrong, it was, I thought, to be accounted for something in this way. The Saviour of whom she spoke so often and evidently thought so much was in a great measure a being of her own fancy, so much so that she manifested no desire to find out what the Christ was who had spent 33 years in making a revelation of himself to the world. The knowledge she had about him was not even at second hand, but at many removes. She did not study his words or his actions to learn his thoughts or his meanings, but lived in a kind of a dreamland of her own, which could be interesting only to the dreamer. Now, if we are to come to God through Christ, it must surely be by knowing Christ. It must be through the knowledge of Christ that the Spirit of the Father mainly works in the members of his body. And it seems to me she did not take the trouble to know him and the power of his resurrection. Therefore we had scarcely enough of common ground, as I say, to meet upon. I could not help contrasting her religion with that of Marion Clare. At length I had a note from her begging me to go and see her at her house at Richmond, and apologizing for her not coming to me on the score of her health. I felt it my duty to go, but sadly grudged the loss of time it seemed. for I expected neither pleasure nor profit from the visit. Percival went with me, and left me at the door to have a row on the river, and called for me at a certain hour. The house and grounds were luxurious and lovely both, too often dissociated qualities. She could have nothing to desire of this world's gifts, I thought, but the moment she entered the room into which I had been shown, I was shocked at the change I saw in her. Almost to my horror, she was in a widow's cap, and disease and coming death were plain on every feature. Such was the contrast that the face in my memory appeared that of health. "My dear Mrs. Cromwell," I gasped out. "You see," she said, and sitting down on a straight-backed chair, looked at me with lustreless eyes. Death had been hovering about her windows before, but had entered at last, not to take the sickly young woman longing to die, but the hale man who would have clung to the last edge of life. "He is taken, and I am left," she said abruptly, after a long pause. Her drawl had vanished, pain and grief had made her simple. Then, I thought with myself, she did love him. But I could say nothing. She took my silence for the sympathy it was, and smiled a heart-rending smile, so different from that little sad smile she used to have. Really pathetic now, and with hardly a glimmer in it of the old self-pity. I rose, put my arms around her, and kissed her on the forehead. She laid her head on my shoulder, and wept. "Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth," I faltered out, for her sorrow filled me with a respect that was new. "Yes," she returned, as gently as hopelessly, "and whom he does not love as well." "You have no ground for saying so," I answered. "The apostles does not." "The lamp is gone out," she said, "gone out in the darkness, utter darkness. You warned me, and I did not heed the warning. I thought I knew better, but I was full of self-conceit. And now I am wandering where there is no way and no light. My iniquities have found me out." I did not say what I thought I saw plain enough, that her lamp was just beginning to burn. Neither did I try to persuade her that her iniquities were small. "But the bridegroom," I said, "is not yet come. There is time to go and get some oil." "Where am I to get it?" she returned, in a tone of despair. "From the bridegroom himself," I said. "No," she answered. "I have talked and talked and talked, and you know he says he abhors talkers. I am one of those to whom he will say, 'I know you not.' And you will answer him that you have eaten and drunk in his presence, and cast out devils, and—" "No, no, I will say he is right, that it is all my own fault, that I thought I was something when I was nothing, but that I know better now." A dreadful fit of coughing interrupted her. As soon as it was over, I said, "And what will the Lord say to you, do you think, when you have said so to him?" "Depart from me," she answered in a hollow, forced voice. "No," I returned. "He will say, 'I know you well. You have told me the truth. Come in.'" "Do you think so?" she cried. "You never used to think well of me." "Those who were turned away," I said, avoiding her last words, "were trying to make themselves out better than they were. They trusted, not in the love of Christ, but in what they thought their worth and social standing. Perhaps, if their deeds had been as good as they thought them, they would have known better than to trust in them. If they had told him the truth, if they had said, 'Lord, we are workers of iniquity. Lord, we used to be hypocrites, but we speak the truth now. Forgive us,' do you think he would then have turned them away? No, surely. If your lamp has gone out, make haste and tell him how careless you have been. Tell him all, and pray him for oil and light, and see whether your lamp will not straightway glimmer first, and then glow. Ah, Mrs. Percival," she cried. "I would do something for his sake now, if I might, but I cannot. If I had but resisted the disease in me for the sake of serving him, I might have been able now. But my chance is over. I cannot now. I have too much pain, and death looks such a different thing now. I used to think of it only as a kind of going to sleep, easy though sad, sad. I mean in the eyes of mourning friends. But alas, I have no friends, now that my husband is gone. I never dreamed of him going first. He loved me. Indeed he did, though you will hardly believe it. But I always took it as a matter of course. I never saw how beautiful and unselfish he was till he was gone. I have been selfish and stupid and dull, and my sins have found me out. A great darkness has fallen upon me, and although weary of life, instead of longing for death, I shrink from it with horror. My cough will not let me sleep. There is nothing but weariness in my body and despair in my heart. And how black and dreary the nights are. I think of the time in your house as of an earthly paradise. But where is the heavenly paradise I used to dream of then? Would it content you, I asked, to be able to dream of it again? No, no, I want something very different now. Those fancies look so uninteresting and stupid now. All I want now is to hear God say, "I forgive you." And my husband, I must have troubled him sorely. You don't know how good he was, Mrs. Percival. He made no pretenses like silly me. Do you know, she went on, lowering her voice and speaking with something like horror in its tone, do you know I cannot bear hymns? As she said it, she looked up in my face, half terrified with the anticipation of the horror she expected to see manifested there. I could not help smiling. The case was not one for argument of any kind. I thought for a moment, then merely repeated the verse. When the law threatens endless death upon the awful hill, straightway from her consuming breath, my soul goes higher still, goeth to Jesus, wounded, slain, and maketh him her home, whence she will not go out again, and where death cannot come. Ah, that is good, she said, if only I could get to him. But I cannot get to him. He is so far off. He seems to be nowhere. I think she was going to say nobody, but changed the word. If you felt for a moment how helpless and wretched I feel, especially in the early morning, she went on, how there seems nothing to look for, and no help to be had, you would pity rather than blame me, though I know I deserve blame. I feel as if all the heart and soul and strength and mind with which we are told to love God had gone out of me, or rather, as if I had never had any. I doubt if I ever had. I tried very hard for a long time to get a sight of Jesus, to feel myself in his presence, but it was of no use, and I have quite given it up now. I made her lie on the sofa and sat down beside her. Do you think, I said, that anyone before he came could have imagined such a visitor to the world as Jesus Christ? I suppose not, she answered listlessly. Then no more can you come near him now by trying to imagine him. You cannot represent to yourself the reality, the being who can comfort you. In other words, you cannot take him into your heart. He only knows himself, and he only can reveal himself to you. And not until he does so can you find any certainty or any peace. But he won't reveal himself to me. Suppose you had forgotten what some friend of your childhood was like, say, if it were possible, your own mother. Suppose you could not recall a feature of her face or the color of her eyes, and suppose that, while you were very miserable about it, you remembered all at once that you had a portrait of her in an old desk you had not opened for years. What would you do? Go and get it, she answered like a child at the Sunday school. then why shouldn't you do so now? You have such a portrait of Jesus, far truer and more complete than any other kind of portrait can be. The portrait his own deeds and words give us of him. I see what you mean, but that is all about long ago, and I want him now. That is in a book, and I want him in my heart. How are you going to get him into your heart? How could you have him there except by knowing him? But perhaps you think you do know him. I am certain I do not know him, at least as I want to know him, she said. No doubt, I went on, he can speak to your heart without the record, and, I think, is speaking to you now in this very want of him you feel. But how could he show himself to you otherwise than by helping you to understand the revelation of himself, which it cost him such labor to afford? If the story were millions of years old, so long as it was true, it would be all the same as if it had been ended only yesterday. For, being what he represented himself, he never can change. To know what he was then is to know what he is now. But if I knew him so, that wouldn't be to have him with me. No, but in that knowledge he might come to you. It is by the door of that knowledge that his spirit, which is himself, comes into the soul. You would be at least more able to pray to him. You would know what kind of a being you had to cry to. You would thus come nearer to him, and no one ever drew nigh to him to whom he did not also draw nigh. If you would but read the story as you had never read it before, as if you were reading the history of a man you heard of for the first time. Surely you're not a Unitarian, Mrs. Percival, she said, half lifting her head and looking at me with a dim terror in her pale eyes. God forbid, I answered, but I would that many who think they know better believe in him half as much as many Unitarians do. It is only by understanding and believing in that humanity of his, which in such pain and labor manifested his Godhead, that we can come to know it. Know that Godhead, I mean, in virtue of which alone he was a true and perfect man. That Godhead which alone can satisfy with peace and hope the poorest human soul, for it also is the offspring of God. I ceased, and for some moments she sat silent. Then she said feebly, "There's a Bible somewhere in the room." I found it, and read the story of the woman who came behind him in terror and touched the hem of his garment. I could hardly read it for the emotion it caused in myself, and when I ceased I saw her weeping silently. A servant entered with the message that Mr. Percival had called for me. "I cannot see him today," she sobbed. "Of course not," I replied. "I must leave you now, but I will come again. Come often if you like." "You are as kind as ever," she returned, with a fresh burst of tears. "Will you come and be with me when... She could not finish for sobs. "I will," I said, knowing well what she meant. This is how I imagined the change to have come about. What had seemed her faith had been, in a great measure, but her hope and imagination, occupying themselves with the forms of the religion towards which all that was highest in her nature dimly urged. The two characteristics of amicability and selfishness, not infrequently combined, rendered it easy for her to deceive herself, or rather conspire to prevent her from undeceiving herself as to the quality and worth of her religion. For, if she had been other than amiable, the misery following the outbreaks of temper which would have been of certain occurrence in the state of her health would have made her aware in some degree of her moral condition. And, if her thoughts had not been centered upon herself, she would, in her care for others, have learned her own helplessness. And the devotion of her good husband, not then accepted merely as a natural homage to her worth, would have shown itself as a love beyond her deserts, and would have roused the longing to be worthy of it. She saw now that he must have imagined her far better than she was, but she had not meant to deceive him. She had but followed the impulses of a bright, shallow nature. But that last epithet bids me pause, and remember that my father has taught me, and that I have found the lesson true, that there is no such thing as a shallow nature. Every nature is infinitely deep, for the works of God are everlasting. Also, there is no nature that is not shallow to what it must become. I suspect every nature must have the subsoil ploughing of sorrow before it can recognize either its present poverty or its possible wealth. When her husband died suddenly of apoplexy, she was stunned for a time, gradually awakening to a miserable sense of unprotected loneliness, so much the more painful for her weakly condition, and the overcare to which she had been accustomed. She was an only child, and had become an orphan within a year or two after her early marriage. Left thus without shelter, like a delicate plant whose house of glass had been shattered, she speedily recognized her true condition. With no one to heed her whims, and no one capable of sympathizing with the genuine misery which supervened, her disease gathered strength rapidly. Her lamp went out, and she saw no light beyond, for the smoke of that lamp had dimmed the windows at which the stars would have looked in. When life became dreary, her fancies, despoiled of the halo they had cast on the fogs of selfish comfort, ceased to interest her, and the future grew a vague darkness, an uncertainty teeming with questions to which she had no answer. Henceforth she was conscious of life only as a weakness, as the want of a deeper life to hold it up. Existence had become enduring faint and self-hateful. She saw that she was poor and miserable and blind and naked, that she had never had faith fit to support her. But out of this darkness dawned at least a twilight, so gradual, so slow, that I cannot tell when or how the darkness began to melt. She became aware of a deeper and simpler need than hitherto she had known, the need of life in herself, the life of the Son of God. I went to see her often. At the time when I began this history, I was going every other day, sometimes oftener, for her end seemed to be drawing nigh. Her weakness had greatly increased. She could but just walk across the room, and was constantly restless. She had no great continuous pain, but oft returning sharp fits of it. She looked genuinely sad, and her spirits never recovered themselves. She seldom looked out of the window. The daylight seemed to distress her. Flowers were only links between her and the outer world. Wild ones, for the scent of greenhouse flowers, and even that of the most garden ones, she could not bear. She had been very fond of music, but could no longer endure her piano. Every note seemed struck on a nerve, but she was generally quiet in her mind, and often peaceful. The more her body decayed about her, the more her spirit seemed to come alive. It was the calm of a gray evening, not so lovely as a golden sunset or a silvery moonlight, but more sweet than either. She talked little of her feelings, but evidently longed after the words of our Lord. As she listened to some of them, I could see the eyes, which had now grown dim with suffering, gleam with the light of holy longing and humble adoration. For some time she often referred to her coming departure, and confessed that she feared death, not so much what might be on the other side as the dark way itself, the struggle, the torture, the fainting. But by degrees her allusion to it became rare, and at length ceased almost entirely. Once I said to her, "Are you afraid of death still, Eleanor?" "No, not much," she replied, after a brief pause. "He may do with me whatever he likes." Knowing so well what Marion could do to comfort and support, and therefore desirous of bringing them together, I took her one day with me, but certain that the thoughts of seeing a stranger would render my poor Eleanor uneasy, and that what discomfiture a sudden introduction may cause would speedily vanish in Marion's presence. I did not tell her what I was going to do, nor in this did I mistake. Before we left, it was plain that Marion had a far more soothing influence upon her than I had myself. She looked eagerly for her next visit, and my mind was now more at peace concerning her. One evening, after listening to some stories from Marion about her friends, Mrs. Cromwell said, "Ah, Miss Clare, to think I might have done something for him by doing it for them. Alas, I have led a useless life, and am dying out of this world without having borne any fruit. Ah, me, me!" "You are doing a good deal for him now," said Marion, "and hard work too," she added, "harder far than mine." "I am only dying," she returned, so sadly. "You are enduring chastisement," said Marion. "The Lord gives one thing to do, and another another. We have no right to wish for other work than he gives us. It is rebellious and unchildlike, whatever it may seem. Neither have we any right to wish to be better in our way. We must wish to be better in his. But I should like to do something for him. Bearing is only for myself. Surely I may wish that." "No, you may not. Bearing is not only for yourself. You are quite wrong in thinking you do nothing for him in enduring," returned Marion, with that abrupt decision of hers which seemed to some like rudeness. "What is the will of God? It is not your sanctification. And why did he make the captain of our salvation perfect through suffering? Was it not that he might in like manner bring many sons into glory? Then, if you are enduring, you are working with God. For the perfection through suffering of one more, you are working for God in yourself, that the will of God may be done in you, that he may have his very own way with you. It is the only work he requires of you now. Do it now only willingly, then, but contentedly. To make people good is all his labor. Be good, and you are a fellow worker with God in the highest region of labor. He does not want you for other people yet." At the emphasis, Marion laid on the last word. Mrs. Cromwell glanced sharply up. A light broke over her face. She had understood, and with a smile was silent. One evening, when we were both with her, it had grown very sultry and breathless. "Isn't it very close, dear Miss Percival?" she said. I rose to get a fan, and Marion, leaving the window as if moved by a sudden resolve, went and opened the piano. Mrs. Cromwell made a hasty motion, as if she must prevent her. But, such was my faith in my friend's soul as well as heart, in her divine taste as well as her human faculty, that I ventured to lay my hand on Mrs. Cromwell's. It was enough for sweetness like hers. She yielded instantly, and lay still, evidently nerving herself to suffer. But the first movement stole so soft and soul-like on her ear, trembling as it were on the borderland between sound and silence, that she missed the pain she expected, and found only the pleasure she looked not for. Marion's hands made the instrument sigh and sing, not merely as with a human voice, but as with a human soul. Her own voice next evolved itself from the dim uncertainty in sweet proportions and delicate modulations, stealing its way into the heart, to set first one chord, then another, vibrating until the whole soul was filled with responses. If I add that her articulation was nearly perfect as the act of singing will permit, my reader may well believe that a song of hers would do what a song might. Where she got the song she then sung, she always avoids telling me. I had told her all I knew and understood concerning Mrs. Cromwell, and have my suspicions. This is the song. I fancy I hear a whisper, as of leaves in a gentle air. It is wrong, I wonder, to fancy it may be the tree up there, the tree that heals the nations, growing amidst the street, and dropping from who will gather its apples at their feet. I fancy I hear a rushing, as of waters down a slope. It is wrong, I wonder, to fancy it may be the river of hope, the river of crystal waters that flow from the very throne, and runs through the streets of the city with a softly jubilant tone. I fancy a twilight round me and a wandering of the breeze, with a hush in the high city and a going in the trees. But I know there will be no night there, no coming and going day, for the holy face of the Father will be perfect light always. I could do without the darkness, and better without the sun, but oh, I should like the twilight after a day was done. Would he lay his hand on his forehead, on his hair as white as wool, and shine 1 hour through his fingers, till the shadow had made me cool? But the thought is very foolish. If that face I did but see, all else would be all forgotten, river and twilight and tree. I should seek, I should care for nothing, beholding his countenance, and fear only to lose one glimmer by one single sideway glance. 'Tis but again a foolish fancy to picture the countenance so, which is shining in all our spirits, making them white as snow. Come to me, shine in me, Master, and I care not for river or tree, care for no sorrow or crying, if only thou shine in me. I would lie in my bed for ages, looking out on the dusty street, where the whisper nor leaves nor water, nor anything cool and sweet. At my heart this ghastly fainting, and this burning in my blood, if only I knew thou wast with me and making me good. When she rose from the piano, Mrs. Cromwell stretched out her hand for hers, and held it some time, unable to speak. Then she said, "This has done me good, I hope. I will try to be more patient, for I think he is teaching me." She died at length in my arms. I cannot linger over that last time. She suffered a good deal, but dying people are generally patient. She went without a struggle. The last words I heard her utter were, "Yes, Lord," after which she breathed but once. A half smile came over her face, which froze upon it, and remained, until the coffin lid covered it. But I shall see it, I trust, a whole smile some day. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. Ancestral Wisdom. I did think of having a chapter about children before finishing my book, but this is not going to be the kind of chapter I thought of. Like most mothers, I suppose, I think myself an authority on the subject, and, which is to me more assuring than any judgment of my own, my father says that I have been in a measure successful in bringing mine up, only they're not brought up very far yet. Hence arose the temptation to lay down a few practical rules I had proved and found answer. But, as soon as I began to contemplate the writing of them down, I began to imagine so-and-so and so-and-so attempting to carry them out, and saw what a dreadful muddle they would make of it, and what mischief would thence lie at my door. Only one thing can be worse than the attempt to carry out rules whose principles are not understood, and that is the neglect of those which are understood and seen to be right. Suppose, for instance, I were to say that corporal punishment was wholesome, involving less suffering than most other punishments, more effectual in the result, and leaving no sting or sense of unkindness, whereas mental punishment, considered by many to be more refined, and therefore less degrading, was often cruel to a sensitive child, and deadening to a stubborn one. Suppose I said this, and a woman like my Aunt Millicent were to take it up. Her whippings would have no more effect than if her rod were made of butterfly feathers. They would be a mockery to her children, and bring law into contempt, while if a certain father I know were to be convinced by my arguments, he would fill his children with terror of him now, and with hatred afterwards. Of the last mentioned result of severity, I know at least one instance. At present, the father to whom I refer disapproves of whipping even a man who has been dancing on his wife with hobnailed shoes, because it would tend to brutalize him. But he taunts and stings, and confines in solitude for lengthened periods high-spirited boys, and that for faults which I should consider very venial. Then, again, if I were to lay down the rule that we must be as tender of the feelings of our children as if they were angel babies who had to learn, alas, to understand our rough ways, how would that be taken by a certain French couple I know, not appearing until after the dinner to which they had accepted an invitation was over, gave as the reason that it had been quite out of their power, for darling Desiree, their only child, had declared they shouldn't go, and that she would cry if they did, nay, went so far as to insist on their going to bed, which they were, however, reluctant and compelled to do. They had actually undressed and pretended to retire for the night, but as soon as she was safely asleep, rose and joined their friends, calm in the consciousness of abundant excuse. The marvel to me is that so many children turn out so well. After all, I think there can be no harm in mentioning a few general principles laid down by my father. They are such as to commend themselves most to the most practical. And first for a few negative ones. 1. Never give in to disobedience, and never threaten what you are not prepared to carry out. 2. Never lose your temper. I do not say never be angry. Anger is sometimes indispensable, especially where there has been anything mean, dishonest, or cruel. But anger is very different from the loss of temper. Footnote. My Aunt Millicent is always saying, I am grieved with you, but the announcement begets no sign of responsive grief on the face of the stolid child before her. She never whipped a child in her life. If she had, and it had but roused some positive anger in the child, instead of that undertone of complaint which is always oozing out of every one of them, I think it would have been a gain. But the poor lady is one of the whinny-pinny people, and must be in preparation for a development of which I have no prevision. The only stroke of originality I thought I knew of her was this: to the register of her children's births, baptisms, and confirmations, entered on a grandly ornamented fly-leaf of the family Bible, she had subjoined the record of every disease each had had, with the year, month, and day, and in one case the hour, with each distemper made its appearance, After most of the main entries, you may read, cut his or her first tooth at such a date. But alas for the originality. She has just told me that her maternal grandmother did the same. How strange that she and my father should have had the same father, and I wondered if they could have had the same mother too. I should have been utterly bewildered. 3. Of all things, never sneer at them, and be careful even how you rally them. 4. Do not try to work on their feelings. Feelings are far too delicate things to be used for tools. It is like taking the mainspring of your watch and notching it for a saw. It may be a wonderful saw, but how fares your watch? Especially avoid doing so in connection with religious things, for so you will assuredly deaden them to all that is finest. Let your feelings, not your emotions on theirs, affect them with a sympathy the more powerful that it is not forced upon them. And in order to do this, avoid being too English in the hiding of your feelings. A man's own family has a right to share in his good feelings. 5. Never show that you doubt, except you are able to convict. To doubt an honest child is to do what you can to make a liar out of him, and to believe a liar, if he is not altogether shameless, is to shame him. The common-minded masters in schools, who, unlike the ideal Arnold, are in the habit of disbelieving boys, have a large share in making the liars they so often are. Certainly the vileness of a lie is not the same in one who knows that whatever he says will be regarded with suspicion, and the master who does not know an honest boy after he has been some time in his class gives good reason for doubting whether he be himself an honest man, and incapable of the lying he is ready to attribute to all alike. This last is my own remark, not my father's. I have an honest boy at school, and I know how he fares. I say honest, for though, as a mother, I can hardly expect to be believed, I have ground for believing that he would rather die than lie. I know I would rather he died than lied. 6. Instill no religious doctrine apart from its duty. If it have no duty as its necessary embodiment, the doctrine may well be regarded as doubtful. 7. Do not be hard on mere quarrelling, which, like a storm in nature, is often helpful in clearing the moral atmosphere. Stop it by a judgment between the parties, but be severe as to the kind of quarrelling and the temper shown in it. Especially give no quarter to any unfairness arising from greed or spite. Use your strongest language with regard to that. Now for a few of my father's positive rules. 1. Always let them come to you, and always hear what they have to say. If they bring a complaint, always examine into it, and dispense pure justice and nothing but justice. 2. Cultivate a love of giving fair play. Every one, of course, likes to receive fair play, but no one ought to be left to imagine, therefore, that he loves fair play. 3. Teach from the very first, from the infancy capable of a suckling, a sugar plum to share with neighbors. Never refuse the offering a child brings you, except you have a good reason, and give it. And never pretend to partake. That involves hideous possibilities in its effect on the child. The necessity of giving a reason for refusing a kindness has no relation to what is supposed by some to be the necessity of giving a reason with every command. There is no such necessity. Of course there ought to be a reason in every command. That it may be desirable, sometimes, to explain it, is all my father would allow. 4. Allow a great deal of noise, as much as is fairly endurable, but, the moment they seem getting beyond their own control, stop the noise at once. Also put a stop at once to all fretting and grumbling. 5. Favor the development of each in the direction of his own bent. Help him to develop himself, but do not push development. To do so is most dangerous. 6. Mind the moral nature, and it will take care of the intellectual. In other words, the best thing for the intellect is the cultivation of the conscience, not in the casuistry, but in conduct. It may take longer to arrive, but the end will be the highest possible health, vigor, and the ratio of progress. 7. Discourage emulation and insist on duty. Not often, but strongly. Having written these out chiefly from notes I had made of a long talk with my father, I gave them to Percival to read. Rather ponderous, don't you think, for weaving into a narrative, was his remark. My narrative is full of things far from light, I returned. I didn't say they were heavy, you know. That is quite another thing. I am afraid you mean generally uninteresting, but there are parents who might make them useful, and the rest of my readers could skip them. I only mean that a narrative, be it ever so serious, must not entrench on the moral essay or sermon. It is much too late, I fear, to tell me that. But please remember, I am not giving the precepts as of my own discovery, though I have sought to verify them by practice, but as what they are, my father's. He did not seem to see the bearing of the argument. I want my book to be useful, I said. As a mother, I want to share the help I have had myself with other mothers. I am only speaking from the point of art, he returned, and that's a point I have never thought of, any farther, at least, than writing as good English as I might. Do you mean to say you have never thought of the shape of the book your monthly papers would make? Yes, I don't think I have. Scarcely at all, I believe. Then you ought. But I know nothing about that kind of thing. I haven't an idea in my head concerning the art of bookmaking. And it is too late, so far at least as this book is concerned, to begin to study it now. I wonder how my pictures would get on it that way. You can see how my book has got on, well or ill. There it all but is. I had to do with facts and not with art. But even a biography, in the ordering of its parts, in the arrangement of its light and shade, and in the harmony of the... It's too late, I tell you, husband. The book is all but done. Besides, one who would write a biography after the fashion of a picture would probably, even without attributing a single virtue that was not present, or suppressing a single fault that was, yet produce a false book. The principle I have followed has been to try from the first to put as much value, that is, as much truth as I could, into my story. Perhaps, instead of those maxims of my father's for the education of children, you would have preferred such specimens of your own children's sermons as you made me read to you for the 20th time yesterday. Instead of smiling with his own quiet, kind smile as he worked on his picture of Saint Athanasius, with no friend but God and death, he burst into a merry laugh and said, "A capital idea! If you give those word for word, I shall yield the precepts." "Are you out of your 5 wits, husband?" I exclaimed. "Would you have everybody take me for the latest incarnation of the oldest insanity in the world, that of maternity? But I am really an idiot, for you could never have meant it. I do most soberly and distinctly mean it. They would amuse your readers very much, and without offending those who may prefer your father's maxims to your children's sermons, would incline those who might otherwise vote the former a bore, to regard them with the clemency resulting from amusement. But I desire no such exercise of clemency. The precepts are admirable, and those need not take them who do not like them. So the others can skip the sermons, but I am sure they will give a few mothers, at least, a little amusement. They will prove, besides, that you follow your own rule of putting a very small quantity of sage into the stuffings of your goslings, as also that you have succeeded in making them capable of manifesting what nonsense is indigenous in them. I think them very funny. That may be paternal prejudice. You think them very silly as well. That may be maternal solicitude. I suspect that, the more of a philosopher any one of your readers is, the more suggestive will he find these genuine utterances of an age at which the means of expression so much exceed the matter to be expressed. The idea began to look not altogether so absurd as at first, and a little more argument sufficed to make me resolve to put the absurdities themselves to the test of passing leisurely through my brain, while I copied them out, possibly for the press. The result is that I am going to risk printing them, determined, should I find afterwards that I have made a blunder, to throw the whole blame upon my husband. What still makes me shrink the most is the recollection of how often I have condemned, as too silly to repeat, things which reporting mothers evidently regard as proofs of a stupendous intellect. But the folly of these constitutes the chief part of their merit, and I do not see how I can be mistaken for supposing them clever, except it be in regard of a glimmer of purpose now and then, and the occasional manifestation of the cunning of the stump orator, with his subterfuges to conceal his embarrassment when he finds his oil failing him and his lamp burning low. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 40 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. Child Nonsense. One word of introductory explanation. During my husband's illness Marion came often, but until he began to recover, would generally spend with the children the whole of the time she had to spare, not even permitting me to know that she was in the house. It was a great thing for them, for although they were well enough cared for, they were necessarily left to themselves a good deal more than hitherto. Hence perhaps it came that they betook themselves to an amusement not uncommon with children, of which I had yet seen nothing amongst them. One evening, when my husband had made a little progress toward recovery, Marion came to sit with me in his room for an hour. "I've brought you something I want to read to you," she said, "if you think Mr. Percival can bear it." I told her I believed he could, and she proceeded to explain what it was. "One morning when I went into the nursery I found the children playing at church, or rather at preaching, for, except a few minutes of singing, the preaching occupied the whole time. There were two clergymen, Ernest and Charles, alternately incumbent and curate. The chief duty of the curate for the time being was to lend his aid to the rescue of his incumbent from any difficulty in which the extemporaneous character of his discourse might land him. I interrupt Marion to mention that the respective ages of Ernest and Charles were then 8 and 6. "The pulpit," she continued, "was on the top of the cupboard under the cuckoo clock, and consisted of a chair and a cushion. There were prayer books in abundance, of which neither of them, I am happy to say, made other than a pretended use for reference. Charles, indeed, who was preaching when I entered, can't read, but both have far too much reverence to use sacred words in their games, as the sermons themselves will instance. I took down almost every word they said, frequent embarrassments and interruptions enabling me to do so. Ernest was acting as a clerk, and occasionally prompted the speaker when his eloquence failed him, or reproved members of the congregation, which consisted of the two nurses and the other children, who were inattentive. Charles spoke with a good deal of unction, and had quite a professional air, when he looked down on the big open book, referred to one or other of the smaller ones at his side, or directed looks of reprehension at this or that hearer. You would have thought he had cultivated the imitation of popular preachers, whereas he tells me he has been to church only 3 times. I am sorry I cannot give the opening remarks, for I lost them by being late, but what I did hear was this." She then read from her paper as follows, and lent it me afterwards. I merely copy it. "Once," Charles was proceeding when Marion entered, "there lived an aged man, and another, who was a very aged man, and the very aged man was going to die, and everyone but the aged man thought the other, the very aged man, wouldn't die. I do this to explain it to you. He, the man who was really going to die, was, I will look in the dictionary." He looks in the book, and gives out with much confidence, "was 2088 years old. Well, the other man was, well then the other man, and knew he was going to die, was about 4002. Not nearly so old, you see." Here Charles whispers with Ernest, and then announces very loud, "This is out of St. James. The very aged man had a wife and no children. The other had no wife, but a great many children. The fact was, this was how it was, the wife died, and so he had the children. Well, the man I spoke of first, well, he died in the middle of the night." A look as much to say, "There, what do you think of that?" "And nobody but the aged man knew he was going to die. Well, in the morning when his wife got up, she spoke to him, and he was dead." A pause. "Perfectly, sure enough, dead." Then, with a change of voice and manner, "He wasn't really dead, because you know," abruptly and nervously, "shut the door! You know where he went, because in the morning the next day—" He pauses and looks around. Ernest, out of a book, prompts, "The angels take him away." "Came the angels to take him away up to where you know." All solemn. He resumes quickly with a change of manner. "They, all the rest, died of grief. Now you must expect, as they all died of grief, that lots of angels must have come to take them away. Freddy will go when the sermon isn't over. That is such a bother." At this point Marion paused in her reading, and resumed the narrative form. Freddy, however, was too much for them, so Ernest betook himself to the organ, which was a chest of drawers, the drawers doing duty as stops, while Freddy went up to the pulpit to say good-bye and shake hands, for which he was mildly reproved by both his brothers. My husband and I were so much amused that Marion said she had another sermon, also preached by Charles, on the same day, after a short interval, and at our request she read it. Here it is. "Once upon a time, a long while ago, in a little— ready now? Well, there lived in a rather big house with quite clean windows. It was in winter, so nobody noticed them, but they were quite white, they were so clean. There lived some angels in the house. It was in the air. Nobody knew why, but it did. No, I don't think it did. I don't know, but there lived in it lots of children. 232, and they— oh, I'm getting distracted. It is too bad." Quiet is restored. "Their mother and father had died, but they were very rich. Now you see what a heap of children, 232, and yet it seemed like one to them, they were so rich. That was it seemed like one to them because they were so rich. Now the children knew what to get, and I'll explain to you now why they knew, and this is how they knew. The angels came down on the earth and told them their mother had sent messages to them, and their mother and father— don't talk, I'm getting extracted!" Puts his hand to his head in a frenzied manner. "Now, my brother," this severely, to a still inattentive member, "I'll tell you what the angels told them, what to get. What, how, now I will tell you how, yes, how they knew what they were to eat. Well, the fact was, Freddy's just towards my face and he's laughing. I'm going to explain. The mother and father had the wings on, and so of course— Ernest, I want you," they whisper. "They were he and she angels, and they told them what to have. Well, one thing was— shall I tell you what it was? Look at 202 in another book. One thing was a leg of mutton. Of course, as the mother and father were angels, they had to fly up again. Now I'm going to explain how they got it done. They had 4 servants and 1 cook, so that would be 5. Well, this cook did them. The eldest girl was 16, and her name was Snowdrop, because she had snowy arms and cheeks, and was a very nice girl. The eldest boy was 17, and his name was John. He always told the cook what they'd have. No, the girl did that. And the boy was now grown up. So they would be mother and father." Signs of dissent among the audience. "Of course, when they were so old, they would be mother and father, and master of the servants. And they were very happy, but they didn't quite like it. And, with a great burst, you wouldn't like it if your mother were to die. And I'll end it next Sunday. Let us sing." The congregation then sung "Curly Locks," said Marion, and dispersed, Ernest complaining that Charlie gave them such large quantities of numbers, and there weren't so many in the whole of his book. After a brief interval the sermon was resumed. Text is number 66. I've a good congregation. I go to where the children did not like it without their mother and father. Well, you must remember this was a long while ago, so what I'm going to speak about could be possible. Well, their house was on the top of a high and steep hill, and at the bottom, a little from the hill, was a knight's house. There were 3 knights living in it. Next to it was stables with 3 horses in it. Sometimes they went up to this house and wondered what was in it. They never knew, but saw the angels come. The knights were out all day and only came home for meals, and they wondered what on earth the angels were doing, going in the house. They found out what, and the question was, I'll explain what it was. Ernest, come here. Ernest remarks to the audience, I'm curate. And to Charles, well, but Charles, you're going to explain, you know. And Charles resumes. The fact was that this was, if you'd like to explain it more to yourselves, you better look in your books, number 1828. Before, the angels didn't speak loud, so the knights couldn't hear. Now they spoke louder so that the knights could visit them, 'cause they knew their names. They hadn't many visitors, but they had the knights in there, and that's all. I am still very much afraid that all this nonsense will be hardly interesting, even to parents. But I may as well suffer for a sheep as a lamb, and as I had an opportunity of hearing 2 such sermons myself not long after, I shall give them, trusting they will occupy far less space in print than they do in my foolish heart. It was Ernest who was in the pulpit and just commencing his discourse when I entered the nursery, and sat down with the congregation. Sheltered by a clothes horse, apparently set up for a screen, I took out my pencil, and reported on a fly-leaf of the book that I had been reading. My brother was going to preach about the wicked. I will preach about the good. 26th day. In the time of Elizabeth there was a very old house. It was so old that it was pulled down, and quite a new one was built instead. Some people who lived in it did not like it so much now as they did when it was old. I take their part, you know, and think they were quite right in preferring the old one to the ugly, bare, new one. They left it, sold it, and got into another old house instead. Here, I am sorry to say, his curate interjected the scornful remark, "He's not looking at the book a bit." But the preacher went on without heeding the attack on his orthodoxy. This other old house was still more uncomfortable. It was very draughty, the gutters were always leaking, and they wished themselves back in the new house. So you see, if you wish for a better thing, you don't get it so good after all. Ernest, that is about the bad after all, cried Charles. Well, it's silly, remarked Freddie severely. But I wrote it myself, pleaded the preacher from the pulpit, and in consideration of the fact he was allowed to go on. I was reading about them being always uncomfortable. At last they decided to go back to their own house which they had sold. They had to pay so much to get it back that they had hardly any money left, and then they got so unhappy, and the husband whipped his wife and took to drinking. That's a lesson. Here the preacher's voice became very plaintive. That's a lesson to show you shouldn't try to get the better thing, for it turns out worse, and then you get sadder and everything. He paused, evidently too mournful to proceed. Freddie again remarked that it was silly, but Charles interposed a word for the preacher. It's a good lesson, I think. A good lesson, I say, he repeated, as if he would not be supposed to consider it much of a sermon. But here the preacher recovered himself and summed up. See how it comes, wanting to get everything. You come to the bad and drinking. And I think I'll leave off there. Let's sing. The song was Little Robin Redbreast, during which Charles remarked to Freddie, apparently by way of pressing home the lesson upon his younger brother, Fancy, flogging his wife. Then he got into the pulpit himself and commenced an oration. Chapter 88. The Wicked. Well, the time when the story was about Herod. There were some wicked people wandering about there, and they not killed them, you know, but went to the judge. We shall see what they did to them. I tell you this to make you understand. Now the story begins, but I must think a little. Ernest, let's sing Since First I Saw Your Face. When the wicked man was taken to the good judge, there were some good people. When I said I was going to preach about the wicked, I did not mean that there were no good, only a good lot of wicked. There were policemen about here, and they put him in prison for a few days, and then the judge could see about what he is to do with him. At the end of the few days, the judge asked him if he would stay in prison for life or be hanged. Here arose some inquiries among the congregation as to what the wicked, of whom the prisoner was one, had done that was wrong, to which Charles replied, "Oh, they murdered and killed, they stealed, and they were very wicked altogether. Well," he went on, resuming his discourse, "the morning came, and the judge said, 'Get the ropes and my throne, and order the people not to see the hanging,' for the man was decided to be hanged. Now the people would come. They were the wicked, and they would persist in coming. They were the wicked, and if that was the fact, the judge must do something to them." Chapter 89. The Hanging. We'll have some singing while I think. Yankee Doodle was accordingly sung with much enthusiasm and solemnity. Then Charles resumed. "Well, they had to put the other people, who persisted in coming, in prison, till the man who murdered people was hanged. I think my brother will go on." He descended and gave place to Ernest, who began with vigor. "We were reading about Herod, weren't we? Then the wicked people would come, and had to be put to death. They were on the man's side, and they all called out that he hadn't had his wish before he died, as they did in those days. So, of course, he wished for his life, and of course the judge wouldn't let him have that wish, and so he wished to speak to his friends, and they let him. And the nasty wicked people took him away, and he was never seen in that country any more. And that's enough today, I think. Let us sing 'Lord Lovell he stood at his castle gate, a combing his milk-white steed.'" At the conclusion of this mournful ballad, the congregation was allowed to disperse. But before they had gone far, they were recalled by the offer of a more secular entertainment from Charles, who reascended the pulpit, and delivered himself as follows. "Well, the play is called, not a proverb or a charade it isn't, it's a play called 'The Birds and the Babies.' Well, once there was a little cottage, and lots of little babies in it. Nobody knew who the babies were, they were so happy. Now I can't explain to you how they came together. They had no father and mother, but they were brothers and sisters. They never grew, and they didn't like it. Now you wouldn't like not to grow, would you? They had a little garden, and saw a great many birds in the trees. They were happy, but didn't feel happy. That's a funny thing now. The wicked fairies made them unhappy, and the good fairies made them happy. They gave them lots of toys. But then how they got their living. Chapter 2, called 'The Babies at Play.' The fairies told them what to get. That was it. And so they got their living very nicely. And now I must explain what they played with. First it was a house. Another, dolls. They were very happy, and felt as if they had a mother and father, but they hadn't, and couldn't make it out. Couldn't make it out. They had little pumps and trees. Then they had babies' rattles. Babies' rattles. Oh, I've said hardly anything about the birds, have I? And it's called 'The Birds and the Babies.' They had lots of little pretty robins and canaries hanging round the ceiling, and, shall I say?" Everyone listened expectant during the pause that followed. "And lived happy ever after." The puzzle in it all is chiefly what my husband hinted at, why and how both the desire and the means of utterance should so long precede the possession of anything ripe for utterance. I suspect the answer must lie pretty deep in some metaphysical gulf or other. At the same time, the struggle to speak where there is so little to utter can hardly fail to suggest the thought of some efforts of a more pretentious and imposing character. But more than enough. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. Double, double, toil and trouble. I had for a day or two fancied that Marion was looking less bright than usual, as if some little shadow had fallen upon the morning of her life. I say morning, because although Marion must now have been 7 or 8 and 20, her life had always seemed to me lighted by a cool, clear, dewy morning sun, over whose face it now seemed as if some film of noonday cloud had begun to gather. Unwilling at once to assert the ultimate privilege of friendship, I asked her if anything was amiss with her friends. She answered that all was going on well, at least so far as she had no special anxiety about any of them. Encouraged by a half-conscious and more than half-sad smile, I ventured a little farther. "I'm afraid there is something troubling you," I said. "There is," she replied, "something troubling me a good deal, but I hope it will pass away soon." The sigh which followed, however, was deep though gentle, and seemed to indicate a fear that the trouble might not pass away so very soon. "I'm not to ask any questions, I suppose," I returned. "Better not at present," she answered. "I am not quite sure that—" She paused several moments before finishing her sentence, then added, "that I am at liberty to tell you about it." "Then don't say another word," I rejoined. "Only, when I can be of service of you, you will let me, won't you?" The tears rose to her eyes. "I'm afraid it may be some fault of mine," she said. "I don't know. I can't tell. I don't understand such things." She sighed again and held her peace. It was enigmatical enough. One thing only was clear, that at present I was not wanted. So I too held my peace, and in a few minutes Marion went, with a more affectionate leave-taking than usual, for her friendship was far less demonstrative than that of most women. I pondered, but it was not of much use. Of course, the first thing that suggested itself was, could my angel be in love? And with some mortal mere? The very idea was a shock, simply from its strangeness. Of course, being a woman, she might be in love, but the two ideas, Marion and love, refused to coalesce. And again, was it likely that such as she, her mind occupied with so many other absorbing interests, would fall in love unprovoked, unsolicited? That indeed was not likely. Then, if solicited, she but returned love for love, why was she sad? The new experience might, it is true, cause such commotion in a mind like hers as to trouble her greatly. She would not know what to do with it, nor where to accommodate her new inmate, so as to keep him from meddling with affairs he had no right to meddle with. It was easy enough to fancy him troublesome in a house like hers. But surely, of all women, she might be able to meet her own liabilities. And if this were all, why should she have said she hoped it would soon pass? That might, however, mean only that she hoped to get her guest brought amenable to her existing household economy. There was yet a conjecture, however, which seemed to suit the case better. If Marion knew a little of what is commonly called love, that is, the attraction of correlative unlikeness, as I once heard it defined by a metaphysical friend of my father's, there was no one who knew more of the tenderness of compassion than she. And was it not possible someone might be wanting to marry her, to whom she could not give herself away? This conjecture was at least ample enough to cover the facts in my possession, which were scanty indeed, in number hardly dual. But who was there to dare offer love to my saint? Roger? Pooh, pooh. Mr. Blackstone? Ah! I had seen him once lately, looking at her with an expression of more than ordinary admiration. But what man that knew anything of her could help looking at her with such an admiration? If it was Mr. Blackstone, why, he might dare, yes, why should he not dare to love her? Especially if he couldn't help it, as of course he couldn't. Was he not one whose love, simply because he was a true man, from the heart to the hands, would honor any woman, even St. Clare, as she must be when the Church has learned to do its business without the Pope? Only, he mustn't blame me, if after all I think he offered less than he sought, or her, if entertaining no question of worth whatever, she should yet refuse to listen to him, as, truly, there was more than a possibility she might. If it were Mr. Blackstone, certainly I knew no man who could understand her better, or whose modes of thinking and working would more thoroughly fall in with her own. True, he was peculiar, that is, he had kept the angles of his individuality, for all the grinding of the social mill. His manners were too abrupt, and drove at the heart of things too directly, seldom suggesting a by your leave to those whose prejudices he overturned. True also that his person, though dignified, was somewhat ungainly, with an ungainliness, however, which I could well imagine a wife learning absolutely to love. But on the whole the thing was reasonable. Only what would become of her friends? There I could hardly doubt. There lay the difficulty. There was the rub. Let no one think, when I say we went to Mr. Blackstone's church the next Sunday, that it had anything to do with these speculations. We often went on the first Sunday of the month. "What's the matter with Blackstone?" said my husband as we came home. "What do you think is the matter with him?" I returned. "I don't know. He wasn't himself." "I thought he was more than himself," I rejoined, for I never heard even him read the litany with such fervour. "In some of the petitions," said Percival, "it amounted to a suppressed agony of supplication. I am certain he is in trouble." I told him my suspicions. "Likely, very likely," he answered, and became thoughtful. "But you don't think she refused him," he said at length. "If he ever asked her," I returned, "I fear she did, for she is plainly in trouble too. She'll never stick to it," he said. "You mustn't judge Marion by ordinary standards," I replied. "You must remember, she has not only found her vocation, but for many years proved it. I never knew her turned aside from what she made up her mind to do. I can hardly imagine her forsaking her friends to keep house for any man, even if she loved him with all her heart. She is dedicated as irrevocably as any nun, and will, with St. Paul, cling to the right of self-denial. Yet what great difficulty would there be in combining the two sets of duties, especially with such a man as Blackstone? Of all the men I know, he comes the nearest to her in his devotion to the well-being of humanity, especially of the poor. Did you ever know a man with such a plentiful lack of condescension? His feeling of human equality amounts almost to a fault, for surely he ought sometimes to speak as knowing better than they to whom he speaks. He forgets that too many will but use his humility for mortar, to build withal the Shinar tower of their own superiority. That may be, yet it remains impossible for him to assume anything. He is the same all through, and, I had almost said, worthy of St. Clare. Well, they must settle it for themselves. We can do nothing. "We can do nothing," he assented, and although he repeatedly reverted to the subject on the long way home, we carried no conclusions to a different result. Towards the evening of the same Sunday, Roger came to accompany us, as I thought, to Marion's gathering, but as it turned out, only to tell me he couldn't go. I expressed my regret and asked him why. He gave me no answer, and his lip trembled. A sudden conviction seized me. I laid my hand on his arm, but could only say, "Dear Roger." He turned his head aside, and sitting down on the sofa, laid his forehead on his hand. "I am so sorry," I said. "She has told you then," he murmured. "No one has told me anything." He was silent. I sat down beside him. It was all I could do. After a moment he rose, saying, "There's no good whining about it. Only she might have made a man of me. But she's quite right. It's a comfort to think I'm so unworthy of her. That's all the consolation left me. But there's more in that than you would think till you try it." He attempted to laugh, but made a miserable failure of it, then rose and caught up his hat to go. I rose also. "Roger," I said, "I can't go and leave you miserable. We'll go somewhere else, anywhere you please, only you mustn't leave us." "I don't want to go somewhere else. I don't know the place," he added, with a feeble attempt at his usual gaiety. "Stop at home, then, and tell me all about it. It will do you good to talk. You shall have your pipe, and you shall tell me just as much as you like, and keep the rest to yourself. If you want to get hold of a man's deepest confidence, tell him to smoke in your drawing-room. I don't know how it is, but there seems no trouble in which a man can't smoke. One who scorns extraneous comfort of every other sort will yet, in the profoundest sorrow, take kindly to his pipe. This is more wonderful than anything I know about our kind, but I fear the sewing machines will drive many women to tobacco." I ran to Percival, gave him a hint of how it was, and demanded his pipe and tobacco pouch directly, telling him he must content himself with a cigar. Thus armed with the calumet, as Paddy might say, I returned to Roger, who took it without a word of thanks and began to fill it mechanically, but not therefore the less carefully. I sat down, laid my hands in my lap, and looked at him without a word. When the pipe was filled, I rose and got him a light, for which also he made me no acknowledgment. The revenge of putting it in print is sweet. Having whiffed a good many whiffs in silence, he took at length his pipe from his mouth, and, as he pressed the burning tobacco with a forefinger, said, "I've made a fool of myself, Winnie." "Not more than a gentleman had a right to do, I will pledge myself," I returned. "She has told you then," he said once more, looking rather disappointed than annoyed. "No one has mentioned your name to me, Roger. I only guessed it from what Marion said when I questioned her about her sad looks." "Her sad looks?" "Yes." "What did she say?" he asked eagerly. "She only confessed that she had had something to trouble her, and said she hoped it would be over soon." "I dare say," returned Roger dryly, gratified, however, for a moment. My reader may wonder that I should compromise Marion even so far as to confess that she was troubled. But I could not bear that Roger should think that she had been telling his story to me. Every generous woman feels that she owes the man she refuses at least silence, and a man may well reckon upon that much favour. Of all failures, why should this be known to the world? The relief of finding she had not betrayed him helped him, I think, to open his mind. He was under no obligation to silence. "You see, Winnie," he said, with pauses and puffs at his pipe, "I don't mean I'm a fool for falling in love with Marion. Not to have fallen in love with her would have argued me a beast. Being a man, it was impossible for me to help it, after what she's been to me. But I was worse than a fool to open my mouth on the subject to an angel like her. Only there again I couldn't, that is, I hadn't the strength to help it. I beg, however, you won't think me such a downright idiot as to fancy myself worthy of her. In that case, I should have deserved as much scorn as she gave me kindness. If you ask me how it was, then, that I dared to speak to her on the subject, I can only answer that I yielded to the impulse common to all kinds of love to make itself known. If you love God, you are not content with his knowing it even, but you must tell him as if he didn't know. You may think from this cool talk of mine that I am very philosophical about it, but there are lulls in every storm, and I am in one of those lulls, else I shouldn't be sitting here with you. Dear Roger, I said, I am very sorry for your disappointment. Somehow, I can't be sorry you should have loved. Have loved, he murmured. Should love Marion, then, I went on. That can do you nothing but good, and in itself must raise you above yourself. And how could I blame you that, loving her, you wanted her to know it? But come now, if you can trust me, tell me all about it, and especially what she said to you. I dare not give you any hope, for I am not in her confidence in this matter, and it is well that I am not, for then I might not be able to talk to you about it with any freedom. To confess the real truth, I do not see much likelihood, knowing her as I do, that she will recall her decision. It could hardly be called a decision, said Roger. You would not have thought from the way she took it there was anything to decide about. No more there was, and I thought I knew it, only I couldn't be quiet. To think you know a thing and to know it are two very different matters, however. But I don't repent having spoken my mind. If I am humbled, I am not humiliated. If she had listened to me, I fear I should have been ruined by pride. I should never have judged myself justly after it. I wasn't humble, though I thought I was. I am a poor creature, Ethelwyn. Not too poor a creature to be dearly loved, Roger. But go on and tell me all about it. As your friend and sister, I am anxious to hear the whole. Notwithstanding what I had said, I was not moved by sympathetic curiosity alone, but also by a vague desire of rendering some help beyond comfort. What he had now said greatly heightened my opinion of him, and thereby, in my thoughts of the two, lessened the distance between him and Marion. At all events, by hearing the whole, I should now learn how to better comfort him. And he did tell me the whole, which, along with what I learned afterwards from Marion, I will set down as nearly as I can, throwing it into the form of direct narration. I will not pledge myself for the accuracy of every trifling particular which that form may render it necessary to introduce. Neither, I am sure, having thus explained, will my reader demand it of me. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 47 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah B. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. Roger and Marion. During an all but sleepless night, Roger had made up his mind to go and see Marion. Not certainly for the first time, for he had again and again ventured to call upon her, but hitherto he had always had some pretext sufficient to veil his deeper reason, and happily or unhappily sufficient also to prevent her, in her more than ordinary simplicity with regard to such matters, from suspecting one under it. She was at home, and received him with her usual kindness. Feeling that he must not let an awkward silence intervene, lest she should become suspicious of his object, and thus the chance be lost of interesting and possibly moving her before she saw his drift, he spoke at once. "I want to tell you something, Miss Clare," he said, as lightly as he could. "Well," she returned, with the sweet smile which graced her every approach to communication. "Did my sister-in-law ever tell you what an idle fellow I used to be?" "Certainly not. I never heard her say a word of you that wasn't kind." "That I am sure of. But there would have been no unkindness in saying that. For an idle fellow I was, and the idler because I was conceited enough to believe I could do anything. I actually thought at one time I could play the violin. I actually made an impertinent attempt, in your presence one evening, years and years ago. I wonder if you remember it." "I do, but I don't know why you should call it impertinent." "Anyhow, I caught a look on your face that cured me of that conceit. I have never touched the creature since, a Cremona too." "I am very sorry, indeed I am. I don't remember. Do you think you could have played a false note?" "Nothing more likely." "Then I dare say I made an ugly face. One can't always help it, you know, when something unexpected happens. Do forgive me." "Forgive you, you angel!" cried Roger, but instantly checked himself, afraid of reaching his mark before he had gathered sufficient momentum to pierce it. "I thought you would see what a good thing it was for me. I wanted to thank you for it." "It's such a pity you didn't go on, though. Progress is the real cure for an overestimate of ourselves." "The fact is, I was beginning to see what small praise there is in doing many things ill and nothing well. I wish you would take my Cremona. I could teach you the ABC of it well enough. How you would make it talk! That would be something to live for, to hear you play the violin. Ladies do nowadays, you know." "I have no time, Mr. Roger. I should have been delighted to be your pupil, but I am sorry to say it is out of the question." "Of course it is. Only I wish— Well, never mind. I only wanted to tell you something. I was leading a life then that wasn't worth leading, for where's the good of being just what happens? One time full of right feeling and impulse, and the next prey to all wrong judgments and falsehoods. It was you made me see it. I've been trying to get put right for a long time now. I'm afraid of seeming to talk goody, but you will know what I mean. You and your Sunday evenings have waked me up to know what I am and what I ought to be. I am a little better. I work hard now. I used to work only by fits and starts. Ask Winnie." "Dear Mr. Roger, I don't need to ask Winnie about anything you tell me. I can take your word for it just as well as hers. I am very glad if I have been of use to you. It is a great honour to me. But the worst of it is I couldn't be content without letting you know and making myself miserable." "I don't understand you, I think. Surely there can be no harm in letting me know what makes me very happy. How it should make you miserable, I can't imagine." "Because I can't stop there. I'm driven to say what will offend you if it doesn't make you hate me. No, not that, for you don't know how to hate. But you must think me the most conceited and presumptuous fellow you ever knew. I'm not that, though. I'm not that. It's not me. I can't help it. I can't help loving you, dreadfully, and it's such impudence. To think of you and me in one thought. And yet I can't help it. Oh, Miss Clare, don't drive me away from you." He fell on his knees as he spoke and laid his head on her lap, sobbing like a child who had offended his mother. He almost cried again as he told me this. Marion half started to her feet in confusion, almost in terror, for she had never seen such emotion in a man. But the divine compassion of her nature conquered. She sat down again, took his head in her hands, and began stroking his hair, as if she were indeed a mother, seeking to soothe and comfort her troubled child. She was the first to speak again, for Roger could not command himself. "I'm very sorry, Roger," she said. "I must be to blame somehow." "To blame!" he cried, lifting up his head. "You to blame for my folly! But it's not folly," he added impetuously. "It would be downright stupidity not to love you with all my soul." "Hush, hush," said Marion, in whose ears his language sounded irreverent. You couldn't love me with all your soul if you would. God only can be loved with all the power of the human soul. If I love him at all, Marion, it is you who have taught me. Do not drive me from you, lest I should cease to love him and fall back into my old dreary ways. It's a poor love to offer God, love for the sake of another, she said very solemnly. But if it's all one has got, then it won't do, Roger. I wish you loved me for God's sake instead. Then all would be right. That would be a grand love for me to have. Don't drive me from you, Marion, he pleaded. It was all he could say. I will not drive you from me. Why should I? Then I may come and see you again? Yes, when you please. You don't mean I may come as often as I like? Yes, when I have time to see you. Then, cried Roger, starting to his feet with clasped hands, perhaps, is it possible you will let me love you? Oh, my God! Roger, said Marion, pale as death, and rising also, for alas, the sunshine of her kindness had caused hopes to blossom whose buds she had taken only for leaves. I thought you understood me. You spoke as if you understood perfectly that could never be which I must suppose you to mean. Of course it cannot. I am not my own to keep or to give away. I belong to this people, my friends. To take personal and private duties upon me would be to abandon them, and how dare I? You don't know what it would result in, or you would not dream of it. Were I to do such a thing, I should hate and despise and condemn myself with utter reprobation. And then what a prize you would have got, my poor Roger. But even these were such precious words to hear from her lips. He fell again on his knees before her as she stood, caught her hands, and hiding his face in them, poured forth the following words in a torrent. Marion, do not think me so selfish as to not have thought about that. It should be only the better for them. I can earn quite enough for you and me too, and so you would have the more time to give to them. I should never have dreamed of asking you to leave them. There are things in which a dog may help a man, doing what the man can't do. There may be things in which a man might help an angel. Deeply moved by the unselfishness of his love, Marion could not help a pressure of her hands against the face which had sought refuge within them. Roger fell to kissing them wildly. But Marion was a woman, and women, I think, though I may be only judging by myself and my husband, look forward and round about more than men do. They would need, at all events. Therefore Marion saw other things. A man reader may say that, if she loved him, she would not have thus looked about her, and that, if she did not love him, there was no occasion for her thus to fly in the face of the future. I can only answer that it is allowed on all hands women are not amenable to logic. Look about her Marion did, and saw that, as a married woman, she might be compelled to forsake her friends more or less, for there might arise other and paramount claims on her self-devotion. In a word, if she were to have children, she would have no choice in respect to whose welfare should constitute the main business of her life, and it even became a question whether she would have a right to place them in circumstances so unfavourable for growth and education. Therefore to marry might be tantamount to forsaking her friends. But where was the need of any such mental parley? Of course she couldn't marry Roger. How could she marry a man she couldn't look up to? And look up to him she certainly did not, and could not. No, Roger, she said, this last thought large in her mind. And as she spoke, she withdrew her hands. It mustn't be. It is out of the question. I can't look up to you, she added, as simply as a child. I should think not, he burst out. That would be a fine thing. If you looked up to a fellow like me, I think it would almost cure me of looking up to you. And what I want is to look up to you every day and all day long. Only I can do that whether you let me or not. But I don't choose to have a friend to whom I can't look up. Then I shall never be even a friend, he returned sadly. But I would have tried hard to be less unworthy of you. At this precise moment, Marion caught sight of a pair of great round blue eyes, wide open under a shock of red hair, about 3 feet from the door, staring as if they had not winked for the last 10 minutes. The child looked so comical that Marion, reading perhaps in her looks the reflex of her own position, could not help laughing. Roger started up in dismay, but, beholding the apparition, laughed also. "Please, Granny," said the urchin, "mother's took bad and wants you." "Run and tell your mother I shall be with her directly," answered Marion, and the child departed. "You told me I might come again," pleaded Roger. "Better not. I didn't know what it would mean to you, and I said it." "Let it mean what you meant by it, only let me come." "But I see now it can't mean that. No, I will write to you. At all events you must go now, for I can't stop with you when Mrs. Foote— Don't make me wretched, Marion. If you can't love me, don't kill me. Don't say I'm not to come and see you. I will come on Sundays anyhow. The next day, the following letter. Dear Mr. Roger, I am very sorry, both for your sake and my own, that I did not speak more plainly yesterday. I was so distressed for you, and my heart was so friendly towards you, that I could think hardly of anything at first but how to comfort you, and I fear I allowed you, after all, to go away with the idea that what you wished was not altogether impossible. If even I loved you in the way you love me, I should yet make everything yield to the duties I have undertaken. In listening to you I should be undermining the whole of my past labours, and the very idea of becoming less of a friend to my friends is horrible to me. But much as I esteem you, and much pleasure as your society gives me, the idea you brought before me yesterday was absolutely startling, and I think I have only to remind you, as I have just done, of the peculiarities of my position, to convince you that it could never become a familiar one to me. All that friendship can do or yield, you may ever claim of me, and I thank God if I have been of the smallest service to you. But I should be quite unworthy of that honour, were I for any reason to admit even the thought of abandoning the work which has been growing up around me for so many years, and is so peculiarly mine that it could be transferred to no one else. Believe me, yours most truly, Marion Clare. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 43 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. A little more about Roger and about Mr. Blackstone. After telling me the greater part of what I have just written, Roger handed me this letter to read as we sat together that same Sunday evening. "It seems final, Roger," I said with an interrogation, as I returned it to him. "Of course it is," he replied. "How could any honest man urge his suit after that? After she says that to grant it would be to destroy the whole of her previous life and ruin her self-respect. But I'm not so miserable as you may think me, Winnie," he went on. "For don't you see, though I couldn't quite bring myself to go tonight, I don't feel cut off from her. She's not likely, if I know her, to listen to anybody else so long as the same reasons hold for which she wouldn't give me a chance of persuading her. She can't help me loving her, and I'm sure she'll let me help her when I've the luck to find a chance. You may be sure I shall keep a sharp lookout. If I can be her servant, that will be something, yes, much. Though she won't give herself to me, and quite right to, why should she, God bless her? She can't prevent me from giving myself to her, so long as I may love her, and see her as often as I don't doubt I may, and things continue as they are, I shan't be downhearted. I'll have another pipe, I think." Here he half started and hurriedly pulled out his watch. "I declare, there's time yet," he cried, and sprung to his feet. "Let's go and hear what she's got to say tonight." "Don't you think you had better not? Won't you put her out?" I suggested. "If I understand her at all," he said, "she will be more put out by my absence, for she will fear I am wretched, caring only for herself, and not for what she taught me. You may come or stay. I am off. You've done me a world of good, Winnie," he added, looking back in the doorway. "Thank you 1,000 times. There is no comforter like a sister." "And a pipe," I said, at which he laughed and was gone. When Percival and I reached Lime Court, having followed as quickly as we could, there was Roger sitting in the midst, as intent on her words as if she had been an old prophet, and Marion speaking with all the composure which naturally belonged to her. When she shook hands with him after the service, a slight flush washed the white of her face with a delicate warmth. Nothing more. I said to myself, however, as we went home, and afterwards to my husband, that his case was not a desperate one. "But what's to become of Blackstone?" said Percival. I will tell my reader how afterwards he seemed to me to have fared, but I have no information concerning his supposed connection with this part of my story. I cannot even be sure that he ever was in love with Marion. Troubled he certainly was, at this time, and Marion continued so for a while. More troubled, I think, than the necessity she felt upon her with regard to Roger will quite account for. If, however, she had to make 2 men miserable in 1 week, that might well cover the case. Before the week was over, my husband received a note from Mr. Blackstone, informing him that he was just about to start for a few weeks on the continent. When he returned, I was satisfied from his appearance that a notable change had passed upon him. A certain indescribable serenity seemed to have taken possession of his whole being. Every look and tone indicated a mind that knew more than tongue could utter, a heart that had had glimpses into a region of content. I thought of the words, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High," and my heart was at rest about him. He had fared, I thought, as the child who has had a hurt, but is taken up in his mother's arms and comforted. What hurt could not such comforting outweigh to the child? And who but he that has had the worst hurt man can receive, and the best comfort God can give, can tell what either is? I was present the first time he met Marion after his return. She was a little embarrassed. He showed a tender dignity, a respect as if from above, like what one might fancy the embodiment of the love of a wise angel for such a woman. The thought of comparing the two had never before occurred to me, but now for the moment I felt as if Mr. Blackstone were a step above Marion. Plainly, I had no occasion to be troubled about either of them. On the supposition that Marion had refused him, I argued with myself that it could not have been on the ground that she was unable to look up to him. And notwithstanding what she had said to Roger, I was satisfied that anyone she felt she could help to be a nobler creature must have a greatly better chance of rousing all the woman in her than one whom she must regard as needing no aid from her. All her life had been spent in serving and sheltering human beings whose condition she regarded with hopeful compassion. Could she now help adding Roger to her number of such? And if she once looked upon him thus tenderly, was it not at least very possible that in some softer mood a feeling hitherto unknown to her might surprise her consciousness with its presence, floating to the surface of her sea from its strange depths, and leaning towards him with the outstretched arms of embrace? But I dared not think what might become of Roger, should his divine resolves fail, should the frequent society of Marion prove insufficient for the solace and quiet of his heart. I had heard how men will seek to drown sorrow in the ruin of the sorrowing power, will slay themselves that they may cause their hurt to cease, and I trembled for my husband's brother. But the days went on, and I saw no sign of failure or change. He was steady at his work, and came to see us as constantly as before, never missed a chance in meeting Marion, and at every treat she gave her friends, whether at the house of which I have already spoken, or at Lady Bernard's country place in the neighbourhood of London, whether she took them on the river, or had someone to lecture or read to them, Roger was always at hand for service and help. Still I was uneasy, for might there not come a collapse, especially if some new event were to destroy the hope which he still cherished, and which I feared was his main support? Would his religion then prove of a quality and power sufficient to keep him from drifting away with the receding tides of his hopes and imaginations? In this anxiety, perhaps I regarded too exclusively the faith of Roger, and thought too little about the faith of God. However this may be, I could not rest, but thought and thought, until at last I made up my mind to go and tell Lady Bernard all about it. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. The Dea Ex. "And you think Marion likes him?" asked Lady Bernard, when she had in silence heard my story. "I'm sure she likes him, but you know he is so far inferior to her in every way." "How do you know that? Questions are involved there which no one but God can determine. You must remember that both are growing. What matter if any two are unequal at a given moment, seeing their relative positions may be reversed 20 times in 1,000 years? Besides, I doubt very much if anyone who brought his favours with him would have the least chance with Marion. Poverty to turn into wealth is the one irresistible attraction for her, and however duty may compel her to act, my impression is that she will not escape loving Roger." I need not say I was gratified to find Lady Bernard's conclusion from Marion's character run parallel with my own. "But what came of it?" I asked. "Why, marriage, I hope." "But Marion would as soon think of falling down and worshipping Baal and Ashtoreth as forsaking her grandchildren." "Doubtless, but there would be no occasion for that. Where two things are both of God, it is not likely they will be found mutually obstructive." "Roger does declare himself quite ready to go and live amongst her friends, and do his best to help her." "That is all as it should be, so far as both of them are concerned. But there are contingencies, and the question naturally arises, how would that do in regard of their children?" "If I could imagine Marion consenting," I said, "I know what she would answer to that question. She would say, why should her children be better off than the children about them? She would say that children must share the life and work of their parents." And I think she would be right, though the obvious rejoinder would be, you may waive your own social privileges and sacrifice yourselves to the good of others, but have you a right to sacrifice your children and heap disadvantages on their future? Now give us the answer on the other side, seeing you think Marion would be right after all. Marion's answer would, I think, be that their children would be God's children, and he couldn't desire better for them than to be born in lowly conditions, and trained from the first to give themselves to the service of their fellows, seeing that in so far their history would resemble that of his own Son, our Saviour. In sacrificing their earthly future, as men would call it, their parents would be but furthering their eternal good. That would be enough in regard of such objections, but there would be a previous one on Marion's own part. How would her new position affect her ministrations? "There can be no doubt, I think," Lady Bernard replied, "that what her friends would lose thereby, I mean, what amount of her personal ministrations would be turned aside from them by the necessities of her new position, would be far more than made up to them by the presence among them of a whole well-ordered and growing family, instead of a single woman only. But all this jet leaves something more for her personal friends to consider, as regards their duty in the matter. It naturally sets them on the track of finding out what could be done to secure for the children of such parents the possession of early advantages, as little lower than those their parents had as may be, for the breed of good people ought, as much as possible, to be kept up. I will turn the thing over in my mind, and let you know what comes of it." The result of Lady Bernard's cogitations is, in so far, to be seen in the rapid rise of a block of houses, at no great distance from London, on the North Western Railway, planned under the instructions of Marion Clare. The design of them is to provide an accommodation for all Marion's friends, with room to add largely to their number. Lady Bernard has also secured ground sufficient for great extension of the present building, should it prove desirable. Each family is to have the same amount of accommodation it has now, only far better, at the same rent it pays now, with the privilege of taking an additional room or rooms at a much lower rate. Marion has undertaken to collect rents, and believes that she will thus in time gain an additional hold of the people for their good, although the plan may at first expose her to misunderstanding. From thorough calculation she is satisfied she can pay Lady Bernard 5 per cent for her money, lay out all that is necessary for keeping the property in thorough repair, and accumulate a fund besides to be spent on building more houses, should her expectations of these be answered. The removal of so many will also make a little room for the accommodation of the multitudes constantly driven from their homes by the wickedness of those who, either for the sake of railways or fine streets, pull down crowded houses, and drive into other courts and alleys their poor inhabitants, to double the wretchedness already there from overcrowding. In the centre of the building is a house for herself, where she will have her own private advantage in the inclusion of a large space primarily for the entertainment of her friends. I believe Lady Bernard intends to give her a hint that a married couple would, in her opinion, be far more useful in such a position than a single woman. But although I rejoice in the prospect of greater happiness for two dear friends, I must in honesty say that I doubt this. Of course it will be objected, that, should it succeed ever so well, it will all go to pieces at Marion's death. To this the answer lies in the hope that her influence may extend laterally, as well as downwards, moving others to be what she has been, and in the conviction that such a work as hers can never be lost. For the world can never be the same if she had not lived, while, in any case, there will be more room for her brothers and sisters, who are now being crowded out of the world by the stronger and richer. It would be sufficient answer, however, that the work is worth doing for its own sake and its immediate result. Surely it will receive a "well done" from the Judge of us all, and while his idea of right remains above hers, high as the heavens are above the earth, his approbation will be all that either Lady Bernard or Marion will seek. If but a small proportion of those who love the right and have means to spare would, like Lady Bernard, use their wealth to make up to the poor for the wrongs they receive at the hands of the rich, let me say, to defend the Saviour in their persons from the tyranny of Mammon, how many of the poor might they not lead with them into the joy of their Lord? Should the plan succeed, I say once more, I intend to urge on Marion the duty of writing a history of its rise and progress from the first of her own attempts. Then there would at least remain a book for all future reformers and philanthropists to study, and her influence might renew itself in other ages after she was gone. I have no more to say about myself or my people. We live in the hope of the glory of God. Here I was going to write "The End," but was arrested by the following conversation between two of my children, Ernest, 8, and Freddie, 5 years of age. Ernest: "I'd do it for mamma, of course." Freddie: "Wouldn't you do it for Harry?" "No, Harry's nobody." "Yes, he is somebody." "You're nobody, I'm nobody, we are all nobody compared to mamma." "Yes, I am somebody." "You're nothing, I'm nothing, we're all nothing in mamma's presence." "But Ernest, everything is something, so I must be something." "Yes, Freddie, but you're no thing, so you're nothing. You're nothing to mamma." "But I'm mamma's." End of chapter 45. End of The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald.